Good morning. I see that the board members are now present, and so Brooks, will you please call the roll to establish a quorum?
Member Sun.
Present.
Vice President Strauss.
Here.
Member Rucker.
Present.
Member Rodriguez.
Here.
Member Patillo-Brownson.
Here.
Member Navo.
Here.
Member McQuillan.
Here.
Member Glover Woods.
Here.
Member Fatah.
Here.
President Darling Hammond.
Here.
Member Burr.
Here.
Everyone's present.
All right. I hereby call the May 2021 meeting of the State Board of Education to order at 8:31 a.m. and I'd like to commence by saluting the flag. So Member Fatah, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yes. Okay. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I'm going to make a couple of announcements before we get going. There are two public hearings on the agenda. Item 9 is a petition for the renewal of a charter school currently under the oversight of the State Board of Education, pursuant to California Education Code Section 47605.9b, consideration of Audeo Charter 2, which was denied by the Carlsbad Unified School District. Item 11 is a petition for the renewal of a charter school currently under the oversight of the State Board of Education, pursuant to California Education Code 47605.9b, consideration of Prepa Tech Los Angeles High, which was denied by the Los Angeles Unified School District. The proposed regular consent items are items 5 through 8. The proposed waiver consent items are W1 through 9. In terms of public input, members of the public wishing to call in for public comment should view the live stream of the meeting to know at what time public comment will occur for them and for each item. Public comment may be provided by dialing the phone number, entering a participant access code, and then following the operator's prompts. Upon dialing in, callers will be added to a caller queue. The operator will notify callers when it is their turn to provide public comment. We will also ask callers to please turn down the speaker volume of their computers if they are following the live webcast to avoid an echoing effect. Public comment will be limited to 1 minute for each speaker per item. Item 10 is the general public comment item, during which members of the public may provide comment on matters that are not specifically listed on the board's agenda. Board members, please mute your microphones when not speaking and keep your cameras on as much as possible, except if you must step away for a brief moment, to ensure that we maintain a quorum throughout today's virtual meeting. For each item on the agenda, there will be an opportunity for you to raise your hand using the Zoom participant window if you would like to ask a question or make a comment. So starting with agenda item 1 is our State Board priorities item. And I will now turn it over to Chief Deputy Superintendent Stephanie Gregson to provide the superintendent's report. Stephanie, are you there?
Yes, just one moment.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you, President Darling Hammond. Good morning, and thank you for having me. We've seen even greater progress since Superintendent Thurman spoke with you last. At the time, we were just crossing the 1-year mark of this pandemic. We're still on the road to recovery, and now the light at the end of the tunnel looks even brighter. I'm especially encouraged by the recent progress and that many students are returning to the classroom. We know that there is no replacement for our students being in the classroom with their teachers. We see 87% of schools are open for some form of in-person instruction currently, and that number is growing every day. In fact, our state superintendent recently visited several schools in the LA Unified School District. At Sylvan Park Elementary, he was able to see their safety measures and a promising early literacy and math program called Primary Promise, showing academic growth with our highest needs learners. He also visited an award-winning automotive CTE program at Van Nuys High School. I'm also looking forward to getting on campuses soon and seeing the amazing work of our schools during an extraordinary time. And just this week, we heard the positive announcement from the FDA that now 12 to 15-year-olds are eligible for Pfizer vaccine, meaning that now our middle schoolers and high schoolers can get in line for their shots. This is excellent news, and we know the local health jurisdictions will be working with our communities on vaccine distributions. We continue to encourage school districts to pursue and invest in PPE, as well as ventilation upgrades and rapid, robust coronavirus testing of asymptomatic school staff and students as a key safety measure to reducing potential spread and keeping our campuses safely open. We know there are still some districts that are struggling with how to get their classrooms back open to students and educators, but we have the science, resources, and support to make this happen and to do it safely. We expect we'll see more and more students return to campus throughout the spring and during the summer, and we can expect full in-person learning in the fall. At CDE, we continue to provide webinars on how schools can use Assembly Bill 86 funding and other funding resources to layer multiple safety measures to ensure they can stop the spread and keep classrooms open for the long haul. We've talked about ventilation improvements, outdoor education strategies, rapid COVID testing, mental health and SEL strategies, family engagement practices, and more. And most recently, our State Superintendent Thurman spoke at CDE workshop to help LEAs understand how to utilize the $4.6 billion one-time funding from AB 86 in the form of learning opportunity grants. This is meant for LEAs to provide simple instruction and support that would benefit disadvantaged pupil groups who have faced adverse learning and social emotional circumstances as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. I'd like to thank our team at CDE, specifically the Expanded Learning Division and our partners for creating the space for us to all learn together and from each other during that webinar. The State Superintendent and CDE have also offered webinars on anti-bias and anti-hate because emotional safety and belonging is just as crucial now as physical safety. We need to do this for our students now and going forward. We recently hosted the Creating Brave Spaces in Early Childhood series. The first session focused on strategies to disrupt and counteract bias, racism, and hate. And the second one on Tuesday evening focused on how excluding, suspending, and expelling hurts children. The moderator for both sessions was Senta Green, who was joined by amazing panelists such as Dr. Walter Gilliam, Marie Sykes, Dr. Tunette Powell, Kaja Johnston, and Nadia Jampanita. I'd like to thank our partners at West Ed and the Early Learning and Care Support Division for their work on bringing this series to life. These are the necessary, courageous conversations about the impacts of bias, racism, and hate on young children and families and on early childhood education. We heard compelling research, heartbreaking stories, and effective strategies on how to lay plans to support, guide, or inspire our own journey to understand bias and disrupt hate. The message is really about leaning on love and understanding. The system is created by us, the adults, and therefore we, as the adults, can make different decisions and create something new that lifts up, cares for, and educates every child. We can't lose focus on issues of equity and justice when the pandemic is behind us. We cannot return to the status quo. So thank you, President Darling-Hammond, for this opportunity to share.
Thank you so much, Deputy Superintendent. And I will add on with my report. First, let's acknowledge that every month should be Teacher Appreciation Month, but May is the month officially designated as such. So I want to start off by offering my sincere appreciation to all of our educators who've worked so hard over the last year under such challenging conditions, requiring so much creativity, perseverance, and enormously hard work. I hope that as we go into the coming year, we will build on the innovations teachers have developed to carry our system into a new era. And I hope that in those districts that have discovered how to provide teachers with much more time for collaborative planning and learning, that we can reinvent schedules to maintain that important feature of a new schooling design. One of my own favorite teachers, Dr. Bernard Watson, who was my advisor in graduate school and an amazing educator and change maker in the Philadelphia school system, used to note that individuals can make a difference in spite of the system. And he was a huge inspiration to my classmates and myself. That said, it's even better to change the system so that it supports all of us in making a difference in the lives of children, which is why teachers have entered the profession in the first place. So as we emerge from this pandemic, vaccinated and with renewed hope. I hope we will consider the ways in which we can continue to change the system so that it indeed can support children and adults in all of the ways that we learn, develop, and thrive. We can begin that process this summer by joining hands with community organizations to offer enriching, engaging, joyful, and connected summer enrichment and learning opportunities. As schools and districts plan for summer learning experiences and they plan for next fall, it's more important than ever that they do so in ways that center the range of experiences, needs, and dreams that young people will be bringing with them. As we know, many students are and will be experiencing their first time back in school after months of virtual learning at home, and reconnecting with peers and educators brings both anticipation and anxiety that we must allay with explicitly restorative return to school that centers caring and compassion. Students and families have had complex experiences during the past year, including multiple traumas from the pandemic and racialized violence, and have displayed remarkable resolve, strength, and caring. Many children have lost relatives, their parents may have lost employment, they may have seen or experienced illness, they may be experiencing food and housing instability. While we must be prepared to support students as they heal from trauma and anxiety, this moment also offers an opportunity for a reset and a chance to consider what we can do differently to better serve students, families, and communities, particularly those marginalized by inequitable systems even before the pandemic. We should not return to an old normal. We should accelerate systems change toward equitable, rigorous, and transformative education by centering relationships, by creating a culture of affirmation and belonging, by building on students' experiences and interests as we re-engage content in ways that engage their knowledge and that of their families, by supporting social and emotional learning, by engaging in inquiry-based approaches to learning, along with physical activity and mindfulness and the expressive arts, all of which actually support brain activity, make us more intelligent, and support learning and achievement, and by nurturing educators and supporting their wellness and learning. Governor Newsom and the California legislature have provided $4.6 billion to schools to support these efforts for learning recovery by investing both the time for schooling and a range of academic, mental, and social emotional supports. And as we'll be hearing over the next couple of days, there is more investment to come. At this meeting, we will have the opportunity to support the evolution of our system in a number of exciting ways. One is that we will see the final draft of the digital learning guidance, which includes exciting research-based examples of how we can use technology in teaching and learning in a variety of ways, even as we return from distance learning to classroom-based instruction. This was originally called the Distance Learning Guide, but in fact what it is a useful technology support framework that identifies the effective uses of technology tools that should not disappear, but be built upon to allow students to engage in research and inquiry with colleagues, not only in their classroom, but around the world, to participate in simulations of scientific phenomena, to use open education resources, to develop products, tools, and papers, to represent their ideas in multimedia forms, and to develop confidence in their skills. And you know, a year after the closure of schools in March of 2020, we now have technology capacity, both in terms of connectivity and devices, and in terms of the knowledge base that both students and teachers can bring to this, that allow us to really leapfrog into a much more technologically supported educational set of strategies in the year and years to come. The guidance actually has three parts: the advice and guidance about technology use, which is replete with vivid examples from classrooms and schools all across the state. And then there is a component in English language arts and a component in math that identify what many people think of as the power standards and the ways to teach the big ideas in these core content areas so that they provide depth rather than superficial coverage of ideas. I sort of think of these essential standards as the maypoles around which the other standards can dance and be studied more coherently and effectively. We were fortunate to get the writers of the California curriculum frameworks to develop these tools. They live right alongside the frameworks as vital and very usable resources. The Sacramento County Office of Education has done a superb job with this project, and I'm very excited about how it can help our schools engage in 21st century learning that focuses on the use of technology tools for deeper learning. Another exciting moment will be the opportunity, finally, to vote on a methodology for a growth model for illuminating student achievements so that we're focusing on what really matters, the progress of our students, not where they start their learning journey, but how far they travel under the care and tutelage of educators each and every year so that we can see what is working and what more can be done to support their learning and advancement. Landing on a valid and reliable methodology, as you well know, was difficult work, and the action we're asked to take today represents the culmination of years of effort. I want to acknowledge and thank CDE and State Board staff for that effort, in particular Cindy Kazanas and Jenny Singh, for whom I think this may really seem like a birthing moment. Also happening today will be a major announcement by the governor of an extraordinary budget for the coming school year and for several years to come that will in many ways begin the process of reinventing our public education system from TK to college with a whole child vision in mind. In order to accompany the governor in this announcement, which will require a bit of travel, I'll be handing the gavel to my wonderful Vice President, Eileen Strauss, later this morning to lead the board through this meeting. And I'm delighted to be able to launch us on that journey today. And with that, I want to turn to our first items of the day, which take us to item 2, the Distance Learning Curriculum and Instructional Guidance Project, which is being recommended by the CDE for the following action: to adopt the Distance Learning Curriculum and Instructional Guidance document. As I noted, it's really going to be renamed the California Digital Learning Integration and Standards Guidance, which is a much more accurate and appropriate name for it. And the item will be presented by Shanine Coates of the department, along with Dave Gordon, Superintendent, and Nancy Hirota, Deputy Superintendent of the Sacramento County Office of Education, along with Richard Culata of the International Society for Technology and Education, Joe Bowler of Stanford University, and Hallie Yap of Cal State University at Fullerton as guest speakers. Shanine, please begin.
Thank you so much. Good morning, President Darling Hammond, Vice President Strauss, and esteemed members of the board. I'm Shanine Coates, Director of the Curriculum Frameworks and Instructional Resources Division, and I'm joined by the colleagues that you stated to bring forth for your consideration this draft Distance Learning Curriculum and Instruction Guidance, which, as you noted, is suggesting a rename, which we will show soon. That guidance was authorized in 2020 as part of Senate Bill 98, and the context that has already been provided and that we will continue to provide together will help set the stage as you consider item 2 today. Before we begin, in honor of Teacher Appreciation Month, I'd also like to honor my first grade teacher, Mrs. Dobson, who sparked a love of reading in me. Today, moving to the recommended action, the CDE is recommending that the State Board of Education adopt the draft Distance Learning Curriculum and Instructional Guidance Project document, change the title of the document to the California Digital Learning Integration and Standards Guidance, and delegate authority to the State Board of Education Executive Director to make any edits needed to ensure alignment with the final draft of the 2021 Mathematics Framework for California Public Schools, kindergarten through grade 12, and to CDE staff to make any necessary revisions as the document is professionally edited and the content prepared and maintained for posting online. As was stated earlier, we know that these past 14 months, we have all been on a journey together as the COVID-19 pandemic has challenged us in all aspects of life. Next slide, please, including education. As families, schools, and educators have collaborated to maintain a focus on ensuring California students have equitable access to high quality first instruction. With physical school closures came the necessary pivot to distance learning, and we applaud the collective efforts to problem solve, to leverage technology, and adapt instructional approaches to help ensure continued learning and support. On March 13th, 2020, when the executive order was issued for the physical closure of schools in response to the COVID-19 pandemic, the California Department of Education and our partners went into immediate action and shifted priorities to provide immediate support and guidance to local educational agencies in making the move to online instruction. Within 4 days, the Department of Education published its first distance learning coordination considerations webpage and held its first guidance webinar. That page serves as a key resource to provide guidance and resources for teachers and families for schools regarding the shift. Over the course of this year, the CDE has provided multiple resources and webinars targeting various aspects of teaching and learning, including the safe reopening of schools, including the Stronger Together document, a webinar series on content areas, innovations in special education, student health and safety, nutrition services, supports for early learners, information on federal funding opportunities, and also student and educator support circles and town halls. This work has been a cross-divisional and cross-entity collaborative effort, and the work continues as we support schools transitioning to face-to-face learning. In addition, the State Superintendent of Public Instruction continues to provide a CDE COVID-19 update highlighting opportunities for training and support. As Dr. Gregson stated, we are ready for the return to in-person learning this spring and also in the fall. The real gold in this curriculum is the guidance on the standards and also the information regarding the integration of technology and also social emotional learning. It is our hope that educators will continue to leverage and integrate technology and apply what we've learned during this time to strengthen in-person learning. When used effectively, digital tools can accelerate sound pedagogical practices and facilitate student growth as lifelong empowered learners. In addition to strengthening in-person learning, we believe this document will help us to be prepared for future emergencies such as natural disasters. We know that strategic technology use promotes active student engagement in the learning process, nurtures opportunities for ongoing collaboration, builds on prior knowledge to deeply reinforce essential skills, provides means of authentically connecting students learning to the world, and fosters student agency. With the integration of technology for high-quality instruction continuing to be relevant, it is therefore, we believe, important to support the field to use evidence-based policies and practices as they consider how to use technology to provide student-centered learning opportunities. Senate Bill 98 allocated funding to the Sacramento County Office of Education to develop draft curriculum and instructional guidance for mathematics, English language arts, English language development, including a framework for addressing critical standards. As specified in the legislation, the other topics to be addressed in this guidance include guidance and resources for formative and diagnostic assessment, guidance on recommended aggregate time for instruction and independent work by grade span, and guidance for embedding social emotional supports for students when teaching utilizing technology. Additionally, recognizing the diverse needs of our state, the development of the guidance was informed by statewide stakeholder outreach to, among others, students, parents, educators, as well as experts in the areas specified. And today we are pleased to present the draft guidance to you. I am joined by several leaders of the project's content development and project management team who will provide an overview, and we will all be here to answer your questions. So at this time, I would like to turn it over to the Sacramento County Office of Education Superintendent David Gordon, who will introduce the team. Superintendent Gordon.
Thank you very much, Janine, for that kind introduction, and thank you for all the support along the way on the project from your CDE team. It's been ever so helpful to us along the way. Good morning, President Darling Hammond, Deputy Superintendent Gregson, and board members. It's an honor to be with you this morning, and I can't tell you what a pleasure it's been to go around to schools in our county and see young people returning to school, smiling, playing, learning, but most of all, reacquainting with each other, with their teachers, and all of the other support personnel. And thanks to all of you, to the governor, Superintendent Thurmond, the legislature, everyone who has helped make this possible. It's very invigorating and produces great hope and anticipation for the fall and what is to come. I am Dave Gordon, as was mentioned, Sacramento County Superintendent at the county office, and it's been a pleasure to work in partnership with your staff at the State Board, as well as the CDE staff. And as President Darling Hammond mentioned, Dr. Nancy Hirota, our deputy, Richard Collada, Chief Executive Officer at the International Society for Technology and Education, Dr. Joe Bowler from Stanford, and Dr. Hallie Yap from CSU Fresno were our leaders in putting together this project, and you'll be hearing from them. Next slide, please. SCOE developed a strong organizational structure to develop the California Digital Learning Integration and Standards Guidance. SCOE contracted with the International Society for Technology and Education, known as ISTE, to serve as the lead agency, coordinate the writing team, and draft the final product. Dr. Catherine Kennedy from ISTE led the writing on digital learning. We are very fortunate to be able to work with these leading experts at the forefront in the use of technology in education nationwide. We are also working with computer-using educators known as CUE here in California, that also has extensive technology expertise working with educators here in our own state. We are very pleased to have convened a team of nationally recognized experts to address the topics identified in SB 98 that includes, in the assessment area, Dr. Douglas Fisher and Dr. Nancy Fry. For social emotional supports, Dr. Lorea Martinez. And for English language development, Maria Santos. An important component of the work also includes standards guidance in mathematics and English language arts, English language development. In ELA, ELD, this was led by Dr. Hallie Yap, Nancy Bernelson. They were the lead authors of the ELA, ELD framework as well. And for mathematics, Dr. Joe Bowler and Kathy Ann Williams led our team. Dr. Bowler is also part of the team convened by CDE working on the revisions of the mathematics framework. So all of these pieces will fit together and ensure alignment with these key resources as they roll out to California educators. We've also convened a broad-scale digital learning advisory committee and gathered input from stakeholders, including parents, caregivers, and students to inform the development of the guide. And now it's my great pleasure to turn it over to our project leader. And I want to give Nancy a tremendous amount of credit, our Deputy Superintendent at SCOE, Dr. Nancy Hirota, to brief you and provide an overview of the project. So thank you, and once again, thanks for the opportunity to be involved in this work.
Right. Well, thank you, Superintendent Gordon. Well, it's my pleasure to share highlights of the work that went into the development of the California Digital Learning Integration and Standards Guidance. And what I'd like to begin with is to provide you with an overview of this very ambitious timeline that we had in place, which began in September of 2020. Starting in September, we convened the Distance Learning Advisory Committee, and that was a critical committee that helped to not only provide input into the development of the outline, but to provide input into the overall organization of this document. Beginning before we began the writing and the creation of the outline, ISTE worked with their team to conduct a literature review to identify research-based practices for educators in K-12, and that was a foundational resource that we built upon in the development of this guide. From November through April, we worked with the expert team leaders, the writers who have content expertise, and they worked so collaboratively over this period of time to develop a very cohesive document that integrates the importance of digital learning across all content areas. Following the State Board's action today, we will work in what we refer to as phase 2, which is to prepare the final release of this document, and I will go into more detail towards the end of this presentation. Next slide. What I'd like to highlight is the extensive process that we organized to both conduct outreach and to gather input on the development of this guidance document. As I mentioned previously, we convened an advisory committee, which includes, as you can see on the slide, not only content experts, but representatives from both county offices of education, as well as school districts, and these professional associations and educational organizations that are highlighted in this slide, which include the California Teachers Association, the Charter School Association, PACE, Ed Trust West, California Parent Teachers Association, and the California Federation of Teachers. What's important to note here is not only did the advisory committee provide input into the development of this guidance document, but they also helped to identify high quality online learning tools that are incorporated into this guide. And throughout the document, you will read and hear from educators throughout California, which are included as vignettes and teacher interviews, and our advisory committee members were critical in helping to identify educators to highlight in this document. Next slide. So in addition to gathering input from our advisory committee, we also expanded outreach. We expanded our outreach by working with CSESA, the Curriculum and Instruction Steering Committee of CSESA, and we worked specifically with members of the Mathematics and the English Language Arts, English Language Development subcommittees, particularly in those sections of this document that focus on standards guidance for math and ELA and ELD, and they provided invaluable feedback for our writers as they continue to refine this document. Another critical component of our outreach was to ensure that we amplify the voices of both youth and parents and caregivers. And so we were very fortunate to be able to work with Families in Schools and Californians for Justice. Both organizations helped us to not only organize virtual stakeholder sessions where we were able to spend time having in-depth discussions and gathering input from parents and students, but we also conducted a survey that they helped to disseminate. And all of this feedback that has been provided through this expanded outreach and through our advisories helped us continue to refine and present the final document that we're sharing today. Next slide. So this slide provides an overview of the entire document. It is over 500 pages, but it is organized in ways that teachers can easily access the sections and topic areas that are of most interest for them. We have 3 sections, and the final section includes supplemental materials that include appendices. Let me just very quickly highlight that in section 1, this is the section that focuses on research-based distance learning principles and practices. This chapter focuses on designing effective and engaging digital learning environments. The second chapter focuses on assessment and the use of technology in assessments in a digital learning environment. And the third chapter focuses on fostering healthy and equitable and inclusive digital communities. And this is the chapter that focuses on the importance of social emotional learning and the importance of developing those positive, engaging relationships with students in this virtual environment. Section B and C are based on the California Common Standards, state standards, and the teaching and learning guidance in the frameworks. These are the sections that focus on standards guidance, and they serve as companion documents to the current draft math framework and the ELA-ELD framework. Section B that focuses on mathematics presents standards guidance organized around the big ideas proposed in the draft 2021 math frameworks. And these chapters in this section prioritize critical areas of instructional focus by grade level to support teachers to enable students to develop an interconnected understanding of different mathematical concepts. This is also the section that highlights and integrates digital learning focused on mathematics instruction, and Dr. Joe Bowler will be expanding on this section in this presentation. The section C focuses on ELA, ELD standards, and similar to section B, the section identifies these critical areas of instructional focus, and they organize the standards in a way that highlights the relationship and reflects the integrated model of literacy instruction by prioritizing these critical areas of instructional focus organized around the themes in the ELA ELD framework. The section, similar to section B, also includes digital learning resources and strategies to support literacy instruction. And you will be hearing from Dr. Hallie Yap, who will be highlighting this section. And then in the final section, I'll go into more detail in the subsequent slides about what's included in the supplemental materials. A key component of this document was we wanted to ensure that there were voices from the field, that we know that our educators have learned so much in this past year. And so it was critical that we brought the content in this guide to life. And the way we accomplished this was to conduct interviews, and these voices from the fields, the vignettes that are included, and the spotlights are interwoven throughout the document to provide those illustrative examples of classroom practice. So at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Richard Collada, who is the Executive Director of ISTE, to highlight Section A.
Thank you, Dr. Rhoda, and hello to everyone here today, members of the board. Glad to spend a few minutes here. I will be brief, but I do appreciate the chance to just step through some of what we've done. Is we worked on this Section A. ISTE worked very closely with SCOE to develop this part of the guide, and I will say it's really a fantastic relationship. We at ISTE, we work with offices of education in states all around the country, and this, you know, you have a fantastic team at SCOE. I really just need to say that, and especially given the tight timeline for this, Dr. Rhoda and her team are fantastic. So the guide focuses on, and this is important, focusing on using technology to really transform and empower learning, not just for online learning, although we do include solid principles for that as well, but for classroom as well. As we transition back to classroom learning, how can we leverage technology, a lot of the technology that's now in place because of the pandemic, to really enhance and transform learning moving forward? And as we talk to leaders and students and parents, there were three topics that came up over and over again, to the point where I could almost tell you before we picked up the phone what they were going to say. And so we decided to organize Section A around those three topics, and that's what these three chapters are. And those three topics, the first is, how do we design digital learning that is engaging and effective, right? Digital learning that is not boring, first of all, certainly, but also really leveraging what we know about how the brain works, about how learning happens in really effective ways. So that's the first one. The second one is, how do we really leverage technology to help with effective and authentic assessments? That's just, you know, an area where there's a lot of digitizing of transitional assessments, right? We used to do multiple choice on a piece of paper, so now we're going to do multiple choice online. And we're like, technology actually allows much better, much more authentic assessment options. And so that was the second area. And then the third is, how do we really foster equitable and inclusive digital communities? How do we make sure, as we have learning opportunities, learning communities happening online, those are inclusive spaces where everyone is feeling comfortable and has an opportunity to engage and participate? And then throughout all of these, we included these great educator stories and student stories that Dr. Rhoda mentioned, and very grateful to our friends at Q and EdSurge for helping capture those stories, and those are the vignettes that you'll see throughout the guide. What I thought I'd do, since I just have a few minutes here, is let me just step through chapter 1 and what we did there, and then I'll hand it back to you, Dr. Rhoda, and you can talk through the other chapters of this first section. So in chapter 1, we had three sections that we focused on. So this is under the chapter 1 is really designing effective and engaging digital learning, right? So here are 3 topics that we focused on. The first is, and by the way, I should mention, these 3 topics you'll see are in section 1, we lay out the principles for them, but then they are reflected in sections B and C, which is the math and ELA examples respectively. So people will read this, they'll see the concepts presented, and then they'll see them in context of math and ELA in the second 2 sections of the guide, which I think is, I hope will be very helpful. Sometimes when we talk about principles, independent of context, it's a little hard to make the connection. So the way this guide is set up, we do both. So the first thing that we started with right off the bat was ensuring equity and access. We just felt if that isn't the core of what we're doing, kind of the rest of what we were saying here wouldn't even matter, right? We just have to have that very, very clear that we need to be able to keep that front and center. And when we're talking about digital learning, there are a variety of ways that comes into play. Obviously, we have to ensure device and internet access for all students, right? That we have to be able to do that. And California certainly has done a great job, but there are some opportunities to do even better there and really improve the work. And so we talk about some ways to do that. Technical support is part of it, right? Making sure educators have the foundation they need to understand how to use technology effectively with students with disabilities. Also, supporting English learners, right, is critical. And not only the learners, but their families and their caregivers, which we know are critical to creating an effective learning experience for the students. And then also we have some strategies that we included to support homeless and foster youth. And there are some ways that actually, virtual learning can allow for a less disruptive learning environment because there are ways to be able to keep engaged and in touch with students, even if they are not always, even if they are not always in the same physical location. And so there's some important ideas that we mentioned there. Moving on, then, let me just talk a little bit about the standards that we aligned to, and so I'm sort of just inserting this one in here before I talk about the second 2 elements from that previous slide. We felt that it was important to align the guidance that we gave around standards, and so we aligned them to 2 standards that are nationally accepted, nationally adopted. The ISTE standards are adopted by every state, many countries around the world. Same with the quality standards for online teaching. And the ISTE standards, if you're not familiar with them, really lay out the skills that we expect teachers to have when it comes to using technology effectively. And so they line up, it provides sort of a guidepost for what those skills are. And then the National Standards for Quality Online Teaching, which is, again, if you're not familiar with those, it was a standards developed between the Virtual Learning Leadership Alliance and Quality Matters. And they lay out the elements of effective online. So that's specifically for online teaching, effective online teaching. And so throughout this chapter 1, we aligned to both of those standards, so it's clear what we're talking about and how they're grounded. Moving on to the next part of this, I'm going to keep going through the parts of chapter 1. We have a major focus on preparing and supporting teachers. I can't stress this enough. If there's like one part of what I'm saying that you should really remember, it's this point, and that is we've seen so many times, as in my role at ISTE, as we've been working with schools around the world, so much focus on addressing issues of connectivity that many schools and districts have really dropped the ball when it comes to getting teachers prepared to use this technology effectively. And we know from research, we know from practice that the most important factor when it comes to having an effective digital learning experience is not the technology, it's the teachers and having them be prepared. We have to have connectivity, of course, we have to have devices, all that stuff is needed, but the factor that most impacts the quality is having teachers that are prepared. And so we give some examples of how to do that and a bunch of opportunities for professional development, for coaching that schools and teachers can take advantage of. We also really call out the need to rethink digital citizenship. Through the pandemic, our relationship with technology has fundamentally shifted, right? It is not an ancillary thing that is, off to the side that we occasionally use, right? Many of our lives' most important moments are happening in virtual spaces. But if we look at digital citizenship and what's being taught in schools, it's still almost entirely focused on online safety. And online safety matters, absolutely, no question, but that's just such a thin, element, thin veneer of the deeper conversation that needs to happen in order for kids to thrive in virtual spaces. And so we call out the need to rethink digital citizenship. We reference the DigCit Commit competencies, which were a set of competencies developed by 15 education organizations around the country. And the idea is to say, it's not just being safe online, but it's also knowing how do we use technology to improve our communities? How do we recognize true and false and biased information in virtual spaces? How do we create inclusive spaces for others? How can we respect viewpoints of other people in virtual spaces, right, et cetera? Those are the skills that are true digital citizenship skills. And so we really need to be rethinking how we're teaching and talking about digital citizenship. So we share some great, just really practical guides for that. And then there's some other opportunities in there around data-informed instruction that are important. And actually, I won't say much more about that because Dr. Rhoda will share a little more about that in the next chapter. So last thing that I'll mention before handing it over is we focus, the last part of chapter 1 focuses on designing meaningful, purposeful digital learning experiences. And again, particularly as we're moving back into the classroom, if our expectation for learning with technology is that it will be, just as good as it was before, we've set the bar way too low, right? Our expectation is that through the smart use of technology, we could have, exponentially more impactful and purposeful learning experiences. And that's really what we're emphasizing here. So we give some suggestions on where asynchronous versus synchronous makes more sense. We talk about specific guides for teachers working with younger students on how to do digital learning, right? There's some, when we're talking about real younger learners, there are some special approaches that come to mind, and that also includes working with their caregivers and parents. We talk about using technology with students with disabilities, and for all students, not whether there's an IEP or not, using technology to personalize the learning for their individual needs. And then the last part is really just engaging students. And maybe as my final comment, I'll just say here, look, the least interesting thing we can do with technology is use it to present content. The least interesting way to use all this infrastructure, all this effort, is just to put content on a screen for kids. The most interesting thing we can do is use technology as a tool to help students be creators and problem solvers and collaborators, and really have it be a tool that we put in their hands to be in the driver's seat of the learning process. And so that's really the focus here, is how do we engage and motivate students, not by just presenting content to them, but really having them use the technology as a tool to transform their learning. So let me stop there. I want to be careful of the time that I'm taking, but I'll pass it over to Dr. Rhoda to talk us through the remaining parts of Section A.
Great, thank you. So Richard Collada covered Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Section A focuses on assessing students in a digital learning environment. And as Superintendent Gordon shared, it was Dr. Douglas Fisher, and Dr. Nancy Fry who developed the content for this section. This section is organized on the use of assessments, not only the use of assessments for learning, but it's organized around the assessment as learning and assessment of learning. It's important to note here that embedded throughout this chapter, it emphasizes the importance of the use of technology to assess students to determine the effectiveness of instruction, to help teachers understand the individual needs and supports, and to inform and individualize instruction to accelerate learning. Next slide. This chapter, Fostering Healthy, Equitable, and Inclusive Digital Communities, is the chapter that focuses on the importance of social emotional supports. And we were very fortunate to be able to tap into Dr. Larea Martinez, who is part of the statewide SEL social emotional learning team at CDE. And so we know that the content in this chapter is well aligned with the CDE efforts in this area. This chapter focuses on cultivating educator and student wellness with a strong emphasis on the importance of nurturing positive relationships in digital spaces. This chapter also focuses on infusing SEL support in online teaching and learning, and includes very specific strategies to support teachers to support their students in these virtual environments. By emphasizing SEL and well-being, we know that our schools can create virtual learning environments that are safe and inclusive, that support equitable outcomes for all students. So what I would like to do next is to introduce Dr. Joe Bowler from Stanford, who wrote and led the efforts with Kathy Williams in developing Section B. Before I turn this over to Dr. Bowler, I would like to emphasize that, again, both Sections B and Section C that focus on the standards guidance in both mathematics and ELA, these are sections that are relevant in any setting, and particularly as students return back to school in the fall. These are valuable resources to help teachers focus and plan instruction as they determine the best approach to accelerate learning for our students in this new environment. So with that, I am going to turn it over to Dr. Bowler.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning to the State Board. Thank you for your time. I am a professor of mathematics education at Stanford, and we're going to be thinking about maths for a while. So I hope you're excited. So the purpose of our section is in front of you, that we will be providing guidance about important mathematical ideas. And this is going to be a really important companion to the new mathematics framework. I'm one of the writers of that framework, so the two documents are very aligned. If we have the next slide. As Dr. Hirota said, we start with an overview of digital learning and then move into our giving advice about teaching and why we would want to teach through bigger ideas. And then we set out what I'll show you in a moment. Next slide, please. So this is an illustration that comes from the proposed mathematics framework. And our theme of that framework, although it's not really the theme that Fox News is picking up on, but the theme of our framework is that we want students investigating and connecting, investigating really interesting ideas. So not going through methods as textbooks often set out. And the investigations we've put into the framework, you see those three cross-cutting ideas. We want to make sense of the world. We want students to be possibly predicting what could happen, or even impact in the future with investigations that take on social justice issues. So that's the theme of the framework. If we could go to the next slide. What we say in the framework also is that mathematics is this subject of very few topics, but a lot of really rich connections between ideas. And unfortunately, when standards get made, those rich connections get separated as the content is set out for teachers. And our framework, and this document as well, is really highlighting that when we teach mathematics through this connected approach, paying attention to the connections between ideas, it's a much richer experience for students. So what we've done in our mathematics section, and I do see this as extremely valuable for teachers moving forward past this pandemic, in person or in digital learning. In fact, this is an initiative that I think we've needed in education for a long time, and I'm very, very excited about it. What we've done is we've taken, there are many, many standards in mathematics, and some of them are very prescriptive. What we've done is we've taken those standards and we've raised them to bigger ideas. And we know that the most effective teachers are actually those who teach to big ideas, who teach many sort of concepts inside rich activities. The mathematics framework talks about how important it is to teach to big ideas, but doesn't actually set out what they are. So this initiative was perfect because we were able to really think about, if we take the whole content of mathematics, all of the standards, and set it out in big connected ideas, what might that look like? So for every grade level, from TK up to grade 10, we have a network map. And you see an example from grade K in front of you, which sets out the big ideas and also the connections between them. So the bigger the node on that network map, the more connections there are with other ideas in that grade level. If we have the next standard. So these content connections are those that are set out in the framework as the big connecting content ideas. We worked with those content connections in working out big ideas. And as you can see, each big idea has a number of different standards that come together in really interesting and meaningful ways inside that big idea. And for each of those, if we have the next slide, there is a description. So we worked in mathematics a little differently to the ELA group. We didn't really have standards in mathematics that could serve as a priority that we really focus on this. Instead, we worked to bring together standards and to combine them. And so for each big idea, there's a description, and you see one in front of you for kindergarten there. And that really draws from those different standards. And then the next slide gives you an example of one of the vignettes we have in this document. So our vignettes focus on what it means to teach through these big ideas. And in this particular vignette, it involves a lovely technological resource called CodeApp that's free. Teachers are very excited about it. Gives students real data sets. So in this particular example, they have a data set on mammals, lots of interesting data. And you can see the students have asked the question, do large animals sleep more? And does size of the animal and the amount of sleep go together? And so they can ask questions and then look at data, plot it on graphs, actually can bring in a lot of those algebraic standards that ask students to look at different functions and describe them algebraically. So instead of teaching algebra as a set of methods that students go through out of context, these bigger ideas provide the resource for teachers to pull in different content inside these really meaningful activities. So I'm going to hand over now to Dr. Yob.
Thank you very much. Section C addresses English language arts, literacy, and English language development, teaching and learning. It provides information similar to Section B, information about digital learning in these subjects, whether it's online, whether it is blended or conducted in in-person settings fully. It presents standards and instructional guidance to support the continuum of learning from transitional kindergarten through grade 12, and it highlights critical areas of instructional focus for each grade level. It, like the map, it serves as a companion resource to the ELA literacy and ELD standards, as well as the ELA and ELD framework. Next slide, please. This, you can see Section C parallels Section B in its organization. It begins with a chapter on digital learning in English language arts, literacy, and ELD. It is followed by an introduction to the standards guidance. It then provides grade level standards guidance in chapters that are organized into grade spans. So for example, chapter 12 gives attention to transitional kindergarten through grade 1, chapter 13, grades 2 and 3, and so on through grade 12. Important to note here, that is included here are standards for English language arts, standards for literacy in history and social studies, standards for literacy in science and technical subjects, and standards for English language development. To be clear, the literacy standards in these subjects are just that, literacy standards. It is important that teachers of history, teachers of social studies, of science, and other subjects support student skills in reading, writing, speaking, and using the language of those disciplines. However, these literacy standards do not replace the content standards in these subjects. They supplement them and put a sharp focus on the literacy demands of different disciplines. Next slide, please. This slide we shared with you, something similar back in January. This slide displays the circles of implementation graphic that captures the big picture of ELA literacy and ELD instruction that's described in the framework. Thus, there is a rich alignment between these documents. It guided our organization of the standards in this document. Briefly, in the outer ring are the overarching goals of ELA literacy and ELD instruction. These are named. By the time California students complete high school, they have developed readiness for college, careers, and civic life. They've attained the capacities of literate individuals, which includes using technology and digital media strategically and capably. So again, another beautiful connection here. Students have acquired the skills for living and learning in the 21st century, which includes technological competence, global competencies, communication, collaboration, critical and creative thinking. Again, another beautiful connection. And that students have become broadly literate. The digital learning document that we have developed here, the draft that you've seen, enhances and enriches Californians' work toward ensuring the achievement of each of these goals in ELA, literacy, and ELD. In the center of the graphic are the grade level standards in reading, writing, listening, speaking, and language. These are the year-by-year pathway toward achieving those overarching goals in the outer ring. Embedded within those standards at the center are the ELD standards, which were designed to amplify areas of English language development that are crucial for academic learning. Circling the standards are the cross-cutting themes of the standards. These themes highlight the interconnections among reading, writing, listening, and speaking and language, and are critical areas of instructional focus. They help teachers think about the teaching and learning process in ELA literacy and ELD instruction. And these themes are meaning making, language development, effective expression, content knowledge, and foundational skills. Finally, the white field represents the context in which instruction occurs. It calls for instruction that is richly integrated, not only among those strands of the English language arts and ELD, but also across the content areas. The context is also should be motivating, engaging, and again, whether that's using digital, whether that's online, whether it's virtual, whether it is on ground, we want this for all kids in all settings. We want that context to be respectful of all learners, what they bring, what they value, who they are, what their interests are, etc. And we want it to be intellectually challenging for all students. This graphically, specifically those cross-cutting themes, provides the framework and organizing structure for our discussion of the standards, not only in the framework, ELA, ELD framework, but now in this document. So next slide, please. So again, here are the cross-cutting themes. The organization of the standards into these themes highlights their interrelationships and reflects an integrated model of instruction. For each grade level, we share key standards or clusters of standards for each of these themes. Thus, there are 5 charts for one for each of the 5 themes for each grade level. These, again, are the critical areas of instructional focus. Next slide, please. Here is an abbreviated example. We see part of one section in the critical area of meaning making for grade 4. Key standards in meaning making are identified in the column on the left, with standards that are closely related placed in the same cell. Here, the reading, writing, speaking, and listening standards each address the use of evidence, students' use of evidence as they write, students' ability to analyze the use of evidence by a speaker or by an author. The 2 ELD standards also in that column are ones that support students who are English learners in achieving those specific standards in ELA and literacy. In the column on the right, we include additional standards that can be addressed within the context of the key standards. The Maypole example that Dr. Darling Hammond provided earlier. In this column, we also include bulleted comments to clarify, contextualize, or emphasize an aspect of the standards, or to provide specific instructional guidance, or to tie in with issues of social emotional learning and issues of equity. Some of the standards in that first column are repeated across different theme charts. These appear in the same color throughout those theme charts. Repetition of these standards draws attention to their utility and their relationship to multiple themes. We're hopeful that teachers will find the organization of the standards helpful as they identify areas of instruction, as they plan, and as they work to ensure a continuity of learning in any setting, virtual, hybrid, and in the classroom. It's important to note here that all ELA and literacy standards are included for each grade level. Next slide, please. Included throughout this section are class spotlights, which provide examples of literacy instruction making use of digital media. This is an example from grade 4, again, much abbreviated on this slide. A class activity is described. Again, here is just an excerpt from one, and prominent themes and associated standards are identified. In this example, the teacher engages students in a learning experience that builds their content knowledge, supports their language development, and ensures meaning making. Interviews with California educators are also included in this section. So Nancy Hirota, I will turn it back over to you.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Bowler and Dr. Yap. So the last section of this document includes supplemental materials. And in the supplemental materials, there is a glossary of key terms and the references. We also have included Appendix A, which includes the literature review that was conducted by ISTE that I mentioned earlier. Appendix B includes an organized set of digital tools. These are the high quality, interactive online resources that were identified by teachers through these teacher interviews and identified by CUE as well as our advisory committee members. Appendix C organizes the resources that are identified in each of the 3 sections, sections A through B, and then Appendix D includes a mathematics rubric sample. Next slide. So what I'd like to discuss next is what we refer to as Phase 2, and that is the development of the final release of the California Digital Learning Integration and Standards Guidance. We recognize that this is a very robust and comprehensive document with over 500 pages. So our goal and our intent is to work collaboratively with ISTE, CUE, our CDE and SBE partners to develop a way for educators to access these resources in a way that is very user-friendly. So the ideas that we have been discussing include the development of a PDF document, which will be developed in the very near future in terms of organizing this content that will be organized by sections so that individuals don't have to go through a 500-page document. We're also looking at the possibility of creating an ebook version of this document as well. Other ideas that we are developing is the development of a website. And a website, in terms of the display of this document, will allow teachers to access this content in the very specific areas where they have great interest. It can be organized by not only subject area, but also by grade level. So we definitely are looking at ways of presenting this information in an online virtual format that will be readily accessible for our educators. Another area that we're exploring is the creation of videos. We feel that just as the vignettes and the educator interviews were helpful in bringing this information to life, video clips of teachers sharing highlights of these examples will really help teachers understand what this means in practice. Along with the final release of an online California Digital Learning Integration and Standards Guidance, we've also had discussions about how we disseminate this new resource across the state. So some of the key partners who we will be working with to disseminate this resource will be to work with the various committees of the California County Superintendent's Educational Services Association. They have a strong infrastructure to get this out to all county offices and districts throughout the 11 regions. We will also work with our geographic lead agencies and all of our statewide leads in the system of support to roll out this document and ensure that teachers have access to this new resource. And we will also work with other partners such as the California Subject Matter Project Leads, as well as ISTE. CUE certainly has an extensive listserv of educators throughout California that are focused on digital learning. And so we will tap into all of the partners who help to develop this guidance document to disseminate this information or this guidance document once it is fully developed. So with that, I would just like to say thank you for giving us the opportunity to share highlights. And I will now turn it back over to President Dr. Linda Darling-Hammond.
Thank you so much. What a great presentation and what a wonderful document. So at this point, we want the public comment slide to be displayed, I think. And we will open the phone line for the public comment queue. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item can do so by calling the telephone number and using the access code that is provided on the slide. While we're waiting for members of the public to call in, as liaison, I'll make a few comments, which I did earlier, but just to reinforce what a great contribution I think this is to our support systems for educators in the state. I do want to see if there are any clarifying questions from members of the board before we take public comment. So let me see if there are any clarifying questions from members of the board. Please raise your hand if you have any. And I am not yet seeing any. I have to scroll in order to be sure. All right. Seeing no clarifying questions, then we'll go ahead and open up the queue for public comment, and then we'll come back for board discussion. Are there any public comments?
Yes, at this time we have 4 in our queue. And just a point of clarification, I believe the slide has a pound at the end that should not be there. So
thank you.
Disregard the pound. Speaker, you are the first in line. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Morning. My name is Agustin Argiles. On behalf of the California Emerging Technology Fund, I would like to commend you in developing this guidance and commend your overall efforts to support a successful transition to digital learning by all California teachers and students. This guidance is a monumental step in an essential effort that will require collaboration from all experienced partners from across California. My organization, CETF, is committed to continuing to work to close the digital divide in California. by assisting low-income Californians to access affordable home internet offers, as referenced in the guidance. We're also committed to continue to implement our school-to-home strategic initiative, which has helped some of California's most underserved schools to successfully integrate technology into the teaching and learning and deep parent engagement collaboration with working with innovative district leaders and organizations such as the Silicon Valley Education Foundation and Families in Schools.
Thank you.
And I want to take this opportunity to reiterate our willingness to collaborate with the board on the implementation.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
My name is Jessica Parker from the Exploratorium. I want to say good morning to President Darlene Hammond and members of the board. The Exploratorium manages the K-12 Science Leader Network. The network provides hands-on professional learning and networking opportunities for classroom teachers and teacher leaders across the state. In 2020, the network pivoted to conduct its work online and to address the need for robust science resources that can be delivered via digital and online learning platforms. We joined 7 other organizations in a letter to commend the work of the California Digital Learning Integration and Standards Guide and urge the board and CDE to develop similar support for science. This is especially important as California educators continue implementation of the next generation science standards. We stand ready to assist in this work. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
My name is Marta Hernandez, Executive Director of Californians Together and member of the Distance Learning Advisory Committee, and we support the adoption of the California Digital Integration and Standards Guidance, which provides support for effective engaging online, blended, as well as in-person instruction. We really appreciate the bringing together of the amazing team of content area experts and the focus on those student groups who are most impacted by the pandemic. We also appreciate the centering of the ELA-ELD framework and the integrated model of literacy instruction with the cross-cutting themes and the connection to the ELD standards, as well as the use of the English Learner Roadmap as a foundational document in the section meeting the needs for English learners. The inclusion of a vignette focus on newcomers highlights the need to address the different typologies of English learners. In a particular note, the needs of English learners are addressed in the mathematics and ELA, ELD sections, and so we urge the adoption of this important guidance document for the field. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Dee, and I'm with the Silicon Valley Education Foundation. On behalf of our foundation, I would like to thank you for highlighting the digital learning and technology integrations for all California teachers and students. And at SVEF, we are committed to deliver and advocate for STEM education that's inspire underserved students to succeed in college and career. We're also a proud partner with the California Emerging Technology Fund to close the digital gap in the Northern California by running the School to Home initiative, which targets underperforming middle school to assist low-income families to access affordable home internet at reference in your digital learning integrations and standards guidance. I would like to emphasize our commitment to support you and seek for an opportunity to share our success stories and insights since the pandemic as we collectively working together to close the vulnerable students' achievement gap. And we look forward to sharing these resources with you at a future meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Good morning, Dr. Darlene Hammond and State Board members. Diana Vu on behalf of the Association of California School Administrators. ACSA appreciates the time, effort, and thought has been put into developing the guidance. Although ACSA believes the majority of students are best served through in-person instruction, it is also true that some students may need high-quality, equitable educational options, including virtual learning. To that end, LEAs have improved upon virtual learning using hard-won lessons from the past year. With additional assistance from the guidance, LEAs will be in the best position to meet the diverse needs of their communities. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi, this is Leticia Garcia on behalf of educational leaders in Riverside County who collectively serve more than 430,000 students. We support CDE's recommendation to adopt the draft California Digital Learning Integration and Standards Guidance. During distance learning, our school districts and educators have learned a great deal about new and innovative methods and strategies to serve students. We have learned that distance learning is a tenable option, not only to augment classroom learning, but for some students, it's the best option for achieving their educational goals. The guidance will provide schools with a roadmap for success, with the opportunity to re-envision the educational system and take steps to build a more equitable learning environment for students using technology. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Good morning, Dr. Hammond and board members. My name is Lucero Chavez, and I'm the Policy Associate with the Parent Institute for Quality Education. We're a national family engagement organization based in California, working to empower parents and strengthen collaboration between families and schools. We would like to thank the board for including language in the California Digital Integration Standards Guidance, capturing the importance of teacher-family partnership to ensure success of our students. And we thank you for your work and urge you to keep our families and their students in mind as you serve this community. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Good morning, President Darling Hammond and members of the Board of Education. This is Sonal Patel, and I'm the Digital Learning and Innovation Coordinator for San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools. It was a pleasure to be a member of the Distance Learning Committee, focusing in particular on Section A of the guide. I want to say what a great honor it was to work collaboratively with such esteemed colleagues, including Dr. Nancy Hirota and ISTE leaders. Together, we were able to provide insights and expertise in the area of meaningful and purposeful digital learning and blended and online learning practices. The team did an incredible job of including educator insights and vignettes from all over California. The adoption of the guide will support pedagogical practices that are inclusive as well as equitable access and opportunities for all students. San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools applauds the State Board of Education and the CDE for its work on supporting educators and administrators. We are looking forward to continuing this work.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Laura Wasco, representing the California Association of Suburban School Districts. We want to thank the Department of Education, practitioners, and the State Board of Education for creating and improving the California Digital Learning Integration and Standards Guidance. The document is well done. It provides valuable information for educators across all subject areas, mathematics, ELA, and ELD, and recognizes the connections and the other content areas. Given the diversities of students and their experiences during the pandemic, schools are engaging parents and students to learn what instructional programs are the choice for the 2021-22 school year. We believe some families will choose to continue in a virtual learning option. This guidance is timely and will resonate with educators and system leaders who are striving to engage the students in learning in a variety of ways, including the use of technology. Thank you for moving this important issue forward.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Good morning, President Darling Hammond and board members. This is Liz Guillen of Public Advocates for the Equity Coalition. We commend Scully's outreach efforts for the Digital Learning Guide. In particular, it captures youth voice and experience, especially around the importance of centering relationships, recognizing that many of the issues students are facing outside of school have a direct impact on their school experience. We also appreciate the effort to capture parents' experience with distance learning and commend the guide's inclusion of a comprehensive view of the role of literacy in reducing language barriers. We recommend strengthening the guide to include references to recent state law clarifications that laptop computers and devices that provide internet access are required, not just obvious, to meet the instructional material sufficiency threshold in California's law governing access to instructional materials. This would properly reinforce the message in the Equity and Access chapter on the critical role of adequate access to digital devices and connectivity. Thank you.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Good morning, Jessica Sacco on behalf of Children Now. I appreciate very much the Sacramento County Office of Education's leadership and effort to outreach to so many stakeholders and rely on the expertise of ISTQ and the writers from the framework, as well as Education Trust West and parent and family groups. I encourage your support and adoption of this guidance document today. We really do think that the document provides a great opportunity to help schools and teachers reimagine and rebuild more equitably, and that even though many are returning to classrooms, as has been noted, it is going to change, and this document continues to maintain its applicability. I especially would like to call out and thank the work done around attending to the needs of our English learners, including relying on existing resources such as the English Learner Roadmap, as well as the ELA-ELD framework. I would also like to thank you for...
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Good morning, President Darlene Hammond, State Board members, colleagues, and guests watching and listening. My name is Dr. Lauren Lemons-Odell. I am Associate Superintendent of Curriculum, Instruction, and Professional Development for Modesto City Schools. I had the privilege to support this work in the advisory committee representing local education agencies. This work is absolutely critical for us to move forward as we provide the needed supports for teachers and staff, as they will provide digital learning to the scholars of California. This framework will guide staff not only in large-scale planning, but classroom-based instructional decisions that must be made day to day. I believe we see now that the digital distance learning will not go away just as we move back to brick and mortar buildings this fall, hopefully, but we must continue to increase our skill set and understanding of digital learning to best support each and every one of our scholars. I'd like to thank the entire team that took on this great endeavor. It was the right work to do for our children of California.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Caller, you're live. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Thank you, callers. This concludes public comment.
Thank you very much. And I'm now going to open the floor for board discussion. I want to let you know that my participant list requires scrolling up and down. So if I miss you, I will catch up with you eventually as you raise your hand. So it's a little bit more awkward this morning. Who would like to start us off? I see Member Rucker and then Member Glover Woods and Member Strauss. Member Rucker.
Okay, thank you very much. I want to say, first of all, thank you to the team from the Sacramento County Office of Education for this very excellent work. And I also really want to acknowledge and thank all of the stakeholder organizations and representatives that called today to share your comments and your support for this very important work. I especially want to call out the comments from Liz Guillen, as well as from Augustine Ergeles from the California Emergency Technology Fund. Both of them make the point that California is on the cusp of not only doing something significant and important, but also California, with the news that was announced by Dr. Darlene Hammond at the opening of our board meeting today, California has an opportunity to show that resources well spent will make a difference. It's important for me to say that at this exact moment, primarily because among all of these stakeholders, both CTEF and the work that Liz Guillen has been doing with a lot of schools and districts, CTEF has an experience of a decade of experience working with education leaders, teachers, and parents to help more than 40 schools in high poverty neighborhoods to integrate technology into teaching, learning, and parent engagement. Their school to home project that he mentioned briefly is a comprehensive technology intervention, and it's funded, interestingly enough, not out of the Department of Education, but out of the Public Utilities Commission. So they are doing some very important work in these programs, integrating the components that you've identified in the draft guidance, but they have created a learning community among the teachers and the parents and the students and administrators in these schools. And the one thing that they understand very clearly is that these schools require a significant amount of capacity building and leadership development to address these long-standing inequities about the digital divide that Liz Guillen spoke to. And I had the opportunity, along with Eileen Strauss, to talk to Dr. Hirota. I'm sorry, Nancy, I didn't mean to speak to you familiarly. To speak with Dr. Hirota and her team about the guidance and about the next steps in phase 2. And one of the things that I stressed is that it's going to be critically important to center around the experiences of those schools, to talk to those teachers and those programs, to create learning vignettes that show not just what success looks like, but what struggling looks like and what they learned from those struggles. And so we have here a team of folks and a program that has a long-standing publicly funded record from another public California agency that's been doing this work for 10 years. There's an opportunity here to pair the work that you're going to be doing going forward in phase 2 with the work that they are undertaking and do that critical learning and present it in front of the entire education community in a way that we truly can learn from, but also to give people a real working picture of what the digital divide looks like and what it means to close that digital divide and provide those critical kinds of supports in communities that we often don't think about or that we gloss over with one broad brush stroke. So I'm very excited to see this work. I'm very thankful and appreciative of the opportunity to preview the guidance and give feedback as Eileen and I were asked to do. And I'm so pleased and so excited with the work you all did. So my hearty congratulations to what you did today and the accomplishment this represents. But this is just an important first step. There's a lot of other very important next steps to come. Because if we do it well, we will show that this works well. If we don't do it well, we can prove it's another lovely thing that can sit on the shelf and collect dust. So thank you so very much for the work you've done and for the partnerships that you are actively going to seek out and engage with.
I'm muted. Member Glover Woods.
Thank you, President Darling Hammond, and good morning, everyone. Happy Teacher Appreciation Month, most definitely. I just wanted to echo much gratitude to Sacramento County Office of Education, CDE, all of the organizations and LEAs that worked so collaboratively in developing this guidance. I think one of the speakers said a little earlier that we definitely have a missed opportunity if our students return to in-person classroom instruction, and instruction looks the same way it did when they left back in March of 2020. And this guidance document is a great first step in ensuring that digital learning is effectively incorporated into in-classroom learning, but also provides that opportunity for students and families who feel that a virtual environment is the most conducive for their benefit. So it's just exciting to see all the thoughts that have gone into this, the content experts that have lent their expertise into the development. And I just want to underscore the importance of phase 2. Dr. Hirota spoke a little bit about that, but it really is, now that we have this draft document, now that it will be available in so many different iterations, if you will, getting that information out to the field, to the school sites, to classroom teachers, so that they are able to use it in instructing students. So quite excited to see what the next steps are and how this can even integrate with some of the other subject areas as well. Thank you.
I keep remuting myself. Member Strauss.
So first I want to thank Sacramento County leadership team and all of the writers. As Member Rucker and Member Glover-Woods said, I mean, first of all, not only the amazing work, but your presentation today. I loved your energy and your commitment and the just excitement about the next steps in teaching and learning. And I just want to acknowledge that the next phase is just as critical because, as we know, everybody has learned a lot. I would just say, as someone who learned how to teach on Zoom, the challenges are tremendous, the energy that it takes, and the reality is that we can move forward in a different way. And I appreciated Dr. Hirota talking about the plans to collaborate with SECESA and all of our other partners, because the rollout will be really important. A lot of agencies have created a lot of digital learning guides. There's so much material out there for teachers and leaders. We have to help them get their heads around how to integrate this. And I would just say, when you read the document, as Member Rucker and I were fortunate to be collaborators on a review, the vignettes and the stories that teachers told about what they did in their classroom, the platforms they used, the way they organized teaching and learning can really help inform teaching practice going forward, and also teacher training. And we're going to be looking at a lot of new teachers over the next 5 to 10 years, and this would be an opportunity to really improve core pedagogy training going forward when we're in the classroom. And so it's a huge resource, but like I said, I think it's 500 pages. With all of it, I am excited that it's going to be digital, that it'll have broken into several parts, and there'll be a website for it. But we're going to actually have to help people get their heads around how to stop for a minute, take a look at it, and integrate to what they're doing. So I appreciate so much the funding that we had to do this, the amazing short timeline this team had, and I believe that this was all done remotely, and the energy now going forward as we reimagine and have a restart this fall. So again, thank you for the effort, and I look forward to the next chapter as well. And I'm excited for our students and our teachers going forward with this. And my last comment would be, I appreciate that we are in the editing process of the math framework that Professor Bowler has been so much a part of, and Member Rucker and I as part of IQC support. And just to comment that if there are any edits made in the framework, then this will reflect the most up-to-date when it's finalized. Thank you.
Terrific. And Member Rodriguez.
Thank you so much, President Darling Hammond. And I would like to echo everything that's been said about the collaboration that went into this. It's so complete. As I was reading this, through the lens of a teacher and thinking about my students, I thought, wow, everything, and I'm sure there's always something that will come up later that can be an addendum, but everything that I can think about that we would need going forward, and some of the best practices that have been used with my colleagues and myself are listed in here. And I especially want to point out two things that I really appreciate, and that is the understanding foster children, because I have a few students who are foster children, and there are very special circumstances, and the guidance for teachers to be able to advocate and how to connect them with county offices of education. So I really appreciate that. And also the assessment for learning, because assessment is something that we have to constantly, we have to do it on a daily basis as teachers. And I remember at a conference a few years back, President Darling Hammond was speaking, and she said, when students don't get something, we don't teach it faster, right? We have to, it's not like they're going to get it if we just pick up the pace. And that really struck with me, because some things are a lot easier to explain, right? But some concepts, we really have to stand back and make sure that students have those all along the way before we move forward. And then lastly, Dr. Bowler, your incorporation of the inquiry and looking at the big picture is, I think personally it's a wonderful way to teach, and I appreciated your presentation on that and everybody else's presentations. Thank you so much for having been so thorough and thoughtful.
Okay, I don't see other hands. I'll just add, you can see the excitement of everybody who's taken the time to read this. It's not usually the kind of thing where you say, oh, I've got a 500-page document to read, I can hardly wait. But when you open it, it actually is a page turner. It is gripping. It is really vivid and rooted in classrooms and thoughtful about the ideas and the concepts and the pedagogies. And I can see it being a great tool in teacher education and professional development, as well as for teachers in their classrooms. So we're all, those of us who've opened that first page, they say the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. That is also true about this kind of a document. Look at that first page, and I guarantee you will be drawn forward. And we should think about how to really make this accessible and usable in the field. Teachers will find it helpful, as will curriculum leaders and professional developers and teacher educators and others. So we're excited to have it. It's going to be a great resource in the field. I think at this point, if there are no other comments, we could take a motion. Member Rodriguez, are you raising your hand to make a motion?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead. Move adoption?
Yes. Oops. Move for adoption.
Okay.
I will second. This is Member Rucker. I will second.
All right, great. We'll now hold a roll call vote. Brooks, are you able to call the roll?
Yes. Member Sun.
Aye.
Vice President Strauss.
Yes.
Member Rucker.
Yes, absolutely.
Member Rodriguez.
Yes.
Member Patillo-Brownson.
Yes.
Member Navo.
Yes.
Member McQuillan.
Yes.
Member Glover Woods.
Yes.
Member Fatah.
Yes.
President Darling Hammond.
Yes.
Member Burr.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Terrific. Thank you very much. And thank you, Shanine and Dr. Gordon and everyone else who presented. It was a wonderful way to start the day. And with that, I'm going to take this opportunity to call a brief break. It is 10:12. Let's try to come back no later than 10:30. And when you do come back, Vice President Strauss will have the gavel. And I'll see you all soon.
Back from a well-deserved break, which we will try to do periodically throughout our day. We're going to establish a quorum again, so I'll have Judy Size call the roll.
Member Sun?
Here.
Vice President Strauss?
Here.
Member Rucker?
Here.
Member Rodriguez?
Here.
Member Patillo-Brownson?
Here.
Member Navo?
Here.
Member McQuillan?
Present.
Member Glover Woods?
Here.
Member Fatah?
Here.
President Darling Hammond? Absent. And Member Burr?
Here.
Okay, we have a quorum.
Thank you. So we're now going to go to item 3 is the approval of the proposed 2021 apportionment rates for the California Assessment of Student Performance and Progress and the English Language Proficiency Assessments for California, and an update of our program activities. So we're going to look at a presentation by Mao Wang from the Department of Ed, looking at both the apportionment rates as provided in Table 1 of Attachment 2, and the rates for the LPAC tests administered in Table 2 of Attachment 2. So at this time, I'm turning it over to Mao. Thank you for being with us and for presenting on this item.
Thank you. Let me just share my presentation first. Well, good morning. Thank you for having me today. Chief Deputy Gregson, Vice President Strauss, and esteemed members. As mentioned, I'm Mao Vang, the Director for the Assessment Development and Administration Division at the California Department of Education. I have with me Marianne Arcella from ETS and Tony Alpert, and the Executive Director for the Smarter Balanced Assessment Consortium, to help with any questions later in my presentation. Before I go into the item before you, I would like to continue the teacher appreciation by remembering one of my favorite teachers, Mrs. Lloyd, my fourth grade teacher, who taught me the states and capitals and instilled in me the wonder about what a vast and beautiful country we live in. So moving along with the item before you, it is an item that is both an action and an information item. And in today's presentation, I will cover and provide an overview of the California Department of Education's recommendation for approval. I will highlight the spring test administration update for you, and provide additional program updates and circle back to the CDE recommendation toward the end of the presentation. The CDE recommendation, as background for the recommendation, is really rooted in Education Code Section 60641L1 and 60810A3, which require that the state Superintendent of Public Instruction apportion funds to local educational agencies for the administration of the California Assessment of Student Performance and Progress, or CASP, and the English Language Proficiency Assessments for California, or LPAC. And this will enable local educational agencies to administer the assessments. So the CDE recommends that the California State Board of Education approve the following: the 2020-21 school year per pupil apportionment rates for the California Assessment of Student Performance and Progress, CASP tests administered as part of the CASP system as provided in Table 1 of Attachment 2 of the item, and the 2020-21 school year per pupil apportionment rates for the English language proficiency assessments for California, tests that are administered as provided in Table 2 of Attachment 2 of the item. And I will explain further the details in the next two slides. So under CASP, we have the proposed 2021 CASP apportionment rates. So for the 2020-21 school year, for the Smarter Balanced summative assessments for English language arts, literacy, or ELA and mathematics, the apportionment rate is $4. And the California Science Test, the rate is $2. The California Spanish Assessment, the rate is $5. And for the California Alternate Assessments, or CAAs for English Language Arts and Mathematics, it's $5. And the California Assessment for Science, Alternate Assessment for Science, is an additional $5. For the Grade 2 Diagnostic Assessments for ELA or Mathematics, we apportion $2.52 as the rate. And then students not tested due to a medical emergency or parent guardian exemptions, an apportionment rate is $1. In addition, for the current year, if it's not viable to administer the summative assessment for CASP, students who are not tested will be apportioned the $1 rate as the exempt students. For the proposed LPAC apportionment rates, the CDE recommends that the SB approve the following rates as administered in LPAC during the school year 2020-21. So for the initial LPAC, which for kindergarten through grade 2, which are one-on-one administrations, the rate is $5.50. And the initial for LPAC for grades 3 through 12 is $5. And then the initial rotating score validation process for kindergarten through grade 12, a subset of students are identified for read behind score validation, and we add an additional 50 cents for that purpose. And then for the summative LPAC kindergarten through grade 2, the one-on-one administration is $5.50. And then summative LPAC for grades 3 through 12 is $5 is the rate. So these are the same rates, for the LPAC as approved by the SBE last school year from March 2020. The exception is that the only exception is that the CD recommends an increase of 50 cents for the grade 2 for the initial LPAC, as this assessment has moved online and is now required to be administered one-on-one like the other kindergarten and grade 1. So in terms of LPAC, there are no exempt option for the LPAC. So again, I will circle back to the recommendation toward the end of the presentation for any questions, and I will move on to provide you an update on the spring test administration. So to highlight and provide some context and background, in April 2021, last month, the U.S. Department of Education, or ED, confirmed or responded to California's plan for spring assessments. And ED confirmed its position that a waiver is not needed based on their understanding that California is administering all of our required assessments this spring, and that all school districts will be required to administer statewide assessments except in instances where the state concludes it's not viable to administer the assessment due to the pandemic. So just highlighting our communication with the U.S. Department of Education. And in doing that, in order to exercise the flexibility granted, the 2020 spring test administration flexibility guidelines will include that California will continue to provide all of the summative LPAC and CASP statewide assessments. And for the summative LPAC, it must be administered to all English learners in person or remotely. For the Smarter Balance summative assessments for English language arts and mathematics, if it is not viable for the LEA to administer the assessments in person or remotely, the LEA may report results from a different assessment that meets the criteria established by the SBE on the March 16th meeting. So given that California is a large state with over 2,000 unique local educational agencies, the CDE and SBE are anticipating some of the considerations for viability, but there may be others that are unique to LEAs. So since California summative assessments are all online assessments, some considerations for viability may include devices that may not have access to secure browsers or access to a stable broadband and adequate bandwidth to access the tests, and or devices that may not be managed by the district, all of which can impact the capacity for proctoring and monitoring remotely. Another area is student experience and access, such as children's degree of experience with an online assessment platform. And some students may have requirements for embedded accessibility supports and resources. Additional considerations for viability may be the amount of time schools have been providing full in-person instruction, taking into consideration staff and student needs, and instructional model transitions due to COVID-19, as well as any local pandemic-related factors that are unique to the LEA. So moving along, I will provide an update on the statewide testing window extension. During the State Board of Education meeting on March 17th, the State Board of Education recommended the extension of the statewide testing window to July 30, 2021 for both the CASP and the LPAC administrations. The CDE received approval from the Office of Administrative Law on April 7th, 2021 for both the CASP and LPAC emergency regulations for the extension of the statewide testing window. So for LEAs that would like or need to extend their testing window, they should contact our California Technical Assistance Center, and I will provide that contact information in the next slide. So in terms of spring test administrations, how are we doing in terms of ongoing support? We are working alongside our assessment contractor, ETS, and our assessment staff at the CDE. We've been providing consistent support in terms of continue to support the office hours and coffee sessions. These are weekly meetings that we have with the local educational agency staff, and also anyone from the public can join these meetings just to give an update on a regular basis and to have a two-way communication. And we have developed a clarification through frequently asked questions on the COVID-19 assessment FAQ webpage in order to assist local educational agencies through this process. And here, continue to provide the California Technical Assistance Center, where LEA staff may contact either them by either email at caltac@ets.org or by phone, the 1-800-955-2954 number. And local educational agencies would, again, if they would like to extend their testing window, if they have any questions, they could contact the California Technical Assistance Center, and they will provide any support that is needed. So in the assessment division, we have a lot of program development ongoing. So I'd like to just highlight some current key activities and resources for the CASP program for you. So as mentioned earlier, the California Science Test, or CAST, here is one assessment under the CASP umbrella. And one resource to highlight is the CAST Constructive Response Annotated Example Guides. These are practice test constructive response annotated example guides, and they're available now on the online practice test scoring guides and directions for administration webpage. And the guides include 18 descriptive annotations, and one annotated example guide is provided for each of the 3 grade levels. Just a reminder that the CAST is administered at grades 5, 8, and once in high school. And in addition, each guide contains 2 constructive response prompts, and each prompt has 9 sample answers, 3 at each score point, like at 0, 1, and 2. These annotated examples assist educators in developing their own constructive response items for use in the classroom, and to help students and educators in understanding how to respond to CAST constructive response items. An activity that occurred with the CAST recently is the testing company did conduct a CAST range finding meeting in April. Range finding is a process, or the process that we involve California educators in the scoring of student responses to CAST constructive response item types. And these are the non-scorable field test items. California educators participated in that. And really for range finding, we need a minimum of about 500 student responses are required to conduct this range finding event for each prompt. And for current testing levels did allow for us to conduct the range finding for the high school constructive response items, and that's what occurred in April. So if sufficient number of students have taken the assessment going forward, ETS will conduct a virtual CAST data review meeting in California with California science educators that is scheduled for June 29th through July 1st of this year. And the meeting, again, will take place during the meeting. The participants will review performance data on the field test items. So another update is with the California Alternate Assessment for Science. We're going to give you an update on the Science Administration Planning Guides. The guides are to assist the field in early planning. We will be posting the 2021-22 CAA for Science Administration Planning Guides on the CASP webpage. And these guides provide LEAs with a testing planner to assist them in planning when to administer the 4 embedded performance tasks within their instructional calendar throughout the year. Schools are assigned one of 4 versions, and all grade levels within a school have the same version assignment. Okay, continuing on with updates. Another science information is that I will provide you a quick update on our continuing work with California educators to build the formative assessment instructional resources that are aligned to with the California Next Generation Science Standards or California NGSS. All of the instructional resources developed through this effort are housed in the Tools for Teachers website. And as a reminder, the Tools for Teachers is the repository of high quality formative assessment instructional resources designed by teachers, including California teachers, as part of our consortium with Smarter Balance. And access to the Tools for Teachers website is available to all California LEA staff, and it includes hundreds of lessons aligned with the California English Language Arts Literacy and Mathematics Standards, and now includes lessons aligned with the California NGSS. So to date, 23 science lessons for kindergarten through grade 5 have been posted to the Tools for Teachers website. And these lessons were developed during virtual workshops with teachers hosted by the CDE in spring of 2020. So I'm happy to announce that this spring in 2021, the CDE will once again collaborate with teachers from across the state to develop additional science resources and lessons. And starting on May 17th, staff from our assessment office, science office, and the interim and formative assessment office will lead a 4-week virtual collaboration effort to support teachers in developing additional science resources for the elementary grades. So every lesson in Tools for Teachers includes embedded formative assessment strategies, accessibility strategies aligned with assessment standards, and ideas for differentiated instruction. And I'll continue to update you on the development of these formative assessment science resources in future SBE meetings. Now I will transition to the update on federal peer review for the CASP. So federal assessment peer review is the process through which a state demonstrates its assessments meet federal law and requirements under the Every Student Succeeds Act. So states must submit evidence about the development and first administrations of their assessments. California has previously submitted evidence for our ELA and mathematics assessments, and we submitted additional evidence for these assessments last December. And going forward, the California Science Test, or CASP, will be the next assessment that we will be submitting evidence for this peer review process. And the next topic in terms of updates under CASP is the CASP Independent Evaluation Reports. Pursuant to Education Code 60649, the Human Resources Research Organization, or HUMRO, has acted as the independent evaluator of the CASP system to provide objective technical advice and consultation on activities supporting the implementation of the CASP system. So the CDE has contracted with HUMRO in July 2018 to conduct an independent 3-year evaluation of the CASP. And the second such contract this is the second such contract since the implementation of CASP. So the scope of the current independent evaluation was to conduct 3 research studies. The instruction and student learning case study, the California Science Test Alignment Study, and the California Alternate Assessment for Science Alignment Study. The CDE and our testing contractor received valuable and actionable feedback based on this evaluation work, including areas for improvement and best practices occurring in the local educational agencies. HUMRO has completed its annual report for evaluation activities and a comprehensive final report summarizing the evaluations completed during the contract term. These reports are posted at our on the CASP Technical Reports and Studies webpage at the CDE's website. So that summarizes some recent updates about the CASP, and I'm gonna transition to give you a quick update on the initial LPAC updates. So because there are still some uncertainty about whether or not schools will fully return to in-person instruction this fall, although there is a very desire to do so, the CDE will continue to provide the options for LEAs to administer the initial LPAC in person and remotely for the 2021-22 school year. So as a reminder, the initial LPAC is used to determine English language proficiency of students entering California schools for the first time, whose home language survey indicate a language other than English. And identifying students who need help learning English is important so students get the support they need to do well in school while receiving instruction in all school subjects. And annually, the initial LPAC administration window opens in July. And for the 2021-22 school year, it will open on July 6th. So so in light of this decision to continue to offer in-person and remote test administration options, training for the administration of the initial LPAC is being developed in a virtual format similar to last year's. Videos associated with this training, in addition to multiple training resources, became available on April 12 through our Moodle training site. And the Sacramento County Office of Education will be hosting 2 virtual office hour sessions in May and August to provide local educational agencies with additional support. And then our county offices of education throughout the state partners with all of our other county offices of education throughout California. And they're also hosting general and regional workshops to provide local educational agencies in their region with additional support. So having covered the update on that, I will turn to some upcoming professional development opportunities the CDE will offer to assist local educational staff in understanding and using the Smarter Balance in interim assessments, as well as the formative assessment process to support teaching and learning. Just to highlight that this May and June, the Sacramento County Office of Education, our partner to do the trainings, is conducting the Train the Trainer workshops to support staff from county offices of education across the state and delivering the hand scoring training within their region of the state. And there are 4 workshops being offered, 1 focused on English language arts and 2 focused on mathematics. Each workshop consists of 4-hour hand scoring training, followed by a 2-hour session on a separate day to provide guidance on delivering hand scoring training to teachers. And the county offices of education have been encouraged to participate as a team of ELA mathematics and assessment staff to attend this training to increase their capacity to conduct subsequent hand scoring trainings for teachers in their regions. And then this summer and fall, the interim informative assessment training series is being conducted by ETS and West Ed on behalf of the CDE. They will offer the interim informative assessment training series for teachers and other local educational agency staff who work directly with students. And this will be a three-module series of online trainings. And each module will have a unique focus. For example, Module 1 will focus on the purposes of different types of assessments, including formative assessment and such resources as tools for teachers and how they work together to support learning. And then in Module 2, we'll focus on how the Smarter Balanced interim assessments can be used for classroom application. And Module 3 will focus on using hand scoring to analyze interim assessment written responses, understanding expectations, and determine next steps for supporting learning. So each module in this live online training series will be offered multiple times between July and November of this year. In addition, each module is designed to be independent of the other modules, so educators can customize their participation on the basis of the area or areas in which they want to further their professional development. And that summarizes the bulk of the assessment updates. I just want to remind you about following us on current updates in the CDE assessment Twitter handle here. And that concludes my presentation. I will turn it back to you, Vice President Strauss. I have for next steps.
Do you want, okay, thank you, Mal. So much for, you guys have been working so hard to try to manage all the requirements in a really tough time for us in schools. So at this time, I would like you to put the slide up for public comment, and members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item can do so by calling the telephone number and using the access code provided on the slide that is shown now. But while we're waiting for the members of the public to call in, I'd like to ask Member Sung, who's our assessment liaison, if she has any initial comments before. Then we'll ask board members if they want to ask one clarifying question, then we'll go to public comment and then come back for board discussion. And then board members, I'll just remind you to raise your hand in the participant panel of Zoom if you have any clarifying questions. And I think Judy will help me keep track of the hands, but I'll watch it as well. So Member Sung, I'll turn over to you for any comments first, and then to any board members for clarifying questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to echo your comments, Vice President Stroud, that thanking Mao and her team for continuing on through this very challenging time. And, you know, you can see that from the updates that the work continues and continues in a quality way with lots of communication to the field. I believe that we will get a little bit more information as the division is sending out a survey or some sort of to seek information from LEAs on what kinds of assessments are going to be given or have been given this spring. So we'll have more discussion of this in our next couple of meetings.
Thank you, Member Sung. Do we have any clarifying questions from board members before we go to public comments? I'm looking and I don't see any hands raised at this time. So I'll give you one more minute. And then of course, we'll come back for a board discussion. So on the public comments, we encourage you to state your name and affiliation for the record. Remember to turn down your speaker volume of any computer that you have that if you're following our live feed, and remind you that you will be limited to 1 minute each. So do we have any public comments for item 3?
There are no public comments at this time.
Oh, thank you very much. Okay, so board members, I'll turn back for any comments or discussion before we look at any action. Member Navo?
Thank you, Vice President Strauss. The assessment division has its hands full, Mao, and I appreciate all your hard work, and I appreciate the details that you put into going over science, as we've heard in our prior call, that they are keenly aware that they want to be involved, and I appreciate just the emphasis and the explanation about what's going on there. And I just want to echo Board Member Sun's comment that it will be interesting to hear how local LEAs are assessing, how we are thinking about curating those assessments and reporting those assessments out. As you had stated in slide 8, so many LEAs and a varied amount of assessments. It will be interesting to hear that conversation. So I appreciate that, Board Member Sun, bringing that up. And now thank you for the very very informational presentation. Thank you.
So do we have any other board member comments? I do know some districts are giving the CASP and some are using their local assessments. It'll be really interesting, I think, on our next steps of the discussion on the survey, because I know it's been a local discussion as people are returning in different formats. So I don't see any more hands raised. So let me go back to the CDE recommendation and see if we have a motion. The CDE, if you look on the screen, recommends that we approve two things: the 2021 school year pupil apportionment rates for the CASP test administered as provided in Table 1 of Attachment 2, and the 2021 school year pupil apportionment rates for the LPAC test administered that are provided in Table 2 of Attachment 2. So do I have a motion and a second?
I'll go ahead and make that motion.
Thank you, Member Sung. Second?
Second.
Member Navo seconded it. So Judy, will you call the roll call vote, please?
Yes. Member Sun?
Aye.
Member Vice President Strauss?
Yes.
Member Rucker?
Yes.
Member Rodriguez?
Yes.
Member Patillo Bronson?
Yes.
Member Navo?
Yes.
Member McQuillan?
Yes.
Member Glover Woods?
Yes.
Member Fatah?
Yes.
And Member Burr?
Aye.
Okay, the motion carries.
So thank you, Mao and your team, and for the board and the staff that all worked to get us to this point. So we actually think that we've earned another 10-minute break. So I know these Zoom meetings are really tough and we've been all sitting too long. So I remember to have you turn off your microphone and your camera. We will be back at, let's say, in 10, how about 11:20? Please take this time to stretch. Really appreciate everyone staying focused on all your Zoom calls, and we'll see you back in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Yes, I can. Member Sun?
Here.
Member Vice President Strauss?
Here.
Member Rucker?
Here.
Member Rodriguez? Member Patillo Bronson?
Here.
Member Navo?
Here.
Member McQuillan?
Here.
Member Glover Woods?
Here.
Member Fatah?
Here.
And Member Burr?
Here.
Okay, we have a quorum.
Thank you. So we're going to start with item 4, which is an update on the implementation of the integrated local, state, and federal accountability and continuous improvement system. We have recommended action, but before I talk about the recommended action and we have the presentation, we want to announce that this is the last meeting for 2 of our colleagues from the California Department of Education, both of whom have played a critical role in our accountability work, and they're part of this item today. And so we want to really just acknowledge first Barbara Murchison. Barb has been with the department since April of 2010, so 11 years. And during her time, she served in a number of key roles, including starting the Curriculum and Frameworks Resources Division, the Common Core Systems Implementation Office, and she was the state lead in the development of the state ESSA plan, which we all remember well. Her selection to lead these projects were a result of her strong leadership and facilitation skills. And after numerous presentations to the board to shepherd the state plan, Barb moved into her current role as Director of Educator Excellence and Equity Division, promoting high quality professional learning for educators and administering the state's Title II program, promoting equitable access to teacher program and multiple professional learning grants, including the California School Leadership Academy. Over $1 billion in state and federal funds were administered by Barb and her team. The second person we want to recognize who's leaving us is Jenny Singh. Jenny's worked for the California Department of Education for the last 33 years, the last 9 of which are in her current role as Education Research Evaluation Administrator of the Academic Accountability Unit in the Analysis, Measurement, and Accountability Reporting Division. Jenny has played a key role in much of the work of the department, including developing the California School Dashboard, that item that's before us today on the growth model, which you'll hear we've been working on for many years. She's been a fixture of almost every board meeting in the past few years and is responsible for turning millions of data points into information that our stakeholders can use to inform decision-making about K-12 education in California. We are so grateful to Barb and Jenny for your hard work and dedication. Your steady leadership and expertise has been a great benefit to the State Board of Education and the students in California.
Did they just say, you can talk around, so they just cancel it?
And so I'd like to ask Chief Deputy Superintendent Gregson to say a few words about her staff. And after that, Cindy Kazanis will begin the presentation.
Thank you so much, Vice President Strauss. Barb, before you came to CDE, you were a teacher. And so in honor of Teacher Appreciation Month, we thank you for all of your years as an educator. You joined CDE 11 years ago. And as Vice President Strauss said, you became the queen of our state plans, including the major one, our ESSA plan. But you also used your educator hat in developing major professional learning opportunities for our educators and leaders across the state. And we could not have the California School Leadership Academies without you and your team, or the Educator Workforce Investment Grants without you and your team. You have historical knowledge of the continuum and changes of education systems. You have been a master of coordinating large plans across the entire department, which is no easy task in such a large department. And you did it all while keeping it real in many, many, many board presentations. You're also a great person to ask about where to go to in New York City. I want to personally thank you for all the guidance you gave in the trip that I took to New York City with my mom. We had a lot of fun in some of the places that you gave us to go to. We are grateful beyond belief beyond appreciative of your service and all that you have done in shaping and impacting our state approaches to serving students and educators. We're going to miss you immensely, your sense of humor and all that you brought to many of our meetings. You're truly a joy to work with because, as I said before, you always, always keep it real. So we thank you for your many years of service, not only as an educator, but for here at CDE. And we wish you well on your new adventures. And I have to say, I'm a little envious that you get to go on these new adventures in your retirement. So enjoy and know that you will be missed and that you leave behind so much of your work. To Jenny, you've been here for 33 years at CDE. And quite frankly, you have been the woman behind the curtain in all things data, accountability, and business rules. I didn't even know about business rule until I had a conversation with Jenny. In fact, there were many conversations I had with Jenny that she was talking a foreign language because she had such technical, deep knowledge around statistics and analysis and data points. And so the dashboard and the growth model are just a small sampling of the amazing work that you have done, Jenny. And so, Jenny, you will leave a huge hole in the CDE, but more importantly, you leave a legacy with all that you have done for our state accountability and data systems. So thank you so much, and we wish you all the best in your new adventures in this new chapter that you begin. Thank you. Vice President Strauss, we turn it back to you, or we're having...
Yeah. So we have several presenters today that will be presenting on this item. So Cindy Kazanis will be presenting. Am I right, Cindy? All right. And she will be joined by Jenny Singh of CDE and Daniel McCaffrey of ETS. So Jenny, I turn it over to you.
Thank you, Vice President Strauss and Chief Deputy Gregson for that welcome introduction. I'm going to get started in honor of Teacher Appreciation Week by acknowledging my oldest daughter's current teacher, Mr. Watson, who's, like Shanine, is providing her a very great space and opportunity to learn how to read. And so we're in the throes of sounding out big words and really developing a love for reading. I am Cindy Kazanis, the Director of the Analysis, Measurement, and Accountability Reporting Division. I'm going to be joined today by Jenny Singh, who you just heard is less than a month away from her retirement. She's been a dear colleague, very dedicated and passionate, and has, I think, developed in me a love of accountability, which for some people is something hard to love, but there's a reason why we have accountability. And if anything, Jenny has demonstrated that throughout her tenure at the department. And I think she's also probably instilled in others that same passion and dedication to making sure that we are serving all students. Today, we're going to cover a broad range of topics, but focus primarily on the student growth model, which is a long time in coming to you. We will talk a bit about what we're going to be doing in 2021. We had prepared this item for adoption back in March, and so we've adjusted a couple of things now that we have a waiver from the U.S. Department of Education. And then we'll round out the item with a quick update on what we've been doing over the last several months. So the recommendation is that the board adopt the student growth model methodology, which includes our residual gain scores for student growth and the EBLIP hybrid approach, which you're going to hear a lot about, to report aggregated student growth, and that the following score reporting be adopted. And so we have a lot of technical components in here. We wanted to make sure it was included in the recommendation. So what you have before you is that we are requesting you report out the EBLIP weighted average for schools, student groups in a school, the all student group, and a, yes.
Cindy, we'd like you to change from presentation mode to slideshow mode. So, because we can see both your presentation and your extra. So yeah, so if you can change the format, I have had this happen to me actually. So you can unclick present, yeah, now do from current slide.
Thank you, sorry about that.
Thank you.
I'm using a different computer today, so I appreciate the recommendation. And then finally, that the EBLIP weighted average be reported out for student groups in a district with 500 or fewer students with test scores. We also are asking you to adopt at the LEA level, reporting the simple average for all race, ethnicity, and program participation student groups with more than 500 scores. And then in regards to our work plan, we are recommending that the board take additional action related to the accountability work plan as you deem necessary and appropriate. So with that, I just wanted to provide some framing remarks around the growth model. I know that Chief Deputy Gregson alluded to this. This has been at least a decade in the works. I think back to who was at the table back then, and Deb Sigmund comes to mind. Jenny, most definitely. Rachel Perry are some names. But carrying through to present day, we had very strong leadership from Carrick Ashley, the former deputy, and our current deputy, Rachel Maves, and Stephanie Gregson even got to have some exposure to the student growth model. We are very appreciative of all that have helped us. I am joined also today, if there are questions, by Mal Vang. We have had support from our assessment division, from Eric Silbert as well, and prior to that, Michelle Center. And then finally from the state board, Karen Staff-Walters was a true leader in supporting this work and really supported us taking a pause a couple years back to make sure that this was the right approach. And I think without that leadership from your executive director, we wouldn't have had the opportunity to have some growth within ourselves and some continuous improvement. And so much appreciation to Karen's leadership, and then some very fine members of your staff, Sarah Petrowski and then Dave Sapp, who really have supported us every step of the way. And we are very grateful to be in the position we are today to be able to present a model that we think is very technically sound, has gone through a very rigorous stakeholder process. And as you're going to hear today from Jenny and the entire team, we're ready for prime time. So without further ado, I'm going to remove myself from the conference room, and Jenny will be taking over the presentation.
Good morning, board members. It's a pleasure to be here today. I'm really excited about this. It's been a long time coming, but before I start, I just want to thank all of the board members for all of the support that we've received over the past several years in regards to the dashboard. I've been really lucky to have the support of the SBE staff and the SBE members themselves. So I really want to thank you for all of that, because without the support we received from you, we wouldn't have been able to do what we've done. And so I just wanted to acknowledge how grateful I am for that. Okay, so as Cindy mentioned, this has been a very long journey. The SBE, the CDE, ETS, I'd like to add in there, along with our technical design group, have collaboratively, and I will say relentlessly, even with the pandemic going on, we really wanted to move forward and find a way to measure student growth in a valid and reliable way. So if you approve our recommendation today, you will be establishing a methodology for measuring student growth at the student level and at aggregation. So the aggregation, of course, is at the LEA level, the school level, and student group level. It's important to remember that we will release historical growth data, and that is going to be from the 2016-17, 2017-18, and 2018-19 school years. And we will then really continue our work on developing communication materials around the growth data with ETS and with the Sacramento County Office of Education. We want to make sure that people understand the proper use of the growth model and how it can contribute to improvement goals in the future. And we, or CDE, will continue to apprise the SBE of all actions and work around the growth model prior to the release of data in the 2024. And I will talk a little bit about why it's going to take so long before we produce another growth score in the next slides. So here is a calendar of the milestones in the development of the growth model. I'm not going to go through every one of these. I'm just going to point out a few things that in 2015, so it's been a while, we actually started our work with the technical design group on the growth model. And in 2016, we started our collaboration with ETS, and we've been working with them since. And they provided us 2 studies. And based on the data that was included in the studies, the board made the decision to do a pause on the technical work in July of 2018 and asked us to convene a growth model stakeholder group, which we did. Then in 2020, we started up our work again with ETS and the technical design group. And I think we've been bringing updates to the board every step of the way since then. So I do want to focus on June of 2021. If you do approve the methodology, ETS will release a data file through TOMS to LEAs that will actually contain student level residual gain scores. I just want to point out that we will be communicating that those scores are not to be used for teacher evaluation according to education code. So we will be communicating that with LEAs. The CDE will then release a data file that is in the aggregate form for LEAs, schools, and student groups. And again, we will continue our communication work with ETS and with SCOE. And as I said before, the first possible release of growth scores using current data will be in December of 2024. That is because the eBlip requires 2 growth scores, which means we need 3 years of test data. So other reminders that we want to talk about is that the growth model is only for grades 4 through 8, and that is because you need assessments in the prior year in order to calculate a growth score. So we can't do that for grade 3. And of course, for high schools, they don't test in grades 9 and 10. So no growth scores will be provided for high schools. And I just want to point out that we are going to be releasing the results, as I indicated before, but it's based on prior year assessments. Therefore, we do not anticipate that this data will be actionable. For many schools, the students whose scores are included in this data will no longer be at the school. And that is very true, and particularly true when we talk about middle schools. Something else that we want to make really clear is that we are not ascribing any value to the results that you see in the graphs and charts that are in this item. And I point this out because typically we would have done that. In the past, when we bring a state indicator, we actually provide the values, such as very low, low, medium, high, and very high. But we are not doing that in this item. We're just focused on the methodology itself. This item does not contain any information on how the growth model could eventually be incorporated into our accountability system. So I just want to make that clear as well. So we have our colleagues from ETS who will be presenting on the eBlip methodology. Daniel McCraffy he's a research scientist, and he will present the eBlip methodology. Catherine Castello, she will be available to answer technical question, and Joseph Martineau will be available to address any questions regarding the scaffolded materials. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Daniel.
Great, thank you, Jenny, and thanks. And I also want to thank the board for giving me the opportunity to present some of the ongoing work we're doing on our growth model, growth measures. As Jenny noted, here at ETS, we've been working with CDE and exploring the use of the empirical best linear prediction model for aggregate growth. We've been doing this research for over a year. J.R. Lockwood presented on some of the initial work results of the studies we've done back in September. And on the basis of that presentation, we continue to do some additional research in the method. What I'm going to do today is give you an update of the research we've done since the last presentation. Since this is an update from the previous presentation, I'm not going to give you full details on the eBlip method. If you want to see those details, you can. It's in the memorandum that was, I think, in the February board meeting, and it's also some more of those details can be found in the September materials. I'm also happy to answer questions after the presentation if you have additional questions about the method. But I am going to give you a brief background on it, and we'll start by giving you some motivation for the method. Now, as Jenny alluded to, the point of the growth measures is to provide schools and local education agencies with information about their students' achievement progress, and that's supposed to be used for diagnostic purposes. And for those reasons, we need to provide good data for people so that they can make good decisions. The conventional approach for computing AGMs would just be the simple average. So, you would take a list of the students who are in the school, each one of them would have a growth measure, and you just average up those growth measures, and that's what you would report. You could do that for the school, the LEA, or for a subgroup of students within an LEA or a school. That's very simple and very appealing, but the problem is simple averages of growth measures are less accurate for smaller schools and LEAs than they are for larger schools and LEAs. And that can lead to some problems. Next slide, please, Jenny. So why does that matter? Well, plain and simply, things that are less accurate are not as informed as things that are more accurate. So clearly, we want to focus on things that are more accurate. But in particular, a problem we saw with the growth measures is that low accuracy can cause excessive year-to-year fluctuation in the AGMs. So a school or LEA or a group of students that scored relatively highly on their growth measure in one year might score somewhat low the next year, or vice versa, or they might be in the middle one year and then up the next year, and kind of up and down. This kind of inconsistent bouncing is what you might see if with something with low accuracy. And this can very much complicate the use of things because it's difficult to decide what to do if what you see about your school is changing from year to year. It can also erode the credibility in the reporting system because things might be more unstable than people expect them to be. Another real problem is that schools and LEAs are differentially impacted depending on the size of the student population. Schools and LEA with big numbers of students are going to be less impacted and see somewhat generally more stable numbers than schools and LEAs with smaller numbers of students. And this can be particularly problematic for student groups because they often include relatively small numbers of students in both schools and in LEAs. Next slide, please. So we developed the empirical best linear prediction model. As Jenny said, we came to this problem back in 2018 or so, whatever it was, and then we spent a year kind of doing some research, thinking about what statistical methods might resolve and be useful to help with this instability problem, and came up with the EBLUP method. And then we tuned the method up to make it more appropriate to use in this context of school growth. And we shared this methodology with the CD, and they were quite interested in having us study it for California. So what it does is it's designed in particular to improve the accuracy of units with small numbers of students. So it's a small group, a small school, or a small LEA. And basically what it does is it takes data from one cohort, the current cohort of student growth, and combines that with data from the previous cohort of student growth using a weighted average. And the bigger the school, the more weight it puts on the current year. For smaller schools, it puts more weight more uniformly across the two cohorts. And by doing such, it can make the accuracy better for all schools and make it more uniform regardless of the size of the groups. And that way it can help reduce the disparities that we see where we see less accurate and less stability for groups with small sizes. Next slide, please. So, as I said, we developed a method and then decided to investigate it with data from California. So we did this for students in grades 4 to 8 using data from 2017 to 19, and we compared the EBLUP to the simple averages. Having done that study, the findings revealed that compared to the simple averages, generally the EBLUP improved the accuracy and stability of aggregate growth measures for students in all groups for almost all schools, and it improved the stability and growth for all student groups for almost all LEAs, but the simple averages were more accurate for some LEAs and for some student groups. The initial studies we did included data from students in only 3 subgroups, not in all of the student groups that are typically used for the reporting in California. So we presented these results to the board meeting, and following that board meeting, we wanted to continue on 2 things. Can we go on to the next slide? The first thing we wanted to do was we wanted to expand to include 17 student groups. That would include all students and then the student subgroups that are commonly used for reporting. We also wanted to investigate a hybrid approach that would look to see if using the EBLUP for small groups and the simple average for large groups would tend to be a better way of estimating aggregate growth than just using either the EBLUP or the simple average alone. The challenge there was to decide what it means to be a large or small group, and so part of our study was to investigate what would be a possible decision rule for making that decision. We did that work and reported it to the technical design group, and that was included in the February 21st memorandum. And what I'm going to do now is tell you a bit more about the results of that study. So let's start with our school level results. The school level results, we're going to focus on any data I show here is going to be restricted to the English language arts and literacy results. We did it for both ELA and for mathematics. The results are very similar, so I'm just going to present those for the English language arts. There are two things we investigated. We looked at stability, as we've been talking about, and basically we want to see how stable things are across time. How similar are the aggregate growth measures from this year to the prior year when we use EBLUP and when we use simple averages, and do the EBLUPs really improve that as we hope they will? And then we're also going to compare the accuracy. To what extent is the EBLUP more accurate than the simple averages? Next slide. So what did we find? What we found for stability is that the simple average, as we've alluded to before, could lead to very poor stability for small schools, and that the cross-year stability varies with school size, with larger schools being notably more stable than smaller schools. And what we saw with the EBLUP was that the cross-year stability was substantially improved, especially for small schools, and it was more consistent across schools of all sizes. So now I'd like to demonstrate what that means with this figure. This figure is a little complicated, so let me explain what's going on here. So the first thing is we're going to be looking at cross-year correlation. The correlation is a statistic that measures how similar two groups of numbers behave, how well they order things. So if we have a group of measures, like growth measure in this year for a group of schools, and a growth measure from last year for a group of schools, the correlation tells us how much it would really sort of order those two groups of, the two sets of measures order those schools the same way. A value of 1 means that it does very well, that the schools that are large in one year are going to be large in the next year, middle in the first year, middle in the next year, and small. So they're going to be very, very similar at a value of 1. At a value of 0, they basically wouldn't have much relationship at all. So what we're hoping to see is correlations that are more towards 1 than towards 0 if we want to see stability. The way this figure is laid out is that what we have is we have the simple averages on the left, we have 0 near the middle of the figure, and then 1 off to the left. So if there was a correlation of 1, the bars would go all the way off the edge, the left edge of the figure. On the right, we have the EBLUP, and what we have there is we have 0 again near the middle, and 1 would be way off to the right. So for values of 1, you would see the bars would go all the way off. So we want to see generally as bars that go further out, and they want them to be uniform, that would say we have more stable estimates and they're more common. And then for each group, we are showing this for the racial ethnic groups, and for each group, we've broken the groups into 3 size bins. The dark bar is for their small bin, and those would be groups of 11 to 29 students. The yellow bar would be the medium-sized bin, and that would be from 30 to 149 students. And the red stripe bar is for our large bin, and that would be over 150 students. In some cases, we don't have 150 schools. We don't have more than 100 schools in one of those bins. So for example, in the Black and African American group, we don't have a red stripe bar. And what that means is we didn't have 100 schools with over 150 Black or African American students. So we combined that with the bin that was from 30 to 149 students. So the yellow bar in that group would be from 30 more groups of 30 or more students. But what you can see then clearly, if we look at the simple average, the pattern shows very much what we said. For the small groups, the dark bars, they tend to be small values close to 0, and that's true across the different group sizes. What we see is that the yellow bar tends to be longer, and the red bar tends to be longer still. So we're definitely seeing low stability, especially for the small groups, and increasing stability as the groups get bigger. The EBLUP then shows a very different picture. Generally, we see larger bars everywhere on that side, And in particular, then, we see a much more uniform set of bars that are consistent in size across the different groups. So as we said, the EBLUP is improving the stability and making it more uniform across group size. Okay, Jenny, please, next slide. Thank you. This slide just gives the numbers that were presented in the last one. I'm not going to go over them here, but you have them for your reference if you want to check them out. Next slide, please. So what did we learn about accuracy? Well, as we were hoping, for virtually all schools, for all student groups within schools, the EBLUP is estimated to be more accurate than the simple average. So when we're looking at schools, the EBLUP definitely is achieving the goals we had hoped universally across the schools. It's improving the stability of the measures, and it's giving us more accurate measures. And that's for all the schools and for all the groups that we were considering. Next slide, please. So what about at the LEA level? As we said, we considered the hybrid approach at the LEA level. For all LEAs, the EBLUP for the AGMs for the all student groups, that means we take all the students in the school, they tended to be more accurate than for the simple averages. So we focused on we considered the EBLUP only for that group. However, when we were examining individual student groups, the EBLUP was not consistently resulting in more accurate results than the simple averages. For large groups, we would find that the simple average was at times more accurate than the EBLUP when we went to large student groups at the LEA level. Consequently, we considered a hybrid approach in which we would switch off between using either the EBLUP or the simple average. Next slide, please. So the choice then is, where do we make the decision? At what point do we say something is big enough that we should switch over to using the simple average, or at what point do we say it's small enough that we want to use the EBLUP? ETS conducted a study where we considered multiple different kinds of decision rules. We presented the results of that study to the technical design group, and on the basis of that study, the technical design group recommended using a constant threshold of 500. So whenever the group of students is less than 500 students, then we would use the EBLUP, and that would be true regardless of what the student group was at the LEA. And then whenever it was more than 500 students, we would use the simple average. But then, having made that decision, we then conducted one more set of analyses to see how that actually worked with the California data. So next slide, please. So what did we learn when we actually tried it out? What we found was that the EBLUP improved the action and stability for the all student group, so we didn't use the hybrid method there. So when we're talking about all the students in an LEA, there we found that the simple EBLUP or the EBLUP alone was the best thing to use, and so we would focus on there, and we would focus on that. And so then we explored the use of the hybrid method with the 16 other student groups. In terms of accuracy, what we found was that the hybrid method was at least as accurate or more accurate than the simple average in 97% of all group by LEA groupings that we looked at. This was compared to 64% if we used the EBLUP alone. So clearly the hybrid was a better choice for coming up with a more accurate way to measure student groups at the LEA level. Let's go on to the next slide. In terms of stability, what we found was that, again, the hybrid approach led to more stable estimates for all the LEAs, and in particular for small LEAs. And just like we saw with schools, it made the stability much more uniform regardless of sample size. So what we found was that the hybrid clearly improved over the EBLUP and fixed the problems we were seeing, in the sense that sometimes the EBLUP could be less accurate than the simple average. So now we have a method that's most accurate and provides stability and the best stability across LEAs of all size. I think now I'm going to turn this back over to you, Jenny.
Thank you, Daniel. Appreciate that. So we're going to move on, and Kimberly Munhank is going to present the next slides. And we actually took the data that ETS gave us, and we did the calculations and what those results would look like. So Kimberly is going to present that information.
Thank you, Jenny. So usually when we share results with the state board and in our items, we have in the past provided multiple charts, and these charts are decile charts, sharing just an idea and a perspective on what the range of scores look like. So be it graduation rates, suspension rates, et cetera, and to see how those scores are distributed across the range of all of our schools, LEAs, and student groups, mainly to check and see if there's any anomalies in the data, and really to provide perspective on when we move to next steps about how we can classify what we think is good, what we want to see, and what we want to improve. So just to orient you on these charts, since it's been a while since we presented some of these to you and some of the new board members, in our charts, we present the 0 percentile as the minimum score that we've observed in any data set. And respectively, the 100th percentile is that maximum score observed in the data. Then the 10th through 90th percentiles provide the score breakpoint for each of those deciles. So that would be the score represented on that. So this gives us a quick and accurate picture of the distribution and range of scores that this growth model would provide for us. This time around, we thought, you know what, there's a lot of charts and a lot of data that we just want to share and provide a picture of so that everyone can kind of get into context what are the results that we are going to be sharing and releasing with the field and then discussing and interpreting in future years. And so we translated that chart into graphics for you. And so I'd like to walk you through these graphics since there are many of them in the item that you received today. So each color represents a range of the distribution. So starting at the far left, we have the 0 to 10th percentile shown in navy blue. So it starts at that minimum score of 42.1. And then the teal represents the 10th through 30th percentile, purple, the 30th through 50th percentile, orange, the 50th through 70th percentile, red, 70th through 90th percentile, and finally our 90th to 100th percentile, that last decile, is shown in bright blue on the far right. I'll also point your attention to the dark black line that is at 100, and that represents the growth score achieved if students on average met their expected growth. And so this is the format that we use in the item to ascribe, just again, describe the data and show you where things land. And for us, internally, it's a way for us to make sure and look at prior to adopting this methodology to see if these distributions had any anomalies and to check for those prior to approval of this recommendation. So the data provided in the item is obviously very extensive. We didn't want to spend all of our time going through it during this item. However, we are welcome to answer any questions that you have. If you review the charts and you have any clarifications, we're happy to do that today. We have representations in those visual charts for both our English language arts and math assessments at the LEA level, separated and comparison groups for race and ethnicity groups, for program participation groups, as well as our various English learner groups. And then additionally, at the school level, we've presented growth scores in those same groups, race, ethnicity, program participation, and EL, but we've added on an additional comparison to look at school type. And that's really important in kind of a pre-accountability context, in that we always want to make sure that we are not favoring or disfavoring any school types. So again, another validity check for us to make sure that this methodology, for some reason, didn't have any anomalies that would, cause us more concern and another check back, right, to check and make modifications. So all of that data is presented in the item, and we did not notice any anomalies doing these distributions and presenting them to you, and wanted to make sure that for informational purposes only, you can see that distribution available. So for a quick picture, what we've done here is share at the LEA school, or at the LEA level and the school level for both English language arts and math, what these distributions look like at these all level scores. And again, all of the details for the student groups are presented in the item. So here, if I point you to the navy blue on the left and the bright blue on the right, in statistics, we call these our tails. And these tails are performing just like most tails do in a normal distribution. They're usually long, and they vary significantly from the median scores. And so while these blue bars may look alarming and seem like they cover a lot of ground, statistically, they're very, very normal. But the thing to point out in here is that if you look at the teal, starting at the 10th percentile, all the way to the red, ending in the 90th percentile, 80% of our scores at these levels are really clustered around 100 in about a 20 to 30 point range. And so when we're talking about interpreting and communicating and inferring meaning from these scores, which is what we'll be working on forward in the upcoming years, it's really important to see how clustered the majority of our scores are around 100, and that there are tails to pay attention to in either direction, but that may be a significant issue in discussing how to do things. Some of our other indicators that we have don't have this compressed score results around a center score. So this will be a fun challenge for the next phase of the growth model in working towards interpreting and connecting meaning to these scores, as we have not done so yet. Following that slide are the broken down, the actual cut scores, in case you have trouble aligning those the graph exactly with where they're broken down. But again, you can see with your eyes this time and not so many numbers, you can see from the 10th percentile all the way to the 90th percentile that the distribution is not, again, that wide for all of these levels. I want to point out that there's additional data available in the SPE item prior to approval today, that we have the distributions, again, for all of these growth scores, for all of the student groups, and as well as by school type. So those school types include charter versus non-charter, DAS versus non-DAS, and small versus large. And these are traditionally comparisons and results that we release, again, when we do our normal accountability items. So we wanted to check and make sure, just do our due diligence, that we didn't see any anomalies in this information as well. So moving forward, as far as what we look to do past approval of the growth model, the CD has been working with Sacramento County Office of Education and ETS to produce 3 videos. And we are really working hard to create videos that will not just be used immediately, but can be used continuously over the next 3 years until we have another growth score, as to explaining what a growth score is, why we should measure growth, and how growth is calculated. And we feel that producing this type of video and engaging various audiences in these videos is really important for us to get the message out. ETS staff is also planning to develop scaffolded materials in order to ensure that we have accurate interpretations of growth model results based on this information obtained from a variety of focus groups, from teachers, school and district administrators. We have done a lot of learning since our pause about where we need to go and how we need to communicate at these different levels. And I think we're very well prepared that once the data is out, we have real material in order to have real conversations and not hypothetical ones about what these results can show and what they cannot show. And again, what actions can be taken, appropriate actions that can be taken to improve learning, and what actions are not appropriate to use this data for. And finally, 2024 seems a really far away. However, we plan that to inform the state board at any point throughout this process and in all of the check-ins that we do within accountability on all of the communications work that we have through that next release of student data. It's incredibly important because you've been a part of this journey for the last 5 years, and we're not going away. We're just starting, and very excited to get to that next set of results and share that with the field.
Thank you, Kimberly. So we are, I've got on the screen for you now what our recommendations are. We're not going to, we're not going to stop here. We just want to remind you of what the recommendation is, that we are recommending using the residual gain scores for student growth, and then the eBLIP hybrid approach to aggregate student growth in the following ways. And you've seen this on other screens as well. I would say that, slow and steady wins the race, like the tortoise and the hare, but we came in 49th. But I do believe that we are coming in on top, because I think we're going to have a very, very strong and rigorous and valid growth model. So I'm really happy about that. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Cindy to talk about what our work plans are for 2021.
Thank you, Jenny. So attachment 2, we are going to walk through a couple of the items that we have in there. And then at the end of the presentation, we'll turn it back over to Vice President Strauss to take questions and public comment. The first item that we're going to talk about is our teacher data for LCFF Priority 1. It was nice that we also started our item today talking not only about Jenny's retirement, but Barb Murchison's upcoming retirement. And the reason why that's done in the accountability item is because she didn't have an item this time around, and she is providing support for us on this particular piece of our item. We can't do most of our work without support from program, and the EED division has been just fantastic in providing us the support. It's been quite a long journey. So under Barb's leadership, we've been very appreciative of the continued support. To get us started on this piece, Education Code Section 52064.5 requires, of course, the board to adopt our evaluation rubrics, our dashboard. We have some additional requirements that were brought forward as part of Senate Bill 75. I know I've shown data in this slide before, but since we don't currently yet have this data out still to the public, I think it's just important to walk through the extensive work that has to be done to get to a point where we can actually report out on data related to teacher credentialing and staffing. First, because of course the state decided to turn away funding about a decade ago from the federal government to put together a teacher data system that was called CalTIDES. It's currently still in statute. And so this workaround that you see on the screen with a data sharing agreement between the California Department of Education and our sister agency, the Commission on Teacher Credentialing, really helped to establish this work. And what you're seeing before us today is really extensive amount of collaboration between the two agencies. So the first time we were able to collect the data that will meet the requirements of that previous ed code was the 2019-20 school year. We are still working with that data, as you're going to hear in just a moment. But really what happens with the data is while we start the process through CalPEDS, the data then has to go to the CTC to put through their new statewide assignment monitoring system called CalSAS. Has to then be returned to the California Department of Education for additional processing to meet federal requirements, including reporting out under the Every Student Succeeds Act. So some of you were on the board back in November 2019, but for those of you that were not, the board adopted updated definitions related to an effective and out-of-field teacher that is in our adopted Every Student Succeeds Act state plan. And these definitions are called out on the webpage that is listed here, but you can also find the complete ESSA state plan on our ESSA webpage. So I will not read through these, but I wanted to just provide a grounding for what an ineffective teacher is. The bolded information on this slide and the following slides were information, or these were definitions that were added in or with the updated definitions in November of 2019 by the State Board of Education. For out of field, again, the additional definitions that were added in November of 2019 are the bolded information. And I know that you received several letters related to this definition in your board packet. So under federal reporting requirements, for the first time, the department is required to report out on a teacher's full-time equivalent status or FTE status. And that's not just, you're a teacher and you've been there, but we have the potential to report up to 200% or 2.0 of an FTE, which for those of you that are in math, usually we're at 100%. So 200% seems a bit weird, but there are situations where a teacher may be teaching additional courses. And under the federal reporting requirements, this allows us to report these data as accurately as possible because we can report it to the 10th of a percentage. And so as you're going to see in a couple of slides, an example, a teacher can be reported as in field and partially out of field. So here's our use case that we've taken to stakeholders and got some feedback on, and I think is a really nice way of talking about our teaching workforce and the complexities of their assignments. This is Mrs. Smith, and Ms. Smith is teaching math, but she's also teaching science and she's teaching physical education. And so for each of the periods that we have listed, you see the course. You also see the makeup of the course, whether or not they have English learners. That's the EL piece. I think we have a typo on our first period, but in the first period, as an example, Ms. Smith teaches algebra. There are no English learner students. And according to the definitions that the board adopted, she has a clear assignment status. And the authorization that allows Ms. Smith to teach that is the foundational math. If we move on to another algebra course in period 2 with English learners in the class, Ms. Smith is considered out of field. Although she does have a foundational math, but in addition, she has the emergency CLAD, which of course is the cross-cultural language and academic development authorization. Skipping ahead to science in period 4, for life science, there are no English learners in this class, but she's still considered to be out of field. And the authorization that is allowed there, or that's put there, is the GLEP, which is the General Education Limited Assignment Permit. And then finally, I'm skipping ahead to period 6. Ms. Smith is also teaching physical education, and for that assignment status, she's considered ineffective. She has no authorization, and so she's misassigned. So the summary of all Ms. Smith's assignments are on this next slide, in which we see for 2 periods she was clear, which is 0.33. FTE reporting for ineffective, she's at 1 period, which is considered ineffective, 0.17. And then to make things even more confusing, for 3 periods, she's considered out of field, which is 0.5. So I think this just, again, illustrates the complexity of the subjects that our teachers are being asked to teach and the authorizations in which they hold. are very complicated. If we were talking about an elementary school teacher, we would probably just see one course assigned to that teacher, just as a frame of reference. When you get to multiple periods, we're often looking at our middle schools, junior highs, and high schools. So these next 3 slides, I'm going to walk through how we will be reporting these data out, because there, of course, are different definitions and different purposes depending on the web reporting tool. So our primary reporting tool for this work has been DataQuest, and we are in the process. We are entirely focused right now on getting out the 2019-20 teacher assignment data reports on DataQuest with accompanying downloadable files this spring. So within the next month or 2, we will be sharing that information for the first time. We also have plans this summer, I believe this will be later in the summer, on looking at this data not only by staff, but the kinds of courses they're teaching and class-related reports. So I think you can really see if the misassignment is limited to a particular subject area or concentrated in a particular subject area, as an example. Of course, the California School Dashboard is another opportunity for reporting this data, and we have plans for this fall for the 2021 dashboard to report out, to link to that DataQuest report. So using the additional report function, which we know that schools and districts are used to using, and the general public, we will be able to link to that DataQuest report to get users familiar with the fact that this data will be coming in priority 1 in future years. So we are also currently processing at the same time our 2020-2021 school year data that recently closed in CalPADS. And that data will be given to sent over to the Commission on Teacher Credentialing to start their CalSAS system process, and expected to return to CDE later this fall. And so at a minimum, we need the 2 years of data, of course, to start looking at proposing objective criteria as required under that new education code section that was authorized under SB 75. So with that in mind, the department is will be ready to review options and meet with stakeholders. We have been meeting with stakeholders regularly. I want to point that out, to include this data for priority area 1 beginning on the 2022 dashboard. And then finally, you will be taking action in July, as you normally do, on the template for the school accountability report cards. And that's a third way of reporting out on this data. And so for the first time, the department plans to pre-populate those staff tables, but you will be able to see what those updated tables look like to, again, be in compliance with the Every Student Succeeds Act, since the SARC is really our means of meeting federal requirements for report cards. So shifting over, just a couple of other pieces that we'll be working on, and the Academic Accountability Unit have plans to focus on this spring and summer and fall around the dashboard alternative school status. The positive transition rate is something that we presented on back in 2020 to the board, and the task force recommended, they've been working towards a positive transition rate actually for a number of years, but we are committed to providing this data in an additional report, because if it were to be added as a local indicator, we believe that would require a change in statute, in the local control funding formula statute. And so by providing information about students who are able to return to a traditional comprehensive high school, or enroll in non-DAS general education diploma or adult school program, or join the military, or participate in Job Corps or Youth Build, is considered part of that positive transition rate. So just, again, providing more insight into the data set about how our schools, our students in our most needy schools are doing. Additionally, as part of the adoption of the dashboard alternative school status, you had asked us, the State Board of Education had asked the department to continue to monitor the movement of students in and out of our DAS schools. And so the first analysis that we did related to that transfer was done in August 2019. We updated that information, and you just received a memo on that this past month, which is consistent with what we saw in that first report back in 2019, that student transfers are stable. We're not seeing dramatic movement that would lead us to believe that there are unintended consequences of the DAS program. And so we're very happy to report out on that information to you. And then just to round it out, for the first time, we will be able to, we believe this year, to provide LEA's student-level data files for their college career indicator and their academic indicator. This has been something that local educational agencies have requested from us for a number of years, and we have not had the capacity to do that, actually the technical capacity. And so the department is building a tool that has the necessary security requirements to allow us to share back this data, again, in a secure format to authorized users at local educational agencies. And we believe this will provide them actionable data to look at individual students, to also help, inform decisions moving forward on programmatic needs and how to support our students that are most in need. And I know that Kimberly's already covered the student growth model communication, but of course, with your approval today, we will be spending the bulk of our time related to growth model for 2021 on communicating out on what it means and what it does not mean, including the videos that she already mentioned. I also just want to point out the last bullet, that we will also develop out a report that displays the LPAC levels with a growth score. And of course, any communication or resources that we produce will go through our rigorous vetting process with not only our technical experts, but our partners at local educational agencies and members of the public. We have learned a lot over the last several years and have, again, I think, developed better resources and a result of their feedback. And then finally, the college career measures that have been in progress that we've talked to you about over the last couple of years. We wanted to just provide you an update that for civic engagement and industry certifications, we have definitions, and we are hoping that they will be added to the collection in CalPADS in 2022, 2023. There is an extensive revamp of the CalPAD system going on this coming school year, and due to that, we don't want to add additional load on our not on the system and on local educational agencies to provide us this new data. So we will continue to work with the college career indicator work group, as well as our alternative schools task force, and then the civic engagement work group, which is led by EED, that's been very helpful in providing us feedback on these measures and the collection process that, again, will start over a year from now. So I started off the item by saying we had great news from the U.S. Department of Education that our waiver was approved. It wasn't in 24 hours, but it was in several days. And so, of course, what does that mean for us at the state level? At least from the federal requirements, we don't have to produce the dashboard. On the state side of things, of course, the education code is still in place. And so similar to what we saw in the first year of COVID, the U.S. Department of Education acted very quickly, and the legislature caught up a couple of months later. So we are anticipating, we've had several conversations with our colleagues, not only with the state board, but others in the administration to ensure that we have alignment with our state and federal accountability requirements, which of course has been, I think, a desire of the board since the beginning. We are proposing to develop what we're calling a modified dashboard. It's gone through a couple of names, but this is, I think, what's sticking right now, that were inspired by the original 2014 version of the LCFF priority snapshots to support LEAs to develop their local control and accountability plans in 2022. So what we are just want to focus on is the fact that while we may not have big A accountability this school year, we will have a lot of accountability because we are reporting out on data And in every plan requirement that I've seen, whether it's the AB 86 requirements or it's the requirements for the additional federal funding, there's a need to share out on students and students who are engaged and students who are attending school or not attending school. And so we are going to focus on every effort that we can to provide whatever information that is helpful to inform the development of course, our LCAPs, our state plans, but also through the school accountability report card and the data quests, and of course, the modified dashboard that I've already explained to you. So with that, I'm happy to turn it back over to Vice President. Oh, sorry, I just have one more slide after the work plan recommendation, which of course, if you have feedback on, we welcome your feedback. And then just to toot our horn a little bit, we have been busy. We do have a staff that's been working virtually for over a year now, and they've been doing a fantastic job. But since November of 2020, we have done 30 virtual presentations with almost 2,500 participants and 6 webinars with over 3,500 participants. So just there is continuing to be a need, regardless of whether or not the Big A accountability is out there. There is a need to share information about data in general, and we're really glad that we're a trusted source to provide that information. So with that, Vice President Strauss, I'm happy to turn this back to you.
Wow. Well, thank you, Cindy, Jenny, the whole team, and the ETS team. We're looking at several recommendations. We're putting the public comment slide up. Please notice that the conference dial-in number is 712-770-4917. You would punch in the access code, but not a pound, 467-9071. If you have a computer on, please turn your volume down so that you won't get an echo effect while you're providing public comment. So while we're doing that and waiting for the public to call in, I want to ask Member Burr and then myself, we're both liaisons to accountability for initial comments. And then this is a complicated item. Board members, if you want to ask one clarifying question before we go to public comment, we will come back for a discussion after the public comment. So Member Burr, I'll start with you.
Thank you, Vice President Strauss. One thing I'm just wondering, since it's a very long item and we will probably have a lot of public comment, I just wanted clarification about when we might take a break, because I feel like people's brains might be overloaded. So I'll just ask that question first and then make a comment.
Executive Director Allen, we originally were going to take a break after this item. Do we want to plan to take it at 12:45? Let me just ask staff to clarify Member Burr's question.
Yes, Vice President Strauss, really up to your discretion, but absolutely we can do that.
So Member Burr, if that 12:45 works, would that work?
Sure.
Or would you rather do it before the public comment?
Okay, that sounds fine to me. I appreciate that. So I'll just start, if I can, first by saying, wow, the amount of work that's gone into this over the many, many years, to see it actually come to fruition is quite amazing. And I just want to congratulate everybody who's been involved in it. Just more specifically, I've had the pleasure of working with both Barb and, believe it or not, Jenny, since she started at the department. And I just want to take a minute to express my incredibly deep gratitude and appreciation for both of your professionalism, your undying patience with the stakeholder groups and with board members. And just to, again, sort of reinforce what Stephanie Gregson said, your contributions will go down as your legacies on behalf of the state of California. So I really appreciate that. The one question I want to ask, and just as we're doing the deliberations, I so appreciated ETS's presentation on all of the technical work that's gone on to make sure that this is a very accurate and very stable measure. But what got reported out and what we were talking about, which was very important for accountability purposes, was that accuracy and stability as it relates to student group size, school size, LEA size, et cetera.
But I think what's going to be really important going forward for purposes of communication is what does it mean at the individual student level? And what will this information mean to parents, especially, and also to teachers who will want to use it for the diagnostic purposes that ETS laid out at the beginning. So that I don't have a question necessarily about that, but I do want some additional discussion of that as we continue our deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Burr. I'll just make a comment that I appreciated the clarification and explanation of the process that we've gone through, especially for everyone who has not followed every step of the way. But this is really complicated, and I appreciate that we stayed the course to get it right. But how we use it is really the proof in the pudding. If we have a good measure, does it help impact local decisions to support student supports and intervention? So I'm actually very interested to see the communication. The videos might be helpful. I just say, you know, my favorite teacher was a math teacher and helped me love math, but as much as I like math, it's complicated and hard to follow. So I think as we come forward, we need to really see about how we do support LEAs going forward and how they can use this as they are going to look at different ways to consider support for students going forward. So with those are my early comments. I want to look if there's any clarifying. I'm looking for hands up from board members before we go to public comments. I'm looking, I don't see any hands. Member Glover Woods, did you have your hand up? Go ahead.
Thank you, Member Strauss. I just wanted to clarify with the hybrid approach. Is the recommendation that the hybrid approach would be utilized for the growth measure, and using the decision rule that was shared in the presentation, that would be the determination on whether the EBLIP would be used or the simple average. So I just wanted to clarify, are we looking at the hybrid approach for this?
Just a moment. I think they're changing. There's Jenny's going to give us the answer to the question.
So yes, we are recommending using the hybrid approach because that is more accurate for a larger percentage of LEAs than just either using the simple average or the EBLIP.
Okay, thanks, Jenny. Thanks, and congratulations to you also.
Thank you.
I think we can see that Jenny's earned her retirement. Okay, so I'm looking for we will have a board member discussion after the public comments. So I don't see any more hands at this point. So I would ask if we have public comments, please, we encourage you to state your name and affiliation for the record. Remember to turn down the volume of your computer if you're following the live feed, and that you are limited to 1 minute. So do we have any public comments?
Yes, we do have individuals in the queue. Caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon. This is Monica Vaughn, Chief of Schools for Alameda County Office of Education. I'm requesting that the local assignments options be removed from the out-of-field teacher definition out of consideration for our small alternative education settings where teachers must teach more than one academic subject. Thank you for considering making this amendment.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon, State Board members. My name is Janine Kaislin, Assistant Superintendent for San Joaquin County Office of Education. On behalf of San Joaquin County Office of Education, I request an amendment to the out-of-field definition in California's ESSA plan. Local assignment options are needed in alternative education and rural areas where there is a high transition rate for students and/or low student numbers. Many of the teachers in alternative education and rural areas are required to teach more than one academic subject. To hire additional teachers is not feasible. To identify these teachers as misassigned is misleading and suggests negligence. San Joaquin County Office of Education respectfully requests local assignment options be removed from the out-of-field teacher definition. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Good morning, board members and Chief Deputy Gregson. This is Gina Plate from the California Charter Schools Association. First, I want to echo others in honoring and appreciating Barb Murchison and Jenny Singh for their partnership and incredible commitment to the work over many years. They'll both be missed. Specific to this item, we agree with the need to measure student growth, and we wholeheartedly support the State Board's adoption of this student growth model and applaud CDE's efforts to push this metric forward. We also appreciate the call to further understand how the growth metric will eventually be incorporated into the dashboard, but want to reiterate that the approval of a growth model does not remove the need for or the value of verified data. We've seen firsthand the need to have multiple measures to determine student growth. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon, Vice President Strauss and State Board members. Diana Vu representing the Association of California School Administrators. ACSA appreciates the diligent work done by the department and board staff and look forward to engaging with the state on activities outlined in the accountability report for work plan 2021. Of most interest are the following items: teacher assignment monitoring data, the dashboard alternative school status, communication of the student growth model, and the 2021 reporting. As always, ACSA stands ready to collaborate with the board, CDE, and other stakeholders as we all strive to successfully implement the accountability system with the goal of advancing student opportunities and providing a more accurate and useful portrait of school performance. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon. This is Sarah Lillis, Executive Director for Teach Plus California. First, I want to share my appreciation and congratulations to Barb Murchison and Jenny Singh. And we are thrilled and strongly support the board's adoption of the student growth model. We associate ourselves with the comments from the Equity Coalition letter around communication and thinking through communication and the next steps for the growth model, but are thrilled that we're here at this point. We also want to talk about the Priority 1 Teacher Quality Indicator. Again, we really appreciate the department's work on this, and we think that having transparency on this information, including the local assessment option, is really important. And we request that the board call for a mock-up of sample teacher data reflecting appropriately assigned and fully credentialed teachers at the July or September board meeting, and really strongly endorse the approach that the 2021 dashboard include the most current teacher data, and recommend that the board direct staff to actually effectuate that this year rather than merely consider it as an option.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon. This is Manuel Bonrostro with Californians Together. And as the CDE and board sets expectations for the English Learner Progress Indicator, we hope that these standards are based on what research suggests would be acceptable performance. As a system, we should set the expectation that a high proportion of our English learners make at least one proficiency level gain each year. For example, an LP standard that sets an LEA status as high when only 55% of its ELs increase one proficiency level sends the wrong message. These standards should be higher. We encourage the CDE and board to set high expectations for the LP performance levels based on what we want to be as an equity-focused system and not based on outcomes that are not meeting that vision. Thank you again and have a great rest of your meeting.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Yes, hi, this is Shelley Stiebel-Coleman with Californians Together, and we really appreciate the analysis and reporting of the growth model methodology applied to student subgroups, including current English learners and reclassified fluent English proficient students. And with each new iteration of the model, we urge that the information on these subgroups be reported. As the methodology continues to inform the design for reporting and use for accountability, built into the reporting for the growth model should be LEA expectations that reflect growth by student subgroups and also closing of achievement gaps. We should set clear expectations that in order to close achievement gaps, larger growth should be achieved for our student subgroups with gaps.
We look forward to continue collaborating with the department and the board and appreciate having served on the Growth Model Advisory Group. Thank you very much.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Jessica Sacco, on behalf of Children Now, I would like to align my comments with those in the letter submitted on behalf of the LCFF Equity Coalition. I would also like to take a brief moment to thank both Barbara Murchison and Jenny Singh for their many years of commitment and collaboration. They are dedicated CDE employees who demonstrate a commitment to equity and a collaborative approach to their work with stakeholders, and they will be missed greatly. We do support the adoption of the growth model and are very pleased to see this day come. We have a number of comments relative to reporting out of those growth scores, and they are included in our letter. In addition, looking at the teacher quality indicator, we would urge the board to request a presentation of data at an upcoming board meeting in order to be able to fine-tune the information that will be shared, as well as work towards the development of an equity gap measurement as it works on the objective.
Thank you, caller. Your time's up. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Yes, my name is Patty Gunderson. I'm the Superintendent of Lassen County Office of Education and a member of the Small County Caucus, which represents 17 county offices of education, superintendents under CSESA. I'm calling to recommend the local assignment options be removed from the out-of-field teacher definition. For small county offices of education, under the state's new ESSA definition, the only way to escape the out-of-field category is for teachers to pursue multiple credentials. It's hard to staff roles such as alternative education settings in small rural areas. Retention of qualified and motivated individuals who serve our at-promise students in alternative education settings will become increasingly more challenging. And quite simply, if this passes, it will be financially devastating to rural alternative schools, and we would be likely to be unable to continue to operate them. It would take away our ability to best serve the needs of our students, which would greatly impact the outcomes for these students and their futures. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
This is Suzanne Cooey from the Charter Schools Development Center. CSDC strongly supports a growth model, but urges the board to pause before approving to first release results for every LEA and school by student group and, importantly, by grade level. We've only seen state-level results. Those results have some unclear anomalies, and more anomalies may be evident in full system results. We urge this transparency so stakeholders and board members can see how the model shows growth at every level, and so we really understand what we're approving. Analysis is focused overwhelmingly on accuracy and stability. We urge the board to first release results and get well-rounded analysis. Second, once the growth model is approved, we urge the board to immediately add its methodology for verified data in charter school renewals. The state has given charter schools no path to show growth on CASP. The data has no footing in renewal, not even when core and other sound methods show strong student growth. Finally, thank you, Jenny Singh, for all your work and support.
Thank you, caller. Your time's up. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hello, it's John Affeld from Public Advocates. First, I want to thank the department for all of their very good work on the teacher data that they're coming out with this year. We in the Equity Coalition would urge that the state board present at a future meeting in the next meeting or two an actual chart that of teacher quality data for the link to the dashboard this year and to turn into objective criteria next year. And I think it should be populated with real state data. Secondly, to our county superintendent friends, they're wrong that the out-of-field definition does not create a misassignment that requires anyone to be moved. It's a transparency measure, and we ought not to lie to our parents and the public, the teachers, if they're in these local assignments, don't have the proper.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Juba, and I'm a classroom teacher representing the California Teachers Association. CTA appreciates CDE's efforts to develop the most accurate and stable growth model, and we support the plan that's laid out in the item. Given the nature of student growth model, there will be a tremendous need to draft a communications plan that clearly articulates the purpose and appropriate use of this data. CTA encourages the CDE to clearly communicate to LEAs and the public that the growth model should not be used for any teacher evaluation purposes. Clear guidance from the CDE will help to avoid the data being misinterpreted and misused. And in closing, CTA looks forward to working with the CDE and the SBE on the communications plan to the field and the public, and we appreciate all the work involved in developing the student growth model. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
My name is Lexi Lopez, speaking on behalf of the EdVoice. While we appreciate the work being done by the California Department of Education to join the 48 other states who track student growth, we are concerned that the growth model scores will be difficult to interpret for parents and teachers alike. Data is important, but ensuring stakeholders truly comprehend the meaning of those numbers is equally important. As is expressed in the Alliance for Students letter, our coalition strongly urges the board to direct staff to develop a process to calculate and provide percentile rankings for growth model scores to help educators, students, parents, and other stakeholders more easily understand and attach meaning to the data. Thank you for considering all of our recommendations.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Caller, you're live.
Good afternoon, President Darling Hammond and members of the board. Angelina Gutierrez on behalf of the Los Angeles County Office of Education. Echoing the comments of my colleagues, we respectfully urge the board to ensure local assignment options are not considered out of consideration for our alternative education program. Thank you.
Thank you. This concludes public comment.
Thank you. So as per our discussion before we went to public comment, thank you all the public commenters for being here and for commenting today. I would ask board members to hold your comments and thoughts now because we think you've actually earned a 30-minute lunch break. But when we come back, and we'll be coming back at 1:20, we will have a discussion about this item and implications based on the item presentation and the comments. So at this time, I would ask you to turn your microphones and your cameras off. Don't leave the meeting. Take a stretch break. We know we all need this on Zoom. We appreciate the commenters, and we'll come back at 1:20 to hear more about the board's deliberations on this item. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
So welcome back from a well-deserved lunch break. We're going to now take roll to establish a quorum before we continue our discussion on item 4.
Great. Member Sun.
Present.
Vice President Strauss.
Here.
Member Rucker. Member Rodriguez.
Here.
Member Patillo-Brownson.
Here.
Member Navo.
Here.
Member McQuillan.
Here.
Member Glover-Woods.
Here.
Member Fatah.
Here.
Member Burr.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. So I want to, again, thank the CDE team for a thorough, really developed item and all the work that brought us to this point. And this is our time I want to thank our public commenters as well for the reinforcement and the suggestions of our work going forward. So I want to turn back to Member Burr for some framing comments for our discussion And then I'll look for board members' raised hand if you would like to make a comment.
Thank you, Vice President Strauss. Cindy, maybe if you could put up on the screen the recommendation around the growth model, because while I appreciate all of the other discussion that we had, I think this is kind of the heart of the issue, if you will, for purposes of discussion and action. While you're doing that, I will just say, I think we heard the other conversations, especially around teacher assignment issues, which, you know, I think will be challenging for us going forward, especially in the kinds of settings that were described, especially by county offices and alternative education programs. But I think that's a conversation that we'll have to have in a more developed way over the next several months, once we see the data. And as you described, Cindy, start talking about developing objective criteria. So the recommendation is up on the screen now. And I just want to go back just to refresh folks' memory just a little bit. Jenny did a really wonderful job in walking through the chronology. This has been at least 5 years in the making, and a long journey. And I think what I want to underscore is a very substantive one, that at each place, while we all agreed from the outset that we wanted to have a growth model, there were many considerations that we had to take into our thinking. And I appreciate all the work the department has done and all of the work that ETS has done. And I would be remiss if I didn't also really thank our technical design group, because those are the folks that we really rely on as kind of an independent outside check on what we're after. So, and I think I heard from the stakeholders, which I really appreciate as well, fairly strong consensus support for this recommendation. So I'm going to just stop and let other board members ask questions or make comments. But when you're ready, Vice President Strauss, I'd be happy to make a motion to adopt the department recommendation.
Thank you. So I'm going to call on Member Rucker next. She has her hand raised. And then after that, Member Sun.
Thank you very much. First of all, let me just say, during my entire tenure on the State Board of Education, the discussion about the role of a growth model as part of our overall state's accountability system has been really important. And from the outset, there has always been a consensus among the members of the board about what we see as the purposes of a growth model for helping us to understand school programs and also to understand what growth and gains over time substantively look like from a systems approach. And so in seeing this discussion about the residual gains model, the board was purposeful, first of all, in each of the incremental steps we took in looking at and having the conversation about this growth model and about what our model actually would be. And all along the way, it's been clear that there are some variances about the expectations about what this growth model is going to tell us about the performance of schools and the programs that they are implementing to show or increase student achievement and to make sure that there's an improvement in student gains toward proficiency. And so I'm still hearing those concerns today. But what I do appreciate about the expert work behind the presentations and the very detailed and technical presentations that we have heard all along, what I truly appreciate is behind the curtain, behind the state and public meetings that we have about this, there have been a lot of in-depth, incremental, and granular discussions about the performance of this growth model and the kind of information it will, in the end, be able to provide. So I'm very satisfied with the work that has been done by the department staff. I'm very impressed. I'm heartened and mortified to see Jenny Singh leaving. She's given this to us, and she's saying, okay, your turn. So we're going to rely on somebody else to take on the work of implementing this and moving it forward. And she's going to carry with her all the institutional knowledge about the underpinnings and the foundational pieces behind how this was built and why certain decisions were being made. So in hearing Jenny's announcement, my knee-jerk reaction was no. And in hearing the same, and my knee-jerk reaction was the same concerning Barbara Murchison as well. But what is more important is this now gives us an opportunity to move the conversation beyond just accountability to understanding what our system is doing and whether or not our system is, we're actually getting a report about the performance of our system in the way we intend it. You know, all along, the three hallmarks of the work we've done on school improvement has been patience, persistence, and humility. We had to be very patient to develop this growth model. I do remember board meetings when I looked around the dais at my colleagues. Some were standing up behind their chairs. Some had looks of doubt about whether or not we were ever going to get there. But we're here today, and it's not I'm not recounting all of this as a way of congratulating ourselves, but as a way of informing this is only a first step. We're not done. With approval of this model, there's still a great deal of work left to be done, because the next question is, okay, we've approved it, and when we implement it, is it really giving us the information in the way we believed it's going to provide to us? Is it reporting the data that we want to see? And for those variances and concerns about how the data growth model will perform, those are questions that we need to have both the humility and the persistence to continue to live with. So I will support the motion, and I'd be very happy to do so. And again, I want to give my heartfelt congratulations to Jenny Singh and her division on the work that they did. But most importantly, my honest and absolute respect for the depth of knowledge that Jenny has demonstrated through this work and her very stern and practical leadership on putting this together. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Member Rucker. Member Sun. Member Sun.
Sorry, I was on mute.
Sorry.
Yes, thank you. So I also wanted to congratulate the staff and to commend them on the work of this growth model. I know that I have also struggled with what this growth model is and what it will do and what it won't do. And I've come to accept that there are certain things it won't do that I had a hope that it would, but I think that we have made such great progress. And as Member Rucker said, this is just the first phase. There will absolutely be more work on this. The second piece is with regards to Member Burr's comment around the ineffective teacher. I think that it is unfortunate that the word ineffective is in the federal definition, because I don't think that is the right description to attribute to the teachers who are out of assignment or all that. But it is nevertheless what we have in our federal application is what we have so far. And I appreciated the presentation on how we will be accounting for the FTE measurements of the different definitions. So I think that will provide us more data. What I would like to encourage is at some point that the commission and the state board have some conversations on these types of issues where we have cross projects or cross work. There was at one point when I was on the Commission on Teacher Credentialing, we did have a joint meeting of the State Board and the Commission, the State Board of Education and the Commission on Teacher Credentialing. And I think that there are many issues with regards to credentialing that is now, that the State Board should talk about. And then there are State Board policy issues that have an impact on credentialing. And with the Commission doing a review, a survey under AB 1505, I think it's timely to have some of those conversations about the types of credentials we have. And so anyway, I just think that that's something that we might want to consider. And then the last piece is I tell you, I was surprised by the announcements for Jenny Singh and Barbara Merchants' retirements. And so it hit me like a ton of bricks, I have to tell you. But Jenny, I worked with her, gosh, I don't know how many years now. It's got to at least be 15 years when we worked on PSAA and the API. And so I am going to miss her so much in these conversations, and she has definitely shepherded all the different evolutions of California accountability over the years, and just going to miss her greatly. And then Barbara Murchison also has navigated some really difficult policy issues, and she's always done it with humor and grace, and she's just always has her heart in an understanding of the operational issues. And I think her background as a teacher has always informed her work. And that's what I've always appreciated about Barbara. So congratulations to you both. And just want to let you know, I will miss you so much, both of you. Thanks.
Thank you, Thank you, Member Sung. Before we go to Member Navo, I'm going to ask Judy Sis to make a comment about, I know it's not agendized, the teacher classification, but maybe you could make a few comments to add context to that, Judy.
Yes, it is not agendized as an action item at this point, as Member Burr said. So at some point, we can bring it back to you in the future. And I know Barb Murchison can talk a little bit more, if you like, about the timing of what is coming down the pike, if you would like some context around that. Member Strauss.
Thank you. So I'm looking for other board member hands. Member Navo, I believe you're next.
You know, board member Sung, you said it quite well, and I'll just echo my fellow board member Rutgers on the having further work to do. And I appreciate board member Burr and Sun calling attention to the out of field issue that is kind of looming, because we hear in our correspondence and what we read that essentially we're going to get to a point where a local assignment option says we're good, and then this other designation says we're out of field, and local educators and those that want to know more about the system and how it qualifies a teacher as out of field or ineffective. It's going to be confusing. It's going to be problematic. And I think essentially it lands on the question, so now what? And outside of transparency, I think that's great, but there's a lot of issues there that I think, and I love your idea, board member Sun, of maybe that cross collaboration between CTC and SBE. That being said, I agree with the motion, and I appreciate board member Burr lifting it up to move for approval. And I want to thank Barbara and Jenny as well for their service to the students of California. There's a lot of years there of expertise, so I appreciate it very much.
Thank you, Member Nava. Member Patillo Bronson.
I also want to join the chorus of thank yous for many years of service and appreciation for a legacy that will continue even after you all are enjoying retirement, which will be on everyone else's shoulders and ours, especially to make good on. I wanted to appreciate the growth model's premise, which is it is lifting up this idea that kids have different entry points on their educational journeys, and we are I think a little late in getting to this as a state, but I'm so delighted that we are actually moving in this direction with the growth model. I did want to lift up, and I recognize that it's included in the item description, but just underscore the importance of the communications plan for parents, for community stakeholders, and thinking about what differentiated modes of communication are going to be necessary in order to make this meaningful, accessible, and usable for families, for community advocates at the local level. I think there's going to be a lot of rich information that will come forward from all of this, but we want to make sure that it doesn't somehow sort of remain on a shelf or be something that doesn't actually translate into people's local lived experiences. I also just wanted to lift up one of the recommendations from public comment and from the letters around the possibility of what this might look like in terms of CAST reporting in the future, so that we leverage what some of the ongoing or already built-in communication vehicles are that we have with families and parents, and think about how this can be part of a sort of multiple measures approach, so that families can understand not just sort of the statewide standards, but also how their child is doing on a year-to-year basis in terms of growth. And thanks again to CDE for an incredible body of work on this.
Thank you. Member Rodriguez?
Yes, hi. Thank you. And I'd like to also congratulate you on your retirement and wish that I would have had more of a chance to work with you and actually meet you in person. But I know that you've done a lot of work to get us this far. So I wanted to just say, you know, regarding the item, I'm definitely in favor of it. And I did want to address the teacher misalignment because this year, I'm National Board Certified and I have a credential to teach English, Spanish, and social studies, but I'm teaching AVID, and so I'm considered like out of alignment. And I think this is a great opportunity for us to partner a little closer with CTC, which I was going to share this in my liaison report, but at the last few strategic plannings, we've talked about getting a little more, working a little closer on certain issues. And I think, you know, a few board members have brought this up, and this may be a wonderful issue to visit and perhaps look at micro-credentials in some cases. Now, when it comes to teachers not having the preparation, whether it's in a rural setting, an urban setting, you know, I personally don't want to have teachers who aren't qualified, who don't have the proper training, working with our students. However, there are some cases where we do have the pedagogy, and I would never pretend to be able to teach PE, by the way, because I know that there are, or science, it's a very special skill set. But there are cases where, with AVID in particular, we go to trainings every summer. So maybe there is a way to have, because we don't have an AVID credential, but we do have the AVID class. So thank you.
Thank you. Member Glover Woods.
Thank you. First, I just again want to join in on the chorus of appreciation for all of the hard work that's been done to get us to the place where we are now with the growth model. I've had opportunity to watch it both as a member of the board and prior to being on the board, and it has been quite a journey. That was an appropriate term, most definitely. I'm very excited about a lot of the things that my fellow board members have spoken about, and also about the stability that it brings to the data, so that as LEAs are planning for using their LCAP and any other plans that they need to, the data is stable enough to plan and determine the correct course for students. So again, just quite excited about that. I also want to echo, I would be more than interested in, as we look at future perhaps conversations around the teacher credentialing classification topic that's been brought up. Again, just echo what has been said. I think it's an important conversation to have, and this would be a really great time to be able to do so in the future. And lastly, again, another shout out and congratulations to Jenny and Barbara. I believe Deputy Superintendent Gregson said in her comments about Barbara Murchison keeping it real, and I have to say she does just that. Barb will definitely miss seeing you in these meetings, as well as all of the other meetings that I have opportunity to be in with you there. And Jenny and Barbara, wish you all the best on the next steps in your journey.
So thank you, Member Glover Woods. I'm just looking to see if there's any more hands raised. A few of you still have your hands raised, so if you'd like to make another comment, please do. I'm just making sure. Member Petio-Bronces, do you have another comment?
Nope, that was from...
Okay, super. I just want to make sure. So I'll just say, in kind of closing before we make a motion and vote, I think the next steps forward are complicated and important, and I'm anxious to see these videos. I think as we get accountability updates at the board, I'd like to see some of the communication and helping people understand. I know many of us interact with LEAs, teachers and leaders in our during the off time not being with the board, and it's helpful that everybody understand as the communication tools are being developed, and I think our stakeholders will really help us do that. So I just want to thank everyone for the journey and for getting us to where we think is the best we could get to on a growth model at this point to inform our work going forward. And I would turn for a motion, and I think Member Burr offered to make the motion.
I will, and I think again, because it's kind of a long and complicated motion, I might ask Cindy to put it back up on the screen so that people are aware of all of the components of the motion. So I would move that we adopt the Department of Education, not the Department of Recommendations. The Department of Education recommendation that the board adopt the student growth model methodology, which is based on residual gain scores for student growth, and the hybrid approach to report aggregated student growth, and that the following score reporting be adopted. And so I would just incorporate in my motion all of the recommendations that are shown here on slide 1 and slide 2.
I will second that. This is Patricia Rucker. I will second.
Thank you, Member Rucker. Okay, so now we'll do a roll call vote. So Executive Director Allen, if you'll please take a roll call vote.
Member Sun.
Aye.
Vice President Strauss.
Yes.
Member Rucker.
Yes.
Member Rodriguez.
Yes.
Member Patillo-Brownson.
Yes.
Member Navo.
Yes.
Member McQuillan.
Yes.
Member Glover-Woods.
Aye.
Member Fatah.
Yes.
Member Burr.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Wow. Congratulations to the whole CDE team and the work that brought us to this point. Thank you, Cindy, and all the other contributing members for this item. So we're going to now take up our waiver consent calendar, which is waiver items W1 through W9. So we're going to open the phone line for public comment. So please take a note. The call-in number 712-770-4917 with an access code 4679071. So members of the public, if you'd like to make any comments on these waiver items W1 to W9, please call in now. We'll give it a minute. So do we have any public comments on these waiver items?
There are no public commenters for the waiver items.
Okay, thank you. Now I'll ask for a motion on waiver items W01 to W09.
I move to approve the waivers as recommended.
Okay, do I have a second?
This is Ting. I will second.
Thank you, Ting. Brooks, would you call a roll call vote, please?
Member Sun.
Yes.
Vice President Strauss.
Yes.
Member Rucker.
Yes.
Member Rodriguez.
Yes.
Member Patillo-Brownson.
Yes.
Member Navo.
Yes.
Member McQuillan.
Yes.
Member Glover-Woods.
Yes.
Member Fatah.
Yes.
Member Burr.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. So now we're going to take up waiver item 10. That's a waiver request from Paso Robles Joint Unified School District to waive California Ed Code Section 56366D, the requirement for a non-public, non-sectarian school or agency to be state certified in order to allow the use of state and federal special education funds for placement of one high school student with disabilities at an uncertified out-of-state school for students with disabilities located in Delta, Utah. So this item will be presented by Heather Calamise from the Department of Ed. So Heather, we turn it over to you.
Great, thank you, Board Member Strauss, and good afternoon, State Board of Education members. We'll take just a quick second to share our screen. Here we go. Okay. The Paso Robles Joint Unified School District submitted supporting documents as part of the waiver process, or the waiver submission process, in which the district is seeking to waive section of the California Education Code in the slide before you. Actually, you can go to the next slide. And so as a reminder, and as noted in the California Education Code, the Paso Robles Joint Unified School District is seeking approval from the State Board of Education to, one, waive the requirement for non-public schools to be state certified, and two, use state and federal IDA funds for the placement of this high school student for the time period of July 1st of 2020 through July 1st of 2021. We'll go to the next slide. And so what the board here is here to decide today is if state and federal IDA funds can be used for placement of the student at White River Academy, which is in Utah. Just as a note, White River Academy is for students aged 13 to 17 and is licensed through the State of Utah Human Services and is also accredited by Advanced Ed. At this current point in time, the White River Academy is not authorized by the Utah State Board of Education to provide special education services to students with disabilities under the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. Therefore, we're recommending a denial. A second point to note as well is that the White River Academy is noted in a letter that was sent to the California Department of Education in October of 2020. The White River Academy does not provide special education supports and services to students receiving supports and services through an IEP or an individualized education program. And as stated, that the private school does not fall under the federal guidelines of IDEA, and therefore the White River Academy offers private school plans in lieu of an IEP. And essentially what this means is that the White River Academy does not afford students with disabilities and their parents the procedural safeguards that are afforded to students that are receiving supports and services as outlined in the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. This actually concludes our short presentation. Thank you for your consideration and happy to answer any questions from the board at this time.
Thank you, Director Calamise, for the presentation. We're going to ask, let's put the public comment slide up to see if there's public comment for this item. Members of the public wishing to provide comment may do so by calling the number and using the access code on the slide. But while we're waiting for members of the public to call in, I'm going to ask Member Rucker, who's our waiver liaison, if she has any initial comments, and then board members, if you want to ask one clarifying question before we go to public comment. And then after public comment, we will do a board discussion. So Member Rucker, do you want to make any initial comments?
Sure. Thank you very much. First of all, I want all stakeholders and people listening with great interest to this hearing to know that consideration on issues like this and placement concerns in an education program and institution for a child out of state, these weigh very heavily on the department staff. They weigh very heavily on me personally because these are difficult decisions. They're difficult for the family. They're difficult for the school district. And so there are a lot of concerns that are not necessarily addressed by any of these placement decisions that won't be resolved by this waiver, whether this student is placed or not. But I do want to state that the staff has worked very diligently, not only to investigate the program, but the issues behind the decision made by the LEA to recommend this placement. It is the utmost concern and central to the consideration of this recommendation, that we understand what's in the best interest of the student and to consider what it means to provide a free and appropriate public education placement. And so that is behind the rationale, behind the recommendation that we have made that you're going to hear about in the discussion. And I would ask that you consider and remember those two things. And I'll stop right there.
Thank you, Member Rector. So board members, I want you to know that you can direct any clarifying questions in this round to Director Calamise. And we also have a representative from the Paso Robles Joint Unified School District on the line if you want to direct any clarifying questions to the district. So I'm looking now if with any hands, raise your hand if you want to ask a clarifying question before we go to public comment. And I don't see any hands raised. Do we have any public comments on the item?
We do not have any public comment at this time.
Okay. So Member Burr now, I see your hand raised.
Yeah, I just have a couple questions. One, just to clarify, I'm looking at the item now, that the waiver is requesting for the period July 1, 2020 through July 1, 2021. So just to clarify, Heather, the student has been placed in this placement?
Correct.
Through the academic year, it sounds like, right?
That is correct.
So I'm trying to figure out the consequence of if we deny the waiver, presumably the expenses have already been incurred on behalf of the student. What are the options for the district?
Sure, and that's a great question. At this point in time, the district would then have to utilize other fund sources to pay for the placement of the student at this point in time.
And so just as a follow-up question, I guess what I'm trying to understand is our concern at the state level, I don't want to use the wrong adjective here, but the unauthorized use of state and federal IDEA funds for placement in a facility that is not recognized for that purpose?
I'm sorry, could you repeat your question?
I'm just trying to understand what our rationale here is. Is our concern as a state, meaning the department and the board, that having a student placed in a non-public school that's not approved by either our state or the Utah State Board is an inappropriate and probably an unauthorized use of IDEA funds?
That's correct, and also I think I want to, actually, you're absolutely right in the sense of IDEA funds need to be expended and used on students that are receiving supports and services through the IEP process, and therefore the White River Academy, it first and foremost does not recognize IDEA and does not provide IEPs to the students in attendance, and then also secondary to that is that the Utah State Board of Education is not actually authorized. This facility is not actually authorized by the Utah Department of Education as well.
So other comments or clarifying questions from the board members? I'm looking to see, let's see, Member Navo.
So just a quick follow-up to Board Member Burr's questions. I think it's a good one. The only consequence of this denial then, Heather, as I understand it, is that they would have to use other funds.
Other funds, and then, I think, another potential consequence is that when, the student is currently placed there, the Paso Robles LEA would then, be required to provide some sort of monitoring and oversight to that placement. And so it potentially could be very difficult for the LEA to monitor progress if the White River Academy is not actually providing services and supports via the IEP process. So, looking at sort of, at the student level, really thinking about, progress, of course, could be difficult to determine given sort of the structure of the program.
Do I have any other board discussion or clarifying questions for either Director Calamiso or a representative from Paso Robles? So I don't see any more hands up. Do I have a motion? Excuse me, is Mr. Holden, are you the representative from Paso Robles?
Yes, ma'am. I just didn't know if I had an opportunity to say a quick comment or not. I didn't know the process. May I?
Yes, you may.
Oh, hello, board members. Thank you so much for a quick second here. This is a student that was placed via a settlement agreement. It was a very tricky placement, and we were actually working with attorneys and advised by our legal that this would be a place to continue. That it was a parentally placed student. We have held many IEPs. They honor our IEPs with therapists and teachers. We monitor the IEP goals monthly. We work closely with our SELPA, who is currently just finished a very thorough virtual visit to the campus, where we talk about progress. We see how the student's doing. I send my school psychologist when COVID's done, of course. Plan on sending the school psychologist for regular visits to visit with the student. We're paying for family members to do reunification, all those types of things that we do for any student that might be placed in a residential treatment center. I just wanted to make mention of that we are holding IEP meetings. And I understand what Ms. Calamiso is talking about with the funding piece and IDEA, but we're a small district, and we really hope that we would consider being able to use special education funding for portions of this payment. Thank you for your time, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Holm. Member Burr?
Yeah, I did want to ask a question for the district, because as I'm reading the whole way, first let me just say, I feel like the district is between a rock and a hard place here, based on what I'm understanding in the waiver. And it seems like there was one concern raised, and I just want to clarify that whether or not you went through the mediation process with the Office of Administrative Hearings, and then was the placement approved by your board, your local school board?
Yes, ma'am. It was approved. We are funding it through general funds currently. I just wanted to make mention of the fact that if we did have to move the student, I'm quite certain we'd end up engaging in more litigation from the family, which would cost more, time and money and things like that, as I'm sure you know. Thank you.
So Vice President Strauss, I'm inclined, and I'd actually really love to hear Board Member Navo's perspective on this, to go with the recommendation that the department has to approve the waiver with the conditions that the Department of Education has outlined in the waiver item.
So we have a motion from you, Member Burr?
Yeah, I make that motion.
So Member Navo, do you want to comment on Member Burr's?
Yeah, so Board Member Burr, you're talking about the recommendation here that they would, because it sounds like they're already paying for it with other funding. And the question of whether or not they are providing ongoing supports and communication with White River, it appears, or at least it sounds from the LEA, that is occurring. And so is your recommendation is to go forth with this, with the denial?
No, sorry. In the item itself, in the waiver item W10, under the recommendation, there is an alternative provided. It's about the third paragraph down, that says, if the SPE disagrees with the department's recommendation of denial, CDE recommends the approval, including the following conditions. So that's my motion, that we approve the waiver with the conditions that the department has outlined. And they're really all about, it sounds like what the district is trying to do now, which is to maintain contact with White River Academy, do on-site visits, consult monthly to monitor the provision of services, contact the student and individual each month to discuss progress, and schedule IEP meetings. So I think it does lay out a process that protects the students' rights and hopefully the provision of services to the students, but it doesn't put the district on the hook for paying for this placement out of local funds.
Gotcha. I agree with that.
So do I have, is that a second, Member Novel?
Yes, I would second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to approve with conditions. So Executive Director Allen, would you?
Vice President Strauss, if you just can wait one moment. We have an initial slide that we want to put up. If Director Calamesa can stop sharing.
Okay.
So we're sharing this slide just to make sure it reflects Member Burr's motion accurately and to ensure it's consistent with Member Navo's second.
And just so, and I would agree that's exactly what the motion is from my perspective. And I'd, also be happy if she would like to hear from Board Member Rucker, because I know she's the waiver liaison.
Member Rucker, did you want to make a comment on this?
No, I don't have any comment. The staff did an excellent job of doing this write-up and presenting for the board two particular options. That's the reason why in my opening comments I stopped short of carrying forward any recommendations on what the next step should be. I think that both of the options, leave unresolved whether or not this is actually going to resolve the concerns behind the decisions for the placement, but both options are viable and both options are of equal importance to the LEA. So I think it's fine for us to choose this alternative option as the department staff laid out for us. And I appreciate that they were able to develop that alternative option for the board to consider.
Thank you. Director Calamese, I do have a question. What grade is this student in right now? And my understanding is this is for the 2021 school year. Is that correct?
Correct. And the student is 16 years old at this current moment in time.
So if we approve this, the student is likely, if it's a successful placement and the family is satisfied with the agreement, we may be seeing this again as the student completes his junior and senior year. Is that correct?
That is correct. And I did want to just circle back around as well and just notate that according to our CDE staff that was working with the district in terms of this waiver, I do want to note that there appears to be no other attempts at placement at a certified NPS, both in state and out of state as well. So I just also wanted to note that piece of information. But currently you would see this waiver again in any given time if the student remains in this placement.
Thank you. So I'm just looking to see if I have any more board member clarification. We have a motion and a second to approve with conditions. So Executive Director Allen, would you take a vote?
Member Sun.
Aye.
Vice President Strauss.
Yes.
Member Rucker.
Yes.
Member Rodriguez.
Yes.
Member Patillo-Brownson.
Yes.
Member Navo.
Yes.
Member McQuillan.
Yes.
Member Glover Woods.
Yes.
Member Fatah.
Yes.
Member Burr.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Calamise and Mr. Holland. Thank you very much for being with us. Thank you, board members, for your comments. We are going to take up regular consent items 5 through 8. So if you'll please put the slide up for public comment on the consent items. And members of the public wishing to provide comment on regular consent items 5 through 8 may do so by calling the number and the access code on the slide that's presented now. So do we have, let's wait a minute, do we have any public comments on regular consent items 5 through 8?
No, we do not have public comment for these items.
Okay, so I'll look for a motion and a second for consent items 5 through 8.
This is Ting. I will move the consent items.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Member Rodriguez, thank you. I have a second. Okay. Executive Director Allen, would you please call a roll call vote?
Member Sun.
Aye.
Vice President Strauss.
Yes.
Member Rucker.
Yes.
Member Rodriguez.
Yes.
Member Patillo-Brownson.
Yes.
Member Navo.
Yes.
Member McQuillan.
Aye, aye.
Member Glover Woods.
Yes.
Member Fatah.
Yes.
Member Burr.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. So we are now ready for item 9. This is agenda item 9 is a public hearing regarding a petition for a renewal of a charter that's currently under the oversight of the State Board of Education, pursuant to California Ed Code section 47605.9B, consideration of Audeo Charter 2, which was denied by the Carlsbad Unified School District. So this will be presented by Stephanie Farland from CDE. Stephanie, would you like to begin?
Sure. Good afternoon, Vice President Strauss, members of the board, Deputy Superintendent Gregson. I am happy to be here today and following in the footsteps of my colleagues, which I think was an awesome idea in honoring and calling out Teacher Appreciation Week. I would like to just give a little shout out to my mother, who was a teacher for almost 25 years in the Fresno Unified School District, started her time as a bilingual teacher and as an immigrant herself, gave a lot of support to kids who were struggling with the language, and really set me on my path in my career in education. So teachers are some of my best friends, and I'm really happy to acknowledge them today. So we are here today to talk about the petition for the renewal of Audeo Charter 2. And we can move to the next screen. I believe my colleague McKenna is helping me with this. So Audeo Charter 2 is seeking authorization from the State Board of Education to renew their non-classroom based kindergarten through grade 12 charter school within the boundaries of the Carlsbad Unified School District. The petitioners, as required, initially sought authorization through Carlsbad Unified, and on December 9th, 2020, Carlsbad Unified Board denied the petitioner's request for renewal by a vote of 4-1. So then the petitioner submitted its petition to the CDE on appeal on January 8th, 2021. Our recommendation today is that the State Board hold a public hearing to approve the request to renew AC2, which is what we're going to call it, Audeo Charter 2. There are more than one Audeo schools. A K-12 non-classroom-based charter school. AC2 has met the applicable academic renewal criteria pursuant to Ed Code section 47607C7. At its April 13th, 2021 meeting, the Advisory Commission on Charter Schools moved the CDE staff recommendation to the state board. The motion passed by a vote of 8-0 with 1 abstention. Pursuant to Ed Code 476052E, if the denial of the charter petition is reversed by the state board shall designate, in consultation with the petitioner, either the governing board of the school district or the county board of education in which a charter school is located as a chartering authority. In this particular case, if approved by the state board, the department is recommending that the San Diego County Office of Ed be designated as the chartering authority. The educational program of Audeo Charter 2, is to implement personalized educational programs to facilitate student achievement. These educational programs will demonstrate that standards-based education reform can provide a prototype for changing the way teachers teach and pupils learn. AC2 offers a unique intervention model that serves many students who are at least 1 to 2 years behind in ELA and mathematics. Also, just to note, as we are still within this COVID pandemic, I would like to note that AC2 also instituted a trauma-informed practice to work with the social-emotional learning of their students. I'm not sure if they're going to go into it today in their presentation, but it is an interesting type of practice to support their students. The AC2 program serves a unique student population. Students choose to enroll at AC2 because they have not been successful in the traditional school system and generally just in the traditional classroom-based system. AC2 serves high-risk pupils and therefore qualifies as a dashboard alternative school status school. So they're a DOS school. We'll go into that in just a second. So AC2 has, since 2016, AC2 has redirected more than 330 unduplicated pupils back to Carlsbad Unified to re-enter the traditional education program. As such, it's important to note that the school's model presupposes that students will transfer once they have made adequate academic progress. This model therefore reinforces year-over-year student mobility, which has significant implications for the analysis of student progress between years. And that is sort of what they work at in terms of bringing kids up to speed with their credit and with their learning. Alternative metric data submitted by AC2. Pursuant to Ed Code Section 52052D, the DOS program replaces the previously administered alternative schools accountability model and holds alternative schools and alternative schools of choice accountable for modified methods of measurement for accountability indicators when appropriate. As an active DOS school, AC2 is eligible for alternative methods for calculating state and local indicators of academic performance and is therefore to be considered for renewal in accordance with Ed Code Section 47607C7. A DOS school renewal considers the charter school performance on the state and local indicators and the charter school's performance on alternative metrics applicable to this charter school based on the pupil population served. A DOS charter school renewal petition may only be denied if written findings are made, including a finding that closure of the charter school is in the best interest of the pupils. As part of the department's review of alternative metric data, it is our belief that AC2 has met the applicable academic renewal criteria pursuant to 47607C7. As part of our review, we looked at and analyzed the following data that the petitioner included as criteria for charter renewal. CAS data, the California School Dashboard data, NWEA, MAP data, and CalPADS end-of-year data. The CDE notes that the alternative data reflects point-in-time information for different student cohorts rather than the growth of one cohort over time, which is what we were saying just a bit ago about the changing population from year to year as this school tends to, kids tend to go back to their traditional public schools once they've caught up. So to go through the CAS data, here you have, and obviously we we're stopping at 2018-19 with the data. So we have 3 years of data here, and you can see where they fall in terms of percentage of pupils that met or exceeded standards for ELA and math school-wide. And again, this is not cohort data. It's year to year. Every year they have generally a different group of kids. In terms of suspension and chronic absenteeism rates, the suspension rate has maintained a blue. So they do have extremely low, almost none, suspensions, and their absenteeism rate has gone up a few percentage points from 18 to 19, and I'm sure that they can talk a little bit about more recent years. We just don't have those. But they are going above and beyond, and they do have a plan to support those students, such as conducting home visits, performing and tracking appropriate interventions, and referring pupils and families to community resources and partnerships. The 2019 California School Dashboard was the first year the LP was reported. Schools received status results only. The LP is calculated based on a student's performance on the English language proficiency assessments for California. And the data for 2019 LP for Audeo 2 show that 71% of AC2 English learner pupils are making progress towards English language proficiency. California School Dashboard data in terms of graduation rate, as you can see, their graduation rate jumped significantly from 18 to 2019, and the graduation rate are diplomas that were issued. Audeo 2 submitted NWEA map data as part of their petition package. We reviewed the data submitted. Again, not cohort data, but it shows the percentage of pupils school-wide making progress towards meet or exceed standards. And this is 3 years of data, and they have been making growth. They fell a little bit in reading, but they have made pretty good growth in ELA and math up through 2018-19. And then this is the reading scores. Again, they have made some growth in certain student populations and have fallen a bit with some of the others, students with disabilities and English learners, and then the white student population. And then here we have ELA. And they have made growth across the board in ELA. Here we have their NWEA map data for math. Again, growth in most of the student populations, a little bit of, again, falling scores in the white population. And then CalPAD's end of year data. The following table shows the 2020 end of year data for Audeo high school completers along with grade 12 CBEDS enrollment and total grade 12 students served. And end of year data for completers means a variety of things. It means they could have gotten their GED, the diploma, certificate of completion. So it's not just diploma that this particular graph shows. The graduation rate that we showed earlier were diplomas. This is a combination of different ways that you can complete a program within Audeo 2. As was stated in Member Strauss's introduction, this is a state board authorized charter school, and so the oversight for this charter has been with the Department of Ed. They have had a good financial record under the SB's authorization. They are projecting a positive ending fund balance of $1.9 million and reserves of 51%. We reviewed the audited financial data from 2018-19 audit. and it reflected an unqualified status with an ending fund balance of 1.8 and a reserve designated for economic uncertainty of 51%. The projected financial plan for AC2 we believe to be fiscally sustainable, and the CDE concludes that AC2's multi-year financial plan does provide for projected operating surpluses, increasing positive fund balances and adequate reserves. We find that the department finds that the AC2 petition provides a reasonably comprehensive description of all the required charter elements. However, we do note that there are a couple of elements that we would like some language added if this petition is approved, and they fall within element A and element J. Element A, we find is consistent with sound educational practice and presents a reasonably comprehensive description of the special ed program. And I'd like to remind the board that when the petitions come in, we do ask that our experts within the department in the special ed division and in the EL division help us review these to make sure that what they have presented is a comprehensive description. And so the one area that we would like some update on if it's approved is that the language regarding least restrictive environment doesn't state everything that it should, and it's listed there the areas where we would like new language submitted. Sorry. Element J under suspension and expulsion procedures, it does present a reasonably comprehensive description. There is some required language missing. Although having worked with the school and having spoken to the school, despite missing some of that language, the CD is confident that AC2 understands the requirements under Ed Code 47605 C5J. And that is related to the placement of pupils or the manifestation determination that's been requested by either the parent or AC2. The pupil shall remain in the interim alternative education setting pending the decision of the hearing officer. Senate Bill 419, which extended the permanent prohibition against suspending students enrolled in kindergarten through grade 3 for disruption or willful defiance to include students in grade 4 and 5, or the expansion of this prohibition, which includes students in grade 6 through grade 8 until July 1, 2025. In conclusion, the CDE recommends that the State Board approve the request to renew the AC2 petition at its April 2021 meeting. As stated earlier, the ACCS moved the CDE staff recommendation to the State Board on a vote of 8-0 with 1 abstention. And again, if the SBE grants renewal of the petition, the CDE recommends that the SBE designate the San Diego County Office of Education as the chartering authority for AC2. And we did, as we are legally required, consult with the charter. And we also let the county office know that this was going to be our recommendation. I will say that when I came into this job, I had about 2 months before we went remote. And in that 2 months, I had planned to start going out to site visits with my oversight staff to learn about what we do at those site visits. And I was only allowed to go on one before we stopped all travel and went remote. And the one I did go on was Audeo too. And I will say that I was quite impressed with the program they have in place. I've been overseeing charter schools in some capacity or another for over 20 years. And I thought that this school had its act together in terms of providing space and enough hybrid learning for students who needed it or who wanted it. And I was impressed with the space that they had for kids. So that is my conclusion.
Well, thank you, Stephanie, for the thorough presentation. We are now going to open the public hearing at 2:27 p.m. First, we will hear from the petitioners representing the charter school, and then we'll hear from the representatives from the school district. In each side, we'll have 12 minutes. So our charter school representatives may now begin.
Good afternoon, Vice President Strauss, State Board members, and CDE staff. My name is Wade Ashbrenner, and I'm the lead petitioner for Audeo 2 Charter School. Joining me today will be the Audeo 2 School Coordinator, Veronica Ballman. We're here to share the success of Audeo 2 in the preceding 5 years and ask that you approve the charter renewal for an additional 5-year term. Supporting the Carlsbad community since 2009, Audeo 2 is a recognized resource and an integral part of Carlsbad's educational landscape. Audeo 2 operates 2 resource centers and currently serves 290 students in the Carlsbad community. The State Board of Education approved the Audeo 2 charter petition on July 14th of 2016. The school has operated under the oversight of CDE staff for the past 5 years. And as it was stated earlier by Ms. McFarland, the Advisory Commission voted unanimously to recommend approval of the Audeo 2 renewal. That being said, we will continue with over 70% of our students meeting the at-promise designation by the CDE. Audeo 2 will continue to operate under dashboard alternative school status. Audeo 2 is a directly funded independent charter school governed by the Audeo Charter School Incorporated, a California nonprofit public benefit corporation. As state charter law has evolved, the Audeo board has strived to align resource center authorization with current law. The Audeo Charter School Corporate Board is an experienced group that governs 5 schools in total. In addition to governing Audeo 2, the board guides Grossmont and Sweetwater secondary schools. Both are SBE authorized with CDE oversight. Audeo Valley Charter School, authorized by the Riverside County Office of Education to align with the recent legislation AB 1507. And the 5th school is Audeo 3, authorized by the Escondido Union High School District. To discuss Audeo's 2 instructional program and its academic achievements of its students, I will turn the presentation over to the Audeo 2 School Coordinator, Veronica Ballman.
Thank you, Wade, and good afternoon, board members and CDE staff. Audeo Charter School 2 is an independent study charter school that serves students in grades TK through 12, with the majority of our students enrolled in high school. Audeo 2 is an academic intervention alternative centered on student motivation. It is our goal to place each student on a pathway to success. We specialize in serving at-promise students and students from socioeconomically disadvantaged backgrounds. At Audeo 2, we focus on academic improvement, high-caliber teaching, cultivating safe and supportive learning environments, and the development of role models for educational reform. Our top value is kids come first. Every student's progress and academic achievement is important to us. Audeo Charter School 2 has been serving the Carlsbad community for over 12 years. Since 2009, more than 1,300 Carlsbad Unified School students have been supported over the life of the school. We have 2 resource centers that are located within the Carlsbad Unified School District boundaries to serve all the schools within the district. As represented in the table, Audeo 2's demographics mirror that of the districts with large variances in the at-promise and socioeconomically disadvantaged student groups. 68% of students enroll at Audeo 2 credit deficient. 52% are socioeconomically disadvantaged. Over 60% are minorities, over 20% special education, and 8% English learners. Our specialization is in serving at-promise students and students from socioeconomically disadvantaged backgrounds. Our teachers are committed to providing a personalized and rigorous academic experience for each student. Teachers are trained to work on specific student needs and are actively involved with students and families, engaging with parents on a weekly basis to ensure every student is successful. We owe the school's success to the dedication of our teachers. With the high retention rate of our teachers, students have stability, consistency, and security in knowing that they will have the same teacher every year. This is especially important to our at-promise students. One of the reasons for our high retention rate is that Audeo 2 pays teachers 5% above the salary scale of the district and has 100% employer paid benefits and their eligible dependents and are contracted for 228 days. The other reason is that our teachers are truly passionate about educating at-promise students. Audeo 2 continues to strengthen the public school system and support the Carlsbad community with serving 550 unduplicated students from the Carlsbad Unified District during its charter term and has served more than 1,300 students since 2009. Over 800 students have successfully been redirected back to Carlsbad Unified School District schools in the last 12 years, and since 2016, 60% of students were redirected to a Carlsbad Unified School District program. Audeo 2 serves a unique student population as a DOS school, and with Audeo 2's redirective nature, it is difficult to maintain consistent student cohorts from year to year. The CDE did note the following reflects point-in-time data for different student cohorts rather than growth of one cohort over time. Most students who enroll at Audeo 2 are 2 to 3 grade levels behind in English, language arts, and 2 to 4 grade levels behind in math. To best support students, Audeo 2 offers open enrollment throughout the school year. Students are typically enrolled for 12 to 16 months and then choose to transfer back to their school of residence or graduate with Audeo 2. As this benefits families, this does have significant impacts on the analysis of student progress from year to year. Additionally, as a DOS school, we do not maintain consistent student cohorts from year to year. Compared to other DOS schools that Audeo 2 students would attend, Audeo 2 overwhelmingly outperforms these similar schools in English and math. We have also had more than a 30% increase in our one-year graduation rate over the last 3 years, with an increase for Hispanic students by 45% and over 47% for socioeconomically disadvantaged students. We have not had a single expulsion or suspension in the last 4 years. In addition, many students who had truancy or discipline concerns at their previous schools come to Audeo 2, and these concerns are gone. Audeo 2 works to alleviate social and personal pressures that can impact academic performance. Our school standards and expectations are high, and we are proud to offer safe and supportive resource centers that are conducive to learning. Our students also indicated a dramatic increase in self-confidence after just 90 days of attendance at our school. Audeo 2 has had more than 300 students who enrolled, unsure if they would graduate from high school, and then through the support of our school, were able to become a high school completer, with 251 students earning their high school diploma, 56 earning the GED or high school equivalency test, and 12 passing the California High School Proficiency exam. Audeo 2 has also received letters of full compliance in accordance with the MOU and charter petition each year from the California Department of Education. This 2-day annual visit that Stephanie mentioned that she visited our school consists of interviews with various stakeholders, including the leadership team, board of directors, teachers, parents, special education members, office staff, the ELAD department, and a thorough review of finances and student and staff files for compliance. Audeo 2 has consistently proved that we remain in compliance with all CDE expectations and requirements. Students at Audeo 2 experience the university model where they study 1 or 2 courses at a time. Each student's course of study is based on their Pathways Personalized Education Plan, or PPEP as we call it. This plan is developed by the Audeo 2 counselor along with the student, parents, and the teacher. It incorporates high school graduation requirements, the student's short and long-term goals, learning styles, previous work, current interest, academic achievement, skills development, and standardized test scores. Each student receives one-on-one instruction from teachers and is able to create a schedule that best meets their needs. All Audeo 2 courses are UC A through G approved and NCAA approved, and students receive individualized college and career planning. We just had a student that informed us that out of the 7 colleges she applied to, she was accepted to 6 of them. So that includes University of San Diego, UC San Diego, UC Santa Barbara, UC Irvine, UC Berkeley, and UC Los Angeles, which she told us was her dream college. This is one of many success stories at Audeo 2. We have an established multi-tiered system of support, which is a comprehensive framework that integrates state standards, core instruction, differentiated learning, student-centered learning, individualized student needs, and the alignment of systems necessary for all students' academic, behavioral, and social success. The school utilizes a response to intervention model to determine how individual students are responding to strategies, interventions, and supports within the multi-tiered system. Instructional staff identify disengaged students, regularly monitor student learning, provide research-based interventions, and utilize a systematic approach to ensuring academic success for all students. This problem-solving approach continually examines student response and adjusts based on data and documented feedback system. And then to Stephanie's point about the trauma-informed practices, or TIPS as we call it, all teachers receive trauma-informed practices and youth mental health first aid training. We also have a TIPS training that is embedded for our teachers throughout the school year. And then with this new school year, we are also implementing a 3-tiered professional learning series to support with reopening. So week 1 is going to be comprised of trauma-informed practices. Week 2 is going to focus on social emotional learning. And then week 3 is teacher wellness. So we have 3 weeks as we reopen, and then we will follow up with teachers on a monthly basis. With the majority of Audeo 2 students considered at promise, each pathway's personalized education plan is reviewed and updated by parents. We provide the best available materials and a school culture that is positive, supportive, and committed to putting kids first. Audeo Charter School 2 is an essential education option for the Carlsbad community. We want to thank the CDE staff for their recommendation for approval and understanding the vision, mission, and value of Audeo Charter School. With over 100 students from Carlsbad Unified having an intent to enroll over the next few months, we want to continue to strengthen the public school system and support the Carlsbad community. Was that time?
Yes.
Thank you so much for a really thorough presentation. Now we will hear from the school district. The school district will have 12 minutes as well. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Vice President Strauss, State Board members, and staff. I'm Robert Nye, the Assistant Superintendent for Curriculum and Instruction for Carlsbad Unified School District. The adopted findings in the district's resolution reflect the efforts of at least 7 district staff members, including myself, who reviewed the Audeo 2 renewal petition using a rubric created by county offices of education across the state. We also worked with our district legal counsel to analyze staff's concerns with the petition in relation to the legal standards for charter renewals. The proposed resolution specifies multiple bases for denial, but we wanted to highlight a few this afternoon. Next slide, please. With respect to the educational program, the California Department of Education's review form indicates that the Audeo 2 petition includes an instructional framework that is aligned to Audeo 2's target student population. However, the petition states Audeo 2 will serve grades TK through 12, but projects no students to enroll in TK through 3rd grade in the next 4 years. The petition lacks evidence of curriculum offered for grades TK through 5, so it's unclear what educational benefit is being offered to this age group. In 2016, a resolution to deny noted that a Audeo 2 petition had contained minimal information on how the school would educate in elementary grades, yet Audeo 2 has still not seemed to remediate these concerns. Point number 2, the district's Board of Trustees also adopted a finding that the petition did not provide enough evidence of how Audeo 2 students with disabilities will be served in the same manner as other public schools. From its review form, it appears the CDE staff agrees that the Audeo 2 petition does not present a reasonably comprehensive description for pupils with disabilities. The district considers this finding to be a material term and one that cannot be easily remediated given the 20% of Audeo 2 student population qualifies for special education services. And then lastly, in the area of education, Audeo 2's renewal criteria are based on data from the California dashboard and alternative metrics identified in the renewal petition. Audeo 2's performance on the latest dashboard showed declines in math overall, and its rate of chronic absenteeism increased significantly. The petition states that Audeo 2 performs higher than other similar schools in the area. However, the comparison schools listed in the petition serve a higher population of Audeo 2's significant student groups and English language learners. So at this time, I'd like to introduce or turn it over to our Assistant Superintendent of Business Services, Mr. Eric Dill.
Thank you, Dr. Nye, and good afternoon. We respectfully disagree with the findings that the projected financial plan for Audeo 2 is fiscally sustainable. The budget information that was submitted with the petition was very high level, and it did not afford us with the ability to verify the proposals in the instructional plan to ensure that they were supported by resources. Specifically, there was no budget detail on special education expenditures, and we could not see if sufficient resources were allocated to serve the 20% of identified special education students. We noted that despite enrollment and revenue growth projections, there's no correlating increase in teacher or pupil support salaries over the next 4 years. We did see some costs in their consulting services. It's also impossible for the district to ascertain how Audeo 2 relates to the other charter organizations that share principal office, space, administration, and board members. And given that 5 charter organizations operate within multiple school districts that are managed by one group, we can't see how this discrete high-level summary allocates costs between Audeo 2 and the sister organizations and whether any funds are commingled. With that, I'll turn it over to Elisa Ruiz de Esparza.
Thank you. Thank you, Eric. I assume you can hear me okay. Good afternoon, state board members and staff. I'm Elisa Ruiz de Esparza. I'm with Atkinson, Andelson, Waiver, and Romo, and we serve as legal counsel for Carlsbad Unified School District. I consulted closely with district staff who thoroughly vetted the Audeo 2 renewal petition. I'd first just like to clarify that contrary to what is stated in the CD's item page, the district's denial was not based on lack of required affirmations or lack of declaration of the public employer. The district's 3 bases for denial are that the Audeo 2 petition, 1, lacks a reasonably comprehensive descriptions of all the required elements, 2, it presents an unsound program, and 3, it's unlikely to be successfully implemented. As a DAS charter, Audeo 2 is not subject to any presumptive renewal or default renewal. Audeo 2 is not immune to the findings of non-renewal under Education Code sections 47605 and 47607. And it was pursuant to those statutes that the district properly considered Audeo 2's alternate performance criteria and found that despite that data, there's at least 19 specific factual findings to support why closure is in the best interest of students. These findings are all detailed in the district's resolution. Under a more deferential review standard, there would be no basis now for the SB to overturn the district's denial or its local effort to hold Audeo 2 accountable for their petition's lack of a transparent governance structure and lack of a detailed financial plan. Specifically, the district's resolution includes some critical findings that the petition does not disclose if Audeo 2 shares its costs or commingles its funds with other charter schools, as Eric Dill was just explaining. The petition is unclear about the affiliations between its operator, the Audeo Charter School Corporation, and 2 other corporations, the Altus Institute and Student Success Programs. These corporations all have had an overlapping CEO. They currently have overlapping principal offices throughout San Diego County and overlapping officers and directors. This structure makes it difficult to identify any related party transactions and to conduct oversight. And in fact, at the district's December 9, 2020 public hearing, there were members of the public, including locally elected officials, who spoke in support of the denial of Audeo 2. They explained that it was the lack of transparency in Audeo petitions that has been the focus of local authorizers concerned in the past. Audeo 2 petitions have been denied locally, but yet they continue to secure approval at the state level. And a major purpose of the new charter legislation, as I'm sure you know, is to defer to these locally adopted findings and protect local goals.
And in this case, the Carlsbad Unified Board of Trustees adopted its staff findings by a 4-1 vote. Each of those adopted findings based on statutes and interpretive regulations in the Charter Schools Act. And the district determined that these governance issues, among others, make Renewal a liability that would not be in the best interest of students. So we respectfully request that the SB uphold that determination and deny Audeo 2's renewal request. However, if renewal is granted, we do believe that a county authorizer would have a better capacity to oversee Audeo 2. The county has a unique authority to audit and investigate charters within its jurisdiction. It can more easily monitor the overlapping finances and governance among the Audeo charters and affiliated corporations that are currently operating in at least 5 districts throughout the county. Audeo charters share the same 3-member board and operate out of 4 school districts. Audeo 2's principal office is outside the district's boundaries, but it's also shared with student success programs and Altus schools. So the district is unable to see the finances of these affiliated corporations, much less meaningfully analyze Audeo 2's own operation due to the lack of detail on the petition. So therefore, we urge the SBE to deny this renewal, or in the alternative that it adopt the recommendation for the San Diego County Office of Education to be the new designated authorizer. Thank you. That concludes our presentation for today.
So thank you. Now we're going to open up the phone line for public comment on this charter. So if we can put up the slide with the call-in number. And while that slide is being put up, members of the public wishing to provide comment on this public hearing may do so by calling the telephone number and the access code that is on the slide right now. Remember to turn down the speaker volume of your computer if you're following the live feed. And each speaker will be limited to 1 minute. And we also ask, as always, that all callers be respectful. The comments at this time must be related to the Audeo Charter School item before the board at this time. Are there any public comments?
Yes, currently we have 27 callers in the queue. Caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Caller, you're live.
Hello, my name is Nikki. Hello, my name is Nikki Sarajudini, and I am a student at Audeo Charter School 2. I must say that I'm very happy that there is a school like Audeo, not only because they have an established online program, but because the teachers are very dedicated and supportive. I have heard from other friends that this has been a tough year for them with distance learning. If I had not tried Audeo, I would have never learned that there are alternative ways of learning that might work much better for some students. With this new method of learning, I can study at my own pace, and I can repeat the lectures if I need to. Also, the teachers are always available, ready to help, and only an email away. Now you might be thinking, I wish there had been a school like this when I was a student, but the good news is that now you have the power to make it available for the new generation, and that generation will be very grateful to you. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
This is Catlin O'Halloran with the Charter Schools Development Center. The CSDC supports the renewal of Audeo 2. Audeo is part of the long-standing Altus Schools organization with a strong reputation for operating high-quality charter schools. They are also a recipient of the renowned Malcolm Baldrige National Quality Award. As you heard earlier, the schools serve students in need of academic intervention, and they receive one-on-one attention from their teachers in addition to a flexible schedule that meets their needs. CDE staff said it earlier, this is a school that goes above and beyond to help students succeed. We support CDE's recommendation to renew. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Deborah Kelsey, and I am a parent of a student from Audeo. And because of Audeo, my son is on target to graduate, which is huge because he was diagnosed with autism and cannot function in a regular classroom. If it was not for this school, I don't know where we would be. The teachers are hands-on, one-on-one, easy to contact, and I truly hope you consider to renew this. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Caller, you're live.
Hello, my name is Patricia Madrigal. My son is a 10th grader at Audeo 2 charter. I would like to ask that Adeo's charter be renewed for more reasons than I can state today. But the most important to me is the peace of mind that I have knowing that Adeo's 2 leadership is doing everything in their power to benefit our students and families for success. This school is an asset to our family, and the peace of mind is not at the expense of Audeo 2's excellent academic commitment. Therefore, please renew Audeo 2's charter. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon. My name is Dominic Garibay, and I am a 10th grader at Audeo 2 Charter School. I'd like to ask that Audeo 2's charter be renewed because of the benefits it offers. For instance, Audeo's flexibility supports me with the chance to complete my classes online and at my own pace, further allowing me to actually learn the material and focus on a given area of study. It also extends the right level of support. For instance, my teacher, Mr. Bacchus, checks in with me in a timely manner and closely manages my advancement. He asks relevant questions that address my issues, which might hinder my educational goals. Again, it's crucial that Audeo 2's charter be renewed. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Caller, you're live.
Hello, my name is Will Maloney. I'm an 11th grader at Audeo 2 Charter School at the South Carlsbad site. I've been enrolled since February 2020. I came to Audeo 2 because I've been chronically ill since 7th grade and a public school schedule wasn't working for me. I like being a student here because I'm able to have a flexible schedule where I'm able to attend the resource center and do my work at home. Since the start of my enrollment, I've earned a credit every month. I've also received A's and B's, which is an improvement from my public school. I'm on track to graduate in June of 2022. My plan is to go to community college or then transfer to a 4-year university, and Audeo 2 is helping me prepare for my future. If I weren't here, I would need to retake at least 1 year of high school and graduate late. Please renew Audeo 2 Charter School. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon. My name is Ari. I'm an 11th school. My mama recently enrolled me into Audeo because of social troubles. The environment at Audeo, as well as the staff, to include tutors, have made me feel safe as well as comfortable. Audeo has helped me understand material from my classes and given me educational resources as well as opportunities to be able to be my best self. I am on track to graduate on time in June 2022 with a 4.3 GPA thanks to Audeo's honors courses. I'm excited and optimistic about college after I graduate. I've also completed 4 semesters of courses within the healthcare technical pathway, and I plan to pursue a career in the healthcare field. Please vote to renew Audeo 2's charter so that more students like me can find the same success. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hello, board members. My name is Sam Fauchon. I was an Audeo 2 student from early 2019 until December 2020, where I graduated with flying colors. I'm now a college student who is able to get good grades and stay strong in challenging situations, much to the help of Audeo. Audeo offered me an incredible support system that no other school gave me. There are so many students who need an environment like Audeo, and that's why I asked the board to please think about those who need this type of school and thrive in this learning environment like I did. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Gretchen Mastis, and I'm a parent of a student attending Audeo 2 in Oceanside for a little over 2 years. We enrolled after having some personal health issues and being diagnosed with severe anxiety. I'd heard positive things from others and both trying to get ahead for college or maybe to catch up on credits. And so I found a supportive staff willing to meet the students right where they are and help them find the best classes and opportunities to fit their needs and their learning style. Both the teachers and the counselors have been great, and with all the recent COVID restrictions and the changes, they already had online curriculum in place and immediately implemented Zoom meetings with the teachers and regular check-ins so that the students felt supported. Especially in these unprecedented times, it's important that we have some options to fit the varying needs of all of our students. I highly recommend Audeo 2, and I'm grateful for the relationships that we have developed with our teacher and the positive experience learning and with the staff.
Thank you.
Very thankful. And
thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi, this is Ted Bubnack. My son attends Oudeo currently. He had been enrolled in the IAP program in Carlsbad since middle school, and during that time, his grades continued to decline and his productivity declined overall. We decided to move him to Oudeo this past year, his senior year of high school. Two key differences that I see really is in the IAP program. Despite the vast resources from his previous school, it's a much more focused program at Audeo, a lot more time and investment that I've seen them take in working with my son in the IAP program. And it's really just a much more personalized approach. So I would give it real strong marks for its focus on the IAP program. And then overall, just the personalized instruction. It seems to work very well for him, having that one-on-one interaction with his instructor. I have 3 other kids that went to traditional.
Thank you, caller. Your time's up. Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Paul Backus. I'm a teacher with Audeo Charter School 2. I currently work at the South Carlsbad Resource Center and have worked in a variety of settings with Audeo 2 as well. No matter the location, setting, or student demographics, we strive to keep access to high-quality instructional materials equitable for all students. On top of my core teaching duties, I also serve as a curriculum lead for our environmental resources and information communication and technology CTE pathways, implementing curriculum materials that are not only high quality, engaging, and rigorous enough for UC A through G and community college approval, but also accessible to all students is no easy task. However, through continuous collaboration with admin as well as other teachers, it is possible. This is one of the many reasons I urge the State Board of Education to continue supporting Audeo 2.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Lori Anderson. I'm a teacher at the Audeo 2 Charter School at the South Carlsbad site. I've been working for Audeo 2 since October 2019. And prior to that, I worked for our sister school, the Charter School of San Diego, for 10 years. I began my teaching career at a traditional school. Traditional school is not for all students. In my 14 years experience, I've never had 2 students alike. Students come to Audeo 2 wanting an education but needing help. They need someone to help them with their work. They need guidance and flexibility. Not all students come from the same type of home. Not all students have access to the same resources. Not all students want to be in the classroom filled with other students where they get little to no interaction with their teacher. They need something traditional school cannot provide. They need a personalized education plan. We are an option for students. I'm so proud to be working for Audeo 2 Charter School and know that I'm doing everything I can for my students. Please renew Audeo 2 Charter School.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hello, I'm Sharon Todd. I'm a parent of a senior and soon-to-be graduate at Audeo 2. Audeo 2 has created a healthier alternative learning environment for my daughter, reducing a lot of undue stress in our family from previous school experience. My daughter has a few health challenges, so working from home with virtual meetings was a great relief for her. It gave her comfort and self-confidence that a teacher could support her with the individual guidance and personal care to nurture her journey. The open communication lines have been incredible, always encouraging her no matter how far behind and never to make her feel bad about herself. It has empowered her, made her independent and accountable for her own studies, taking control and knowing exactly where she is for each subject. It allowed her to journey with support from both of us and her teacher, always coming up with a plan, a countdown for her so she could focus. Seeing her results daily helped motivate her by gaining confidence in her progress and being successful in her own education. So we ask that you support Audeo 2 for the renewal. They truly deserve it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Mara Schaller, and I'm a student at Audeo 2. Leaving public high school to attend Audeo was the best decision I could have made for my education. After struggling with mental health, which led to my constant absence from class, my parents and I decided I should switch schools in the beginning of my sophomore year as we could not find a way to make school work for me. Audeo has been the perfect place for me. My teacher, Mrs. Montgomery, has been endlessly supportive of me and made my high school experience as seamless as I could have ever imagined. Audeo has allowed me to do what I love and not feel trapped for the hours which I'm demanded in the classroom. Because of this, I'm able to explore my passions and develop more than I think I could have in a public high school. The freedom which this school has provided me has made balancing work, school, and my personal life more attainable while still offering support for educational challenges. Now as I'm nearing graduation, I'll be saddened to leave such a caring, supportive environment, and I will always be endlessly grateful to have had the opportunity to attend Audeo. Thank you for your time, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
My name is Dylan Ramirez. I'm a teacher at Audeo 2 Charter School. I actually attended Carlsbad High School, and I'm fortunate to be able to work in the community that I grew up in. The reason why I choose to teach at Audeo 2 Charter School is because of the students we serve and how we're able to support them. Many students that enroll with us are struggling, and some are in danger of not graduating. As a teacher at Audeo 2, we're able to work with students individually and provide academic support that they need to help them get back on track and graduate. And I know we make a difference because we hear back from our students. I had a student that emailed me explaining that they were accepted to UC Davis and wanted to thank us for helping them graduate high school and expressed that they had all but given up on being able to graduate prior to enrolling with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon, and thank you for your time today. My name is Jackie Eskew, and I am a teacher at our North Carlsbad location. I have been working with Audeo 2 since 2018. As a teacher with Audeo 2, I meet with students and their families as they are enrolling to build relationships and start to build relationships with them immediately. During these enrollments and throughout their enrollment with us, I get to know them, why they choose our school, their interests, strengths, and areas of improvement. I reach out to families daily and weekly to give progress updates or provide resources. I work with students one-on-one or in group tutoring sessions to support them with their courses. Our program allows students who struggled in a larger classroom setting to succeed. I can give students more one-on-one attention and allow them to work at their own pace. This helps students succeed and gain confidence in themselves. Please support the charter renewal for Audeo 2 so we can continue to make a positive impact on students' lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Janet Paul. I'm a parent, and I'm voicing support for the renewal of Audeo 2's charter, where our daughter is currently an 11th grader. Our daughter attended our local public high school until November of her sophomore year. She was the victim of harassment and bullying that had a profound effect on her mental health. We made a family decision to try Audeo charter for the opportunity to focus on her well-being. She has expressed gratitude for the support both her teacher and counselor provided at Audeo. She describes the learning as more rich and focused than in the traditional high school setting, where the teachers were often interrupted by disruptive student behavior. She says the learning program, Edgenuity, is challenging, but the instruction is clear and delivered in an interesting and engaging manner. Upon enrollment in her first course last year, she was excited to tell us that she felt she was learning more in days at Audeo than in a semester at her former campus. She appreciates the flexible schedule and ability to work independently. She feels less stressed and relishes her school, life, and club sports balance. Please support the renewal of Audeo 2.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Montgomery. I'm a teacher here at Audeo Charter School, too. I've had the opportunity of working with our organization since 2001. And during these 20 years, I've seen firsthand the difference that our organization makes in the lives of our students and their families. Audeo Charter School 2 is made up of professional educators. We all have a passionate commitment to our students. Our approach is data-based, and we're a heart forward. As a teacher, my small roster allows me to really connect with my kids. It allows me to implement a personal and individual educational plan for each student. My goal is to help each one of them reach success, which means something different. This may be good grades, self-confidence, or just a clear idea of the future. We also provide resources to help all of our families reach their goals. Audeo Charter School 2 does good work for our community. We're a team of compassionate teachers with rosters of students with diverse needs and abundant success stories. We have a proven track record. We're a quality school.
Thank you, caller. Your time's up. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
SBE members, my name is Sheila Whitley, and I am a classroom teacher representing the California Teachers Association. CTA is concerned with the California Department of Education's approach to the Audeo Charter 2 appeal review. The CDE's position undermines the authority granted by the state legislature to the local district during the renewal process. On December 9, 2020, the Board of Carlsbad Unified voted 4-1 to deny Audeo's renewal petition, and the district staff laid out a number of findings that support denying the renewal. CTA continues to be concerned with the CDE's approach to SBE authorized charter appeals under AB 1505 and the apparent dismissal of the local district's statutory duty to conduct a thorough and comprehensive review as intended by the legislature. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Marcus Soto. I am a graduate from Audeo 2. I just want to say that I am extremely thankful for all the staff at Audeo 2 for giving me such a personalized learning experience that I'm going to cherish for the rest of my life, because it has helped me to push into a future where I can be more focused, independent, and driven by myself with the help of others to find out what it is that I want to do. And yeah, just thank you. And I'm really hoping that you guys consider this renewal. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
My name is Jonathan Fulkerson. I've been a special education teacher at Audeo 2 for 5 years. During this time, I have witnessed the importance of our educational model. At Audeo 2, I'm able to work with each student individually and really get to know them and their families. Families repeatedly express how positive an environment that we have here. Students feel comfortable and can get support when needed and succeed. I've had many students enroll that initially thought that they were a failure or going to be a high school dropout only to earn a diploma. To see students and their parents at graduation, families who at one time didn't have much hope, makes me so grateful for what we do. Our special education team is very strong. Our leadership and continued training assists us in supporting our performance. Students who weren't able to succeed previously can thrive in our educational setting. My students have a flexible schedule, individual course plans, small group instruction, and an educational team that works diligently to make students and their success a priority. I've lived in the Carlsbad area for more than 30 years, and we are an educational option that is needed in our community. Please support Audeo 2's renewal.
Your time's up. Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon. My name is Sean McDonald.
and my 2 children are graduates of Audeo Charter School, too. Given my family situation with both children having emotional and mental health challenges, Ms. Freeman and Audeo were absolutely the reason that they achieved what they did academically, as well as being instrumental in both Aiden and Kira learning to manage and work through the challenges they had. They're both so much better off for having their academic experience with Audeo than anything they had encountered in the public school system. We are grateful to everyone who worked with Audeo and appreciate their role in our community. Please vote to renew Audeo's charter so that the school can continue to serve our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon, board members. This is Gina Plate from the California Charter Schools Association. As you've heard today, Audeo Charter 2 is a stellar program that has a long track record of success with all students, including those that have historically not been successful in other settings. The staff and leadership of Audeo Charter are recognized as experts, and in addition to the work they do with their own students and families, they're willing to offer technical assistance and professional development to other schools. CCSA encourages you to uphold the recommendations of the CDE and ACCS and approve Audeo Charter 2. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi, this is Claire Crawford with In the Public Interest, and we're opposed to the renewal appeal for Audeo 2 Charter School. The Carlsbad Unified School District identified multiple grounds for denial in their findings, and of significant concern for this non-classroom-based school are issues raised by Carlsbad Unified with governance and operational structure, and in particular transparency issues with the operation of multiple schools managed by the Altus Network. These same issues have been raised by multiple districts as other Altus-managed schools have come before them for authorization. We urge the board to deny the Audeo 2 charter renewal, and we further urge CDE, which currently authorizes additional Altus schools, to conduct more in-depth review of the operations of the schools and the entities that manage them. Thanks.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hello, am I on?
Yes, you're live.
Hi, my name is Shelley Hamilton, and I'm a school board member in another district. And I wanted to call in, as the CTA points out in its letter in opposition to the renewal of Audeo 2, the CDE recommendation makes no mention of, let alone addresses or provides contrary evidence to the legitimate and substantial findings of the local district, thereby ignoring the legislative intent of AB 1505 to provide priority to local decision-making in the charter renewal process. The CDE report simply contains a bullet point pro forma list of the district's basis for their denial without including any of the findings specific to this particular charter that form the basis for the denial from the local district. Therefore, members of the SBE are left to do their own in-depth analysis instead of being able to rely on the CDE to fairly represent a full scope of considerations. The district's findings provide substantial evidence of potential conflicts of interest in governance and financial issues, in a lack of transparency, again, in governance and financial issues.
Your time's up. Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Sarah Tewksbury. I'm a resident of Ross Valley, California, and I'm urging you to deny the Audeo charter renewal. You're completely ignoring 1505, as many people have already pointed out. You're ignoring the spirit and the letter of the law. This is exactly what you did to the Ross Valley Charter in your March 17th meeting, and since then, that school's director has quit, 25% of their staff has quit, and they're facing dire financial situations. So I don't think that the CDE does comprehensive reviews, and I'd urge you to please not rubber stamp another charter that the local district doesn't want. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Caller,
am I up?
Caller, you're live.
Oh, sorry. Hello, my name is Claire Freeman, and I'm a teacher at Audeo Charter School 2. I found Audeo's sister school, the Charter School of San Diego, in 2012 as a recent college graduate. Within 2 weeks of working as an assistant, I knew that I had to return to school and pursue a teaching credential. I joined Audeo 2 upon approval of its charter several years ago. What struck me about Audeo was the incredible bond that teachers develop with their students and families. I'm honored to work with families through their struggles and triumphs by offering support, encouragement, enthusiasm, empathy, as well as academic interventions when needed. Every student deserves a chance to succeed, a helping hand when they stumble, and a cheering section when they overcome a challenge. Audeo Charter School 2 isn't simply a school, it's a community. Please vote to renew our charter so that we may continue to support our students and families. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Michael Karlov, and I'm a senior at Audeo Charter School. During my sophomore year of high school, I started to feel really lost, and my grades were falling, and even considered dropping out. Now as a senior, I have received my high school equivalency certificate, and I'm ready to move on to college. This wouldn't have been possible without Ms. Montgomery and her incredible team. The resources and guidance that they provided me with helped keep me on the right path at all times. If I ever felt confused or did not entirely understand something, I wouldn't just be given the answer. I would be given the steps and tools to answer the problem by myself. I believe everyone should be given the same incredible opportunities that I've received. This is why I support the renewal of Audeo Charter School. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Caller, you're live.
Hello, my name is Kent Hudson. I'm a special education teacher at Audeo 2, and I would like to voice my support for the renewal of our charter. Today, I will provide an example of how our program has been working for an individual student who struggles with executive functioning, including inattention, impulsivity, and lack of motivation. This has had a significant impact on his academic performance. Previously, in a traditional school, he was failing most classes and at risk of dropping out. In his current independent study setting, with a personalized education plan, the student benefits from the following supports: a friendly, supportive, tension-free learning environment with high expectations, preferential seating away from distractions, checks for understanding, individual and small group instruction, and working on 1 or 2 courses at a time. And instruction is provided at the student's preferred time of day, early afternoon, when he is most alert. With these supports, the student is becoming a self-motivated learner who is consistently passing 1 course every month and making progress towards graduation. Thank you. I strongly support the renewal of our.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Caller, you're live. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Maribel Alvarado, and I'm a teacher with Audeo Charter School 2. I've been with Audeo for over 10 years. It has been incredible working for Audeo and seeing the impact that we have on our students, families, and our community. As an example, I am currently working with one of our homeless students that is about to complete her high school journey. Just recently, the student expressed that before coming to Audeo, no one had ever told her that graduating was an option, and she had lost all hope. Now, with our support, she will be earning her high school equivalency certificate and is more excited than ever in starting her culinary career pathway. Audeo provides unique, individualized education plans for all our students. This allows us to focus on each student's needs, providing a personalized education plan tailored to each student. We pride on providing our English learners and special education students with enhanced services to further support them with their unique learning needs. Students and families are our number 1 priority. I ask you to support the renewal of our school and allow us to further continue to serve our students and make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is McKenna Lester, and I'm a teacher at Audeo 2 Charter School. I've been a teacher at the South Carlsbad location for just over 2 years. Our school is a safe place for students who feel like they do not strive in the traditional school setting. Our school provides students of all learning styles, students of all cultures, and students of all socioeconomic backgrounds a place to feel successful and earn their high school diplomas. I've had students that were falling behind and failing courses in the traditional school setting come to Audeo and earn straight A's and earn their high school diploma. I've had students with social anxiety learn how to build a relationship with their teacher and feel comfortable communicating with myself and their peers. Our school is a safe place for all students to feel safe, successful, and cared for. please renew Audeo 2 Charter School. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Monica Fraser. I have two children that are going to Audeo 2. I enrolled Lauren 2.5 years ago. She was heavily abusing drugs and alcohol at her assigned high school and was failing all her classes. I enrolled Lauren in Audeo while she was in rehab. She now has a very high GPA, a job, and plans for college. I can't return Lauren to her previous high school. I think the strides she's made would just completely unravel. She feels the same. Audeo has provided a safe and supportive learning environment for her without added pressures and temptations, and she's very focused on her forward progress. I enrolled my other daughter in Audeo this past year. She was previously in a public school where her grades took a complete nosedive, and she had major stress and anxiety from social drama and bullying that was going on. Since her move to Audeo, her grades are all back to A's, and she's doing much better. Audeo has been a huge benefit for my children.
Thank you, caller. Your
Please
time's
support
up.
the renewal.
This concludes public comment.
Thank you. Given there's no other public comment, I hereby close the public hearing at 3:23 p.m. I'll ask you to put up the CDE recommendation slide, and I will turn to our liaison, Superintendent Sung, to see if they'd like to make some initial comments.
Thank you, Vice President Strauss. And I just want to thank all of the commenters who provided their input on this issue. Before I start, I don't really have any additional questions. I would just remind folks of the beginning of the conversation when Stephanie Farland was presenting that they have done a very thorough review of this charter petition, that our advisory commission on charter schools conducted a very thorough hearing on this charter renewal and voted 8-0 to recommend the adoption of the CDE recommendation. But I wonder if I could just ask Judy Sias, our general counsel, to comment on one issue that came up a couple of times. It came up in a prior charter discussion about what the board's responsibilities are under the new charter school legislation with respect to renewals, because there seems to be some confusion or misunderstanding about what the board's role is.
Yes, under AB 1505, there was a change, as the callers mentioned, regarding how the board will hear appeals of the denial of new schools and renewals of schools. However, under an abuse of discretion standard, however, there is an exception for current SB authorized charter schools like Audeo and like the school you'll hear tomorrow, Prepatech, where under that, if a school is currently an SB authorized charter school, then the board will review the charter petition de novo, which means it is like it has been in the past, where the board makes independent findings, not based on the district findings, and the CDE staff conducts an independent review of the petition, as Member Burr talked about, and how Stephanie Farland talked about the comprehensive review of the petition. So there is no reliance on the district findings for schools like current SB authorized schools like Audeo. Does that answer your question, Member Burr?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, thank you, Judy. I appreciate it. So before we hear from members, and I'll just say that I think based on certainly the department's exhaustive review, including an on-site visit and multiple visits over the years that Audeo has been under our authorization, this seems to be a very successful school. It's certainly serving a very specific need for students who aren't otherwise successful in traditional schools. And I would support the department's recommendation when we're ready to take a vote.
Thank you. Member Sun?
Yeah, so I will also be supporting the department's recommendation for the renewal of Audeo 2. This is a DOS school, and the criteria in looking at success is different under a DOS school. And I think, one of the strengths at this school is their transition rate of students that they're returning back to the traditional school system. So, and from the testimony, the overwhelming testimony as well that we're hearing from students who have really appreciated this type of alternative and have been successful, I do think that the school will continue to be successful for students.
Thank you, Member Sung. Do I have any other board comments or clarification? I'm just looking for hands. I don't see any. I'll just say I just appreciate all the testimony from the callers who called in today. Thought it was very specific and persuasive and heartfelt, and I appreciate the work of the CDE on their thorough analysis, and I appreciate the district being here as well. This is complicated, and I think it addresses a group of students who find traditional high school somewhat challenging for different life or other reasons. And I appreciate the goals and the strategies that Audeo 2 uses to help return students back so they're successful in graduating. And I think we need to continue to remember that the same approach is not going to work for all of our kids, and we need to learn where we've been successful in helping students get back on track to graduate. So at this point, do we have any other board comments? I'm just looking for any more hands. So I'll entertain a motion.
Vice President Strauss or Stephanie or McKenna, do you have a slide that talks about your specific recommendation? Because I believe there were a couple of areas where you were recommending additional language. I want to make sure I incorporate in my motion to approve the renewal.
Yeah, McKenna can go back a couple. They're kind of on two different slides, Sue. So I would here. So here, element A and element J need to be strengthened with the language that we have included in the presentation, along with the recommendation for renewal, and also along with the recommendation, if you agree, that the San Diego County Office of Ed become the authorizer.
Right. Okay, so I would move the Department of Education's recommendation to approve the renewal of the Audeo 2 charter with the strengthening of the language on element, is it A and J?
A and J.
A and J, and that the that the state board designate the San Diego County Office of Education as the chartering authority.
And I will second that motion.
So Member Burr made the motion, Member Sung seconded it. Executive Director Allen, would you take a roll call vote?
Member Sung.
Aye.
Vice President Strauss.
Yes.
Member Rucker.
Yes.
Member Rodriguez.
Yes.
Member Patillo-Brownson.
Yes.
Member Navo.
Yes.
Member McQuillan.
Yes.
Member Glover Woods.
Yes.
Member Patah.
Yes.
Member Burr.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. So we don't have much left, but we have item 1 to reopen and public comments. But we've been sitting for more than 2 hours, which we all know is not good for anybody, and also for Zoom fatigue. So we're going to take just a 5-minute break. Turn off your camera, stand up, stretch, do what you need to do, and we'll see you back at 3:36. Welcome back from your short but well-earned break. We're going to establish quorum now, so Executive Director Allen, would you please call roll?
Member Sun.
Present.
Vice President Strauss.
Here.
Member Rucker.
Here.
Member Rodriguez. Member Patillo-Brownson.
Here.
Member Navo.
Here.
Member McQuillan.
Here.
Member Glover Woods.
Here.
Member Patah.
Here.
Member Burr.
Here.
Have a quorum.
Thank you. So we're going to reopen item 1 to take action on the preliminary report of actions, draft March 2021 meeting minutes, and to report out on our liaison assignments. So can we put the public comment slide up? And so while we're waiting for any members of the public to call in, do I have a motion from a board member to approve the March 16th, 17th, and 18th 2021 State Board of Education draft preliminary report of action meeting minutes?
So moved. This is Kim.
Thank you, Kim.
Second.
Second by Audeo Rodriguez. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Are there any public comments?
There are 2 people in this queue. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. This is for item 1. Your time starts now.
Hi, is this for non-agenda items? I'm sorry.
No, this is for item 1. We'll be taking public comment after this item.
Okay. Is there a time to make public comment for non-agenda items?
Yes, it'll be after this item.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
There are no other public speakers.
Thank you. So is there any further discussion on the minutes? And if not, Brooks, would you do a roll call vote, please?
Member Sun.
Aye.
Vice President Strauss.
Yes.
Member Rucker.
Yes.
Member Rodriguez.
Yes.
Member Patillo-Brownson.
Yes.
Member Navo.
Yes.
Member McQuillan.
Yes.
Member Glover Woods.
Yes.
Member Fatah.
Yes.
Member Burr.
Aye.
So motion's approved. So thank you very much. Now we're going to go to board member liaison reports. And I want to invite SBE members to report out on any liaison activities that are not related to any items on our agenda. And we're going to go in reverse order, and I'll go last. And so I'll start, Member Sung.
Okay, sorry.
Sorry.
Caught off guard. Let me grab my notes here. Excuse me.
Okay, so get ready. We're going to go in reverse order.
Okay, so I'm sorry. I had to shut down my computer at one point today. So, okay, here we go. All right, thanks for your patience, everyone. So first of all, just since we have this tradition of thanking teachers during this month, I just want to thank Janice Reed, my Latin teacher from high school, for making a dead language live. And it's because of Miss Reed that I became a teacher, and that's launched me on the path that led me here today. So I want to report that the California Workforce Pathways Joint Advisory Committee is meeting tomorrow on Friday. Members McQuillan and Rucker and I get to hop on the third day of Zoom meetings where we will be discussing the California State Plan for Career Technical Education, as well as updates on the CTIG and the K-12 Strong Workforce Grant funding cycle. We're very excited that there are cross-division efforts happening to align and coordinate CTE pathways completion data with other student data we collect from schools. This is going to allow us more in-depth analysis of the students who are participating in these pathways. We will also be welcoming a new California Community College Board of Governor member, and then our vision for this California State Plan on career technical education is that career technical ed and career pathways are embedded in the core educational program for all schools and be available for all students. The policy conversations at our advisory meetings will guide our work towards that vision. And then the last things I want to mention is that May is also Asian Pacific Islander Heritage Month. And I and 3 other API State Board of Education members from Washington State, New York State, and Arizona had a conversation about our concerns related to the dramatic increase in hate crimes against Asians across the country. We also met with the leadership of NASB, the National Association of State Boards of Education, about bringing a group together of state board members to discuss what we can do as boards of education to address these issues. And that's my report. Thanks.
Thank you, Member Sun. So, Member Recker.
Thank you very much. I have a number of activities that are related to the agenda that I won't report on. I just want to make 2 announcements related to a couple of other liaison activities. First of all, I want to remind everyone on the board, as well as everyone listening, that there's going to be a free virtual symposium on Friday, June 25th, 2021. This is the Maintaining Mathematical Momentum. This is our early math symposium. The registration is open now. The speakers list has been announced, and that's been shared with me from department staff. So I do want to provide just a highlight of who some of the speakers are. Dr. Megan Franke will be speaking on supporting the mathematical brilliance of young people. Dr. Brian Wright will be speaking on creating identity-safe learning environments for Black boys in the early grades and who are our community helpers. Dr. Joe Bowler is going to be speaking on limitless mind, learn, lead, and live without barriers. These are just some of the highlights, and there are so many other people who are going to be joining us for the Early Math Project. There's also going to be a hands-on learning activities from the Ames Center, including focusing on geometry and art with bubbles, paper engineering magic. The attendance certificates are available for those who are attending the event. You can earn continuing ed credit. And I do want to remind you that this is being sponsored by the Ames Center for Math and Science Education in the First Five, California. I have been able to be a part of welcoming and supporting this particular conference from its inception, and I'm excited to see it opening up again this year for an additional year. I also support the Interstate Compact for military children, for military dependents. And so I just have a couple of announcements related to that work. First of all, I do want to note that the project has initiated a special education support and engagement for the staff and members who support military dependents at our public schools in California. This project is going to launch shortly in June. We are going to have MI3 Council member Tom Umberg, who's going to be doing some work, who did some work with all the council members during the month of April, because April was the month of the military child. That's something we didn't get a chance to take note of during our state board meeting in March, and that was my fault because I think I forgot to say something about that. Military connected student legislation that I want to just make you aware of is ACR 53. That's been introduced by Assemblymember Christopher Ward, and that's regarding recognizing Purple Star schools supporting and serving students who are military dependents. The MIC3 program supporting all of this work, and military programs to support the transition and support needs of students who are military dependents going from school to school. It becomes more important with each successive year, and the program continues to grow in scope and aspect thanks to the leadership of Kai Jackson and the work he's doing to coordinate not only the staff who are appointed by the Department of Defense to do this work, but also among the network of folks who do this work for our schools here in California and other states. So that's all I'm going to share in my report.
Member Recker, thank you very much. Member Rodriguez?
Yes, thank you. I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time unmuting because my trackpad is low on battery. So when I move over there, it's like, so I have 3 liaison reports. EL specialists, CTC, and the ART framework, and I'll start with EL specialists. So if I had one word to describe what's happening with EL specialists, it would be two words. It would be collaboration. It's exciting to hear about the work our regions are doing to support EL students, but even more thrilling to hear them strategically share what they're working on to further student achievement with other specialists throughout the state. EL specialists are meeting monthly to discuss their collaborative work as they support LEAs in meeting the needs of our students. Some highlights. Many of the regional EL specialists are collaborating with other leads within the system of support, including the SELPA lead and ELs with disabilities. The EL RISE and Multilingual California project are the two EL leads supported under the Educator Workforce Investment Grant, and they're providing excellent trainings, and the trainings have been well received by EL LEAs and will continue to be offered. The regional EL specialists are also working with the LEAs in their region on ongoing differentiated assistance as it relates to EL students. So for example, some are helping LEAs with the data analysis of their EL data. And the regional EL specialists are also working with their county teams on LCAP reviews. With regard to the CTC, I mentioned that at the April 13th meeting, there was a strategic meeting held on Wednesday, and strategic planning, and it's it's an extension of what happened a couple of months ago, but just going a little bit deeper. And a common theme that arises is more of a strategic relationship with the state board, and making sure that we're working together to provide the support for our California teachers, our beginning teachers, especially with all of the changes as a result of some of the programs that have occurred during the pandemic, the way the teachers have been learning, as you'll hear. So to maintain the pipeline of new teachers and to support new teachers in the process of completing their credential requirements, the joint efforts of the CTC and the support of the governor have extended timelines for the completion of essential elements of the credential process. And the governor issued an executive order to assist applicants and candidates in educator preparation programs once it became clear that the pandemic would impact the 2020-2021 academic year. The language in the executive order was adopted as part of the state budget. And it provided the following flexibilities. Applicants were required to demonstrate basic skills and subject matter competence prior to admission, but could not do so because the testing center closures. They were allowed to begin preparation to meet these requirements prior to earning the prelim credential. Right, so a lot of it had to do with the testing, with the assessments, and one of the concerns is that because teacher candidates, and I had mentioned this prior, it came up again, are completing their clinical practice online and missing out on the opportunity to fully develop their knowledge and skills as a practicing teacher, it's important and incumbent upon the admin and school leadership to make sure that our new teachers have what they need when they take over a classroom, that they have the support set in place within the school setting. Let's see, let me move into subject matter requirements for art, music, and multiple subjects. The Commission's subject matter requirements are content-based standards, statements that describe the subject-specific content knowledge required for an individual to begin work as a teacher in California. They are as much a set of job requirements for being a teacher in California as they are academic content standards. So following the Commission's review, content validation work will begin, and the revised draft subject matter requirements for art, music, and multiple subjects will be brought back to the Commission for potential adoption in August 2021. And art is a segue for my final liaison report. The 2021 Arts Education Instructional Materials Adoption will be the first of its kind. Normally, as you know, adoption of instructional materials includes oops, I just hit enter and went all the way down here. Includes training and deliberation sessions where reviewers fly to Sacramento, stay in a hotel, and engage in a week-long conference facilitated by commissioners and the IQC, from the IQC, and supported by staff from the Curriculum Frameworks and Instructional Resources Division. This year, the training and deliberations were entirely virtual and so well organized. I had the opportunity to visit the arts adoption training in April. It was designed to blend asynchronous and synchronous approaches. Reviewers had access to asynchronous learning modules created by staff and organized entirely in Google Classroom. Content reviewers received materials from submitted programs to music programs and through visual arts programs. By May 7th, and virtual deliberations so they've received them now, will be held from July 19th through 23rd. We're excited that California students will have access to high quality instructional materials for music and visual arts. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Rodriguez. It's been a really long time since we've had those materials too, almost 20 years, I think. So really exciting. Member Patillo-Bronson. Kim?
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. So for Teacher Appreciation Month, I first want to just recognize my third grade teacher, Miss Rosalind Dorn, who taught a group of inner city kids that Shakespeare and Greek mythology and Egyptian mythology was everyone's for the taking, and I think really contributed to a very democratic notion of all the world's goodies belong to all the kids in school. And I think that is a notion that there are things that everyone should have access to in arts and literature and math and science, and it doesn't matter where you come from, that everyone should have a point of access. So I'm going to do the liaison report in terms of the Early Childhood Policy Council. I think there's been quite a bit of press coverage around the record number of closures of early learning centers, of family childcare homes, all of which are the pipeline that feeds into the elementary and middle and high schools eventually. And so there has been a lot of discussion about what's necessary to shore up the field and also to catch up the record number of children who did not attend kindergarten this year, who did not attend a 4-year-old program for preschool this year, and thinking about how to address some of those needs. There was also a healthy, I think, discussion around workforce development as to what assets already exist within the field and also what more is ahead. And I think that conversation will certainly continue as many of these are topics that are going to be the subject of conversation for the state legislature and the executive moving through the budget process. The last thing I'll just highlight was the importance of making sure that there are explicit partnerships with community-based organizations throughout schools. And I think we've had some of the conversation about how many of the final recommendations that CDE has brought forward today have had extensive outreach and contribution from community-based stakeholders at the local level, and how much that has enriched the product. I think there is also a parallel process where I think thinking about how elementary school campuses can work with community-based providers and the pipeline of children who are coming into elementary schools from a variety of settings continues to be one where articulation, where outreach and partnerships are the themes that continue to percolate. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Patillo-Bronson. Member Rucker had one more comment, so I'm going back to her.
Thank you, Board Member Strauss. I appreciate that. I realized I forgot to recognize a teacher, and I did want to make sure I took that important step. I do want to recognize Dr. Richard Kello and Dr. Larry Hanna. They were both instructors in the CSU College of Teacher Education at Sac State. And these two men, I learned more about adult learning and why adults learn and professional development than I did from any of my experiences before or since. And that has informed a lot of the work and the advocacy that I've done on the board, especially most recently in the project we just did on the digital learning guidance. So I would have been remiss not to have taken the opportunity to recognize both of these very learned scholars, very good teacher preparation program instructors, but more importantly, very good and personal friends. They've both since retired since I left Sac State and went on to other pursuits, but they retired from Sac State a few years back. But I did want to make sure I recognized them and the teacher preparation program at Sac State as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Rucker. Member Navo.
I would probably better to defer my liaison report, Vice President Strauss, to Board Member Burr on the CCEE. But prior to that, I would like to thank the teachers that, helped guide and provide me with a great education, as I was not an easy child to deal with. So I give a great deal of appreciation and gratitude to Miss Shirla Cox, 5th grade teacher at Sierra Vista Elementary, who, along with my mother, put the screws down and helped me learn to read. So that was instrumental. So I appreciate her. So I will defer to the Board Member Burr.
Thank you, Member Navo. Member McQuillan.
All right. Wow. How fun. Well, my liaison report is I'm looking forward to the third day this week, also on Friday, where the Joint Pathways Advisory Committee will be meeting on career technical education, and looking forward to that. A third day of meetings also. I want to give a shout out to all teachers throughout the state of California for their resiliency and hanging in there with our children and supporting the next generation. I know in our area, teachers are the first ones going back and the first ones that have gone back into work and are heading back into work when so many other offices remain at a distance. So shout out to all the teachers for their good hard work and resiliency. The teachers that come to my mind that helped me along are Ed Anderson, Jim Costello, and Lauren Baumlin. They're all retired now, but they did lots for me and giving me unconditional positive regard as a student. And 2 of them were coaches also that saw a lot in me and supported me along the way. So I thank them and their families for putting up with me also. So thank you.
Thank you, Member McQuillan. So, Member Glover Woods.
Thank you, Vice President Strauss. To continue along with the theme before I do my liaison report, a great shout out to all teachers, a special shout out to those who paved the path for me, teachers at Ewing Elementary School in Fresno Unified, my early years, and the many teachers in Oceanside Unified at Del Rio, Lincoln Junior High, and Oceanside High School. And a special shout out to my mother, who was an English teacher for many decades at Oceanside High School. So love to all, and thank you so much for the opportunity to do that. Now for my liaison report. We had the opportunity, as you guys know, we're starting our review of the World Languages Instructional Materials. Again, another instructional material adoption that has been a long time coming. I definitely want to give a shout out to Director Coates, the CDE staff, and all the fabulous reviewers that spent the last week in April preparing themselves. There was a reviewer training that went over some very important things that all reviewers needed to know as they began to receive their instructional materials. There are 3 panels, 2 that will be reviewing instructional materials in Spanish, and then there's also a French instructional materials panel. And right now, maybe not quite as we speak, but between now and July, those reviewers will be doing an individual review of their materials and will be reconvening at the end of July for the deliberations. And again, as Member Rodriguez said, this type of review is usually done in person. And shout out again to to all those who had a hand in preparing the virtual training. It was very well done, gave a lot of opportunity for the panels to work together in that virtual environment and build the camaraderie needed to make some important decisions. So thank you very much. That concludes my report.
Thank you. So before I call on Member Fatah to give his report, I hear that he's made a decision on where he's going to university in the fall, and we should congratulate Zaid for accepting admission to Yale. So congratulations, Zaid, and I'll turn it over to you.
Well, thank you so much, Vice President Strauss. I was actually planning on sharing that, but it sounded nicer coming from you, not going to lie. So, I think to kind of carry on with the congratulatory or appreciation thread, I guess, that we had going on with teachers. Obviously, a huge shout out to all of my teachers for just supporting me throughout my educational path. I don't think I'd be going to, university, let alone Yale next year if it weren't for them. I think one special teacher who I'd like to give a quick thank you to is Kimberly Gillis, who was my women's literature teacher in the first semester of my senior year, and who was also my one of my speech and debate coaches for the past 4 years. And I'd like to thank her because I think that she really taught me about the value of the content of one's character, and she always provided me with an open ear whenever I had questions about a speech or just a path that I wanted to take in my life, I guess. And so that's kind of my quick thank you. I guess on terms of liaison tasks, back in March, I announced that I accepted the position of host for the 2021 Ed 100 Academy for Student Leaders, which will be held from June 21st to 23rd. And so this is a free opportunity for all California high school students, and it will be featuring awesome speakers such as our very own Executive Director, Brooks Allen, as well as Khan Academy founder, Sal Khan. And it will give students just an opportunity to learn more about the education system and ways in which they can impact education. So for all school districts or staff and personnel who are listening, I'd really encourage you to nominate students if you have them. It's going to be an awesome opportunity and experience. Also last week, I participated in the Gen Up CDE and California Secretary of State Civic Engagement webinar, and it was the panelists alongside Superintendent Thurman and Secretary of State Weber, and there we just discussed the importance of civic engagement and ways in which young people can become more involved in local governance and become more civically engaged. And so that concludes my liaison report.
Thank you, Member Fatah. Member Burr?
Thank you, Vice President Strauss. I'm going to send my appreciation to my favorite teacher, my daughter, who's a high school teacher here in Sacramento. As I'm sure all of you can appreciate, this was a tough year to teach civics and economics. And she's also an activities director, and trying to plan student activities, as Zaid well knows, in a pandemic environment was very, very challenging. So as Board Member McQuillan said, all of our teachers have had a very difficult year, I think, as have our students, but I've seen it up close and personal, and I just want to send out my love and support to her. With respect to my liaison report, I appreciate Board Member Navo deferring to me on the CCEE. At the request of Board President Linda Darling-Hammond, I did return to my post at the CCEE for the special meeting in April. And the purpose of that special meeting was to accept the retirement announcement of our Executive Director, Tom Armolino. And with that announcement, the Collaborative Board has kicked off a recruitment for his replacement. And I just wanted to fill folks in on that a little bit. The Collaborative Board chose leadership associates to help us conduct the recruitment along with our administrative agent, Marin County Office of Education. You all may recall Leadership Associates has served in that role for the last 2 recruitments. So that recruitment is underway. The applications are due on May 21st. For anyone who's interested that's listening to this, or anyone on the board who knows of folks who might be interested, the job description is posted on leadershipassociates.org website. As I said, the timeline is short. The applications are due on May 21st. In a parallel activity, the board is conducting a major outreach to our stakeholders and our partners on characteristics and expertise that they might think the executive director might need. That survey feedback is due on May 18th. The board expects to conduct interviews for the executive director on June 23rd and 24th, and the next board meeting for the collaborative will be on June 24th, at which time we expect to make the selection of the new executive director. Also at that meeting on June 24th, the board will have a report from our current executive director, Tom Molino, and his staff, an end of the year report to talk about what kinds of, what progress they've made toward meeting the goals that were adopted at the beginning of the year. So before I close, I just want to, from my perspective, and we'll have other opportunities to do this, but express my deep appreciation for Tom Armolino's service. He's really been a wonderful executive director. And I think for those of you who've been on the board for a while, as we tried to figure out what the system of support would look like and how the collaborative would evolve, I'm very proud of where we've landed. I want to acknowledge Matt Navo's service as the chair of the board, and he certainly helped lead the collaborative through that endeavor. So that concludes my report.
Well, thank you. So to thank my teacher, there's so many, but I think of Virginia Harvey, my 7th grade math teacher at Webster Junior High School in Los Angeles Unified. So I always knew I was going to be a teacher, but Mrs. Harvey made me comfortable with mathematics and teaching it. And where I first began to teach in elementary, you had to teach all different subjects, and I was always really comfortable, and I thank her so much. I don't know if it will prepare me well, but next week's IQC meeting, we are going to look at the draft math framework. Member Rucker and I will be there, and there are many comments and lots of discussion on the revisions, so we'll be ready to bring you back a report next time we meet. The Advisory Commission on Special Ed met on April 21st. It was actually really a thoughtful meeting with some really interesting presentations. There are some state special education work groups, and they gave us an update, also led by Sacramento County, who led our distance learning work earlier today, that presented to us. As a result of legislation last summer, the CDE convened the work groups, and there's one in the IEP work group that's dealing with the process and the template, what transition planning is. And those of us that have facilitated IEP meetings recognize that a relook at this is helpful at this point. And the work group's been really, really thoughtful. They're also looking at what their vision is of an IEP, that it's child-focused and strengths-based, aligned to standards. And looking at student-led IEPs, it's sort of interesting process to think about as kids grow through the Students with Disabilities process, and that families and students have access to the information of the comprehensive services that are available. So a lot of discussion on the template, the system of IEP, and the scaffolding and supports. There was also a presentation on alternative pathways to graduation for, and so looking at the high school diploma and the guidance on ESSA and IDEA, and taking a look at the time for students to complete their course of study, and that students that enter high school have an opportunity to earn a high school diploma, that they have skills that prepare them to earn a sustaining wage and meaningful contributions to their communities. So lots of focus on making sure the students and their teachers understand requirements and what individual students will need before they graduate from high school. Our CDE Department Assessment Division also presented an update on that. And we had a really thorough report from Director Heather Calamise, who you saw earlier today, our Director of Special Ed, on an update from the department on the work groups. All these work groups will complete a report. The report will be submitted back to legislature, and then we'll see what the next steps will be after that report. So I serve on the CSU Advisory Board for Closing the Opportunity Gap, which is a result of some legislation that requires some collaboration among CDE, CTC, SESSA, the collaborative, a large group, the CSUs, working together. So we had our first meeting of the advisory board looking at how they're going to develop a clearinghouse for evidence-based strategies and promising practices to close the opportunity gap and how that will be shared. So we had a really good discussion about how do we share this information and really focus on closing the opportunity gap. So there'll be more information, but a clear commitment to collecting best practices and sharing it among all the broad stakeholders as well. Last week we had a virtual summit, because those are the meetings we have instead of in-person conferences these days, with the California, it's called California Science and Math Community of Practice groups. And I just have to say that was amazing to have math and science leaders from around the state. They've been meeting all year in the virtual format to share best practices, and they shared a mathematics for social justice toolkit that was really exciting. There's lots of plans to continue the work of developing capacity in mathematics and continuing to inform rollout of next generation science standards and the science framework. So just a shout out to the educators on, with all the work they do, they came together to continue to grow the capacity, which we need as we return back in full in person. And then the California School Leadership Academy has been meeting every Wednesday with a both synchronous and asynchronous approach to looking at inquiry and why now. The lessons and the modules are available online, and they are led by our subject matter leaders, and I liaison to that through the Concurrence Commission. But it's really exciting to see the equity work that they're doing in helping to further through the California School Leadership Academy. And with that, that ends my liaison reports for this meeting. And with that, I'm going to close this item and open up item 10, which is our public comment. And if we'll put the slide up again for public comment. So this public comment is for items not on the agenda today, and I think there were several people that wanted to comment. So please announce your name and affiliation as you begin your public comments. And we'll now open item 10 for public comments.
Currently, we have 2 people in the queue. Caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon, Governing Board. My name is Catherine Fitzpatrick, Board Trustee from Del Mar Union School District. I address you today to call your attention to an issue that is affecting nearly 700 TK eligible students in 11 basic aid elementary school districts in 3 counties in California: San Diego, San Mateo, and Marin. 11 out of 865 elementary and unified school districts in the state do not fund TK. The 11 districts are funded by property taxes, not ADA. They state they do not receive state apportionment for the program. Governor Newsom and President Biden have announced plans for universal pre-K. The COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted our society's need to focus attention and resources on early childhood education and care. Please take action to ensure the 11 basic aid school districts that refuse to provide transitional kindergarten offer this educational program to their students. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Caller, you're live. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi, good afternoon, Jessica Sacco on behalf of Children Now. Calling to express interest on behalf of Children Now, as well as many other organizations in the LCFF Equity Coalition, to support the board's development of the state plan for the American Rescue Plan Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief Fund, also commonly referred to as ARP. We recognize that there's a very short period of time between the issuance of the instructions from the Federal Department of Education on April 21st of this year and the plan's due date of June 7th of this year. The plan template requires that the SEA take stakeholder input into consideration and to identify specific plans for English learners in many different sections. We would urge the board and department to engage with stakeholders frequently and meaningfully throughout this process, as we have many recommendations we look to share relative to the required plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is
caller. You're live.
I'm a senior at Pima High School.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Yes, this is Shelley Spiegel-Coleman with Californians Together. We too want to refer to the LCFF Coalition letter about the state plan for the American Rescue Plan. And targeted use of these federal funds could significantly improve programs and services for English learners and other student subgroups. Our organization's teacher survey, the report we did on the written operational reports, and the local continuity and attendance plan all indicated that minimal or no synchronous instruction for English language development was offered to English learners. Specifically addressing this issue in sections C, D, and E is critical. Additionally, in almost every section of the plan, reference to engagement of stakeholders for input and intentionally addressing the needs of English learners are highlighted. We would like to collaborate in the development of this plan and request that the board and the department share the mechanism, procedures, and timing for engagement. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
My name is Allison Trent, and I'm a parent in San Diego County. I'm here to urge you to ensure all students in California, including those in basic aid districts, are able to access TK at their local public school. Currently, there are 683 students per year in California who cannot access TK in their local public school because they live in one of the 11 wealthy basic aid districts that have discontinued their TK program. When universal TK goes into effect, this will mean 2,700 students every year in these 11 basic aid districts will be affected. Basic aid districts are already privileged to receive more funding than LCFF districts, even though they have more money than ever due to declining enrollments and an increase in property tax revenue. These 11 basic aid districts refuse to provide TK like 99% of all other public schools in California already do. I have been advocating in 4 of these districts in San Diego. All 4 superintendents have separately stated they have no plans to re-implement TK now or in the future. Please ensure all 4-year-old students in the state of California are able to attend TK, even those that live in basic aid districts. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon. My name is Jad Spratt. I am a 9th grade student and freshman class co-president from Wilmington, California. I am also autistic and may have a difficulty in the comment that I have prepared, so please have patience with me. I'd like to say that although I'm grateful for the dialogue that took place today regarding the distance learning curriculum and student growth model, I am concerned about the lack of inclusion of students with disabilities in these areas. I am an autistic student with an IEP, an individualized education program, and I depend on the support and services in the IEP, including my one-on-one aid, to access the classroom and participate in my school community. I am concerned about how my fellow students with disabilities who have had difficulty accessing the curriculum and their support services via distance learning and school closures. I would like to respectfully recommend the following for consideration when addressing the needs of students with disabilities. Ensuring that LEAs provide a recoupment services for students who do not receive any or minimal services during school closure, particularly K-12 students and students ages 18 and 22, and providing guidance to address inconsistency of resources across Southwest, including the provision of in-person instruction.
Thank you. Thank you for calling.
Thank you.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon, President Darling Hammond and board members. This is Liz Guillen with Public Advocates. I'd like to echo the comments of my colleagues in the Equity Coalition asking for inclusion as a meaningful consultant in the state's plan for a school emergency relief fund in the American Rescue Plan, the ARP plan. The plan lays out a lot of stakeholders that you as the state educational agency are required to consult with, including students, families, tribes, civil rights organizations, including disability rights groups, and stakeholders representing the interests of children with disabilities, English learners, children experiencing homelessness, children and youth in foster care, children of migrant workers, children who are incarcerated, and other underserved students. That is a lot of stakeholders. Your state plan must also describe what you'll be asking LEAs to put in their plan.
Your time is now up. Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
This is Doug McRae, a retired testing specialist from Monterey. I submitted an email analysis early last week, primarily addressing the interim test strategy approved by the board mid-March. This strategy will not provide valid, reliable, meaningful data needed for statewide assessment tests this year. Midweek, there were two sets of context information published on EdSource, one regarding instructional mode information as of April 30th, indicating only 12 to 13% of California students had implemented full in-person instruction, which is important for a good educational measurement practice by the end of May. And also, secondly, data from the 25 largest districts saying 80% would be using the interim testing option. These two pieces indicate less than 3 to 4% of California students will be administered smarter balance tests.
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you for calling.
The only way to salvage this is to extend.
Thank you, callers. This concludes public comment.
Well, thanks to all the public commenters who stayed with us to provide the comments. We really appreciate it as board members. So let me just say this meeting is continuing to Thursday. We're going to end the session and begin tomorrow morning with our closed session to discuss and take action on the following legal matters: Kayla J. versus the state and Carrie K. versus the state. So we will be continuing the meeting to tomorrow morning. Our closed session will begin at 8:30, and it is now 4:25. And just thank you to everyone who stayed with us and watched us live with this board meeting. And for board members, thank you for your perseverance and staying with us and staying focused on all the information today. I look forward to seeing you all tomorrow morning at 8:30.